Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Sasha. The cab drops me off on Lexington Avenue, and the cold December air hits my face like a wake-up call. I'm back, 6 months in New York City, right in time for the holidays. The city practically glitters, strung up in white lights that make everything look like a snow globe, even though the snow won't stick for another week or two. I drag my suitcase behind me, weaving through tourists, taking selfies in front of storefront displays. A couple bumps into me, too busy laughing to notice anyone else exists. I can't even be annoyed. That's the thing about New York during the holidays. Everyone's drunk on the atmosphere, high on possibility. My apartment is exactly as I left it when I signed the lease remotely. Small, overpriced, and perfect. The exposed brick wall makes up for the kitchen, that's barely bigger than a closet. I drop my bags and immediately open the window, letting in the sounds of the city. Car horns, distant music, someone shouting about a car cutting them off. Home. I've been chasing assignments across the country for the past year, building my brand, my voice, my reputation. Food is so much more to me than just sustenance. It's culture, memory, identity. That's what I write about. That's what people respond to. And now this 6-month gig with Culinary Chronicles is the kind of opportunity that can change everything. My phone buzzes. A text from my mom. "Welcome back, baby girl. Call me when you're settled." I smile, firing back a quick response before changing into something more comfortable. The magazine doesn't need me until tomorrow, which means I have the rest of the day to reacquaint myself with the city that shaped me. 20 minutes later, I'm standing outside Marzipan, the tiny bakery tucked between a dry cleaner and a bookstore in the West Village. The window display hasn't changed. Same rustic wooden shelves, same handwritten chalkboard menu, same mismatched ceramic plates showcasing their daily specials. The bell chimes as I push through the door, and warmth envelops me immediately. Cinnamon and brown butter, and something citrusy I can't quite place. Heaven. "Oh my God, Sasha." I grin at the woman behind the counter. May's hair is shorter now, cut into a sharp bob that frames her face perfectly. She's wearing the same flour-dusted apron she's had for years, the one with the faded logo from some baking competition she won back in culinary school. "Hey, stranger." "You're back." She abandons the espresso machine and comes around to hug me, leaving white handprints on my coat. "I thought you'd forgotten about us little people now that you're fancy." "Please, I dream about your kouign-amann when I'm stuck eating mediocre hotel breakfast." "Flatterer." But she's already reaching for the tongs, pulling a golden caramelized pastry from the case. "This one just came out. Sit. Talk to me." I settle onto one of the mismatched stools by the window, watching the street outside while May preps my order. A couple walks by, hand in hand, stopping every few feet to kiss under the holiday lights. Young love, stupid and fearless. "So?" May slides a plate across the counter, along with a cappuccino I didn't order but absolutely want. 6 months? That's a real assignment. Culinary Chronicles. I'm covering the holiday food scene, plus whatever else they throw at me. That's huge. Congratulations. She leans against the counter, studying me with those sharp eyes that never miss anything. You nervous? I tear off a piece of the pastry, letting the buttery layers melt on my tongue before answering. Terrified, excited, all of it. Good. That means it matters. We fall into easy conversation, the kind that only happens with people who've known you long enough to skip the nonsense. She tells me about her girlfriend's proposal last month, shows me pictures of the ring. I tell her about the barbecue joint in Austin that changed my life, the family-run faux place in Portland that made me cry. You've been everywhere, she says, a note of wistfulness in her voice. And now I'm here. Where you started. Not quite where I started. That was a different version of New York. A different version of me. The girl who thought love and ambition could coexist without combusting. The girl who believed in happily ever after, with a boy who looked at his career the way other people look at religion. I pushed the thought away, focusing on the present, the perfect pastry, the good coffee, the friend who's genuinely happy to see me. After marzipan, I wander. There's no destination, just the need to move, to remember. The city shifts around me, familiar and strange all at once. That bodega where I bought terrible wine and good empanadas is now a juice bar. The vintage shop where I found my favorite leather jacket is gone, replaced by a chain pharmacy. But some things haven't changed. Washington Square Park still hums with musicians and chess players and college kids pretending they're too cool to be impressed by anything. The fountain is off for the season, but I can still remember summer nights sitting on its edge, eating dollar pizza, and planning a future that felt limitless. I was 22 then, fresh out of school, armed with a journalism degree and opinions about food that I thought the world needed to hear. I was writing for free, building a portfolio, waiting tables to pay rent, and falling for a chef who worked every holiday and most weekends. Jace. His name still does something to me, something I don't want to examine too closely. We were young and stupid and so convinced we were different that we'd make it work despite the odds, despite the restaurant industry's brutal hours, despite his father's expectations and my ambitions. We didn't. I shake my head, pulling my coat tighter as the wind picks up. That's ancient history. 4 years might as well be a lifetime in your 20s. We're different people now. I've built a career. He's probably done the same, following in Emmete's footsteps like he always planned. My phone buzzes in my pocket. An email notification. I consider ignoring it. I'm technically off the clock until tomorrow, but curiosity wins. I pull up my inbox, scanning the message from Catherine, my editor at the magazine. Sasha, welcome back. Hope you're settling in. Quick note about your first assignment. We'd like you to cover the new tasting menu at Redford Kitchen. Emmett Redford's son has taken over as head chef, and word is he's doing incredible things with seasonal ingredients. Reservations are hard to come by, but I've pulled strings. You're booked for Friday at 7 p.m. Looking forward to your take on it. My stomach drops. Redford Kitchen. Jace and Emmett's restaurant. I read the email again, slower this time, as if the words might rearrange themselves into something different. They don't. Of course. Of course, my first major assignment back in the city would send me straight into the path of the one person I've successfully avoided for 4 years. The universe has a sixth sense of humor. I lean against a lamppost, staring at my phone like it personally betrayed me. Friday. That's 3 days away. 3 days to prepare myself to walk into that dining room, sit at a table, and critique the work of someone who once knew me better than anyone. Someone whose hands I remember, whose laugh I could pick out of a crowd, whose ambition burned so bright it left scars on both of us. Damn, I mutter, earning a glance from a passing businessman. I could ask Catherine to reassign it. come up with some excuse about conflict of interest, prior relationship, potential bias. She'd probably understand. But that's not who I am. I don't run from assignments because they're uncomfortable. I've reviewed restaurants owned by people who've insulted my work, chefs who've refused to speak to me, establishments with reputations for chewing up critics and spitting them out. This is my job, my career. The thing I chose when I walked away from a relationship that was suffocating both of us. I start walking again, heading north without thinking about where I'm going. The holiday lights twinkle overhead, but their charm has dimmed. The festive cheer feels distant now, muffled by the white noise in my head. Jace is head chef at Redford Kitchen. That means he did it. He made it. He stepped out of Emmett's shadow far enough to run the kitchen, to put his own stamp on the menu. Part of me, the part that remembers lazy Sunday mornings and late-night conversations about dreams, feels proud. The rest of me feels like I'm about to walk into a trap of my own making. By the time I make it back to my apartment, it's dark outside. The city has shifted into evening mode, restaurants filling up, bars getting louder, the energy changing from productive to pleasure-seeking. I pour myself a glass of wine I definitely don't need and open my laptop. Professional research. That's all this is. Redford Kitchen's website is sleek, minimalist. The photos showcase dishes that look like edible art. Precise plating, bold colors, ingredients I recognize and some I don't. There's a picture of the dining room, all dark wood and warm lighting, intimate without being stuffy. And there, and on the About page, is a photo of Jace. He looks older, sharper. His hair is shorter than I remember, and there's something harder in his eyes, even through the professional photographer's lens. He's wearing chef's whites, arms crossed, expression serious, confident. The bio beneath talks about his training, his philosophy, his commitment to seasonal cooking, and supporting local farms. It doesn't mention the hours we spent arguing about whether he was working too much. It doesn't mention the times he chose the restaurant over me, over us. It doesn't mention me at all, which is exactly how it should be. I close the laptop and drain my wine glass. 3 days. I have 3 days to pull myself together, to remember that I'm a professional, that I've done harder things than review a restaurant owned by my ex. 3 days to prepare for the possibility that seeing him again might not feel like ancient history at all.
Chapter 2. Jace. The kitchen at Redford is my church, stainless steel gleaming under the overhead lights, the rhythmic clatter of knives against cutting boards, the hiss of pans on burners. This is where I belong, where everything makes sense. I plate the duck breast with precision, arranging the seared slices in a perfect fan beside the parsnip puree, a drizzle of cherry gastrique, a scatter of microgreens, a final sprinkle of fleur de sel. Beautiful, balanced, perfect. Looks good. I don't look up at my father's voice. He's been watching me from the past for the last 20 minutes, arms crossed, that assessing expression he wears when he's deciding whether to critique or compliment. Tastes better. I hand the plate to Marco and immediately start on the next order. The rhythm never stops during service. Can't stop. Won't stop. But this isn't service. It's Tuesday afternoon, and the dining room is empty except for a few staff prepping for tonight. I'm working on the tasting menu, refining the 5th course. The duck is good, but good isn't good enough. Not for Redford Kitchen. Not for me. You've been at it for 3 hours. My father moves closer, inspecting the plate Marco set aside for tasting. He cuts into the duck, studies the perfect medium rare, takes a bite. I wait. I know better than to ask. The gastrique is too sweet, he finally says. It's not. It competes with the natural sweetness of the duck. It complements it. There's a difference. He takes another bite, considering. Then he nods. You're right. It works. Damn right it works. I've been perfecting this dish for 2 weeks, adjusting ratios, testing different reductions, working through every possible variation until I found the one that sings. "We have a reviewer coming Friday," he says, setting down his fork with deliberate precision, the sound of metal against porcelain echoing in the quiet kitchen. "Okay." I'm already moving on to the next component, my hands reaching for the container of parsnip puree I prepped this morning. I spoon some onto a clean plate, checking the consistency with a critical eye. Needs more butter. Everything always needs more butter. It's practically a law of French cooking. Culinary Chronicles, big publication. I know what Culinary Chronicles is, Dad. I grab the butter from the lowboy, cutting off a generous chunk to fold into the puree. Just making sure you're aware of the situation. They don't review restaurants like ours every day. I look up then, meeting his eyes directly. Those same blue eyes I see in the mirror every morning. "You think I'm not ready for this?" "I think you're ready. I wouldn't have scheduled the tasting menu if I didn't. I'm just making sure I know the stakes. Yeah, I got it." I turn back to the stove, adjusting the flame under the pan where I'm reducing the next batch of gas streak. The sugar needs to caramelize just right, hit that perfect point between sweet and bitter. The food speaks for itself. That's what you taught me, remember? I also taught you not to be cocky. Confidence isn't cockiness. The line between the two is thinner than you think. I played another duck breast, this one slightly different. I've added a quenelle of foie gras mousse, a risk that might elevate the dish or tip it into pretentious territory. My father watches as I arrange everything, his silence more judgmental than any words. He tastes it, chews slowly, swallows. Too much. Agreed. I scrape the foie gras off the next plate, returning to the original composition. Sometimes less really is more, as much as I hate to admit it. This reviewer is important, Jace. They're all important. This one especially. Culinary Chronicles reaches the right demographic. Food enthusiasts who actually give a damn about technique, sourcing, philosophy. Not just Instagram users looking for their next post. I'm aware. I wipe down my station, already thinking about tomorrow's prep. We'll give them the best goddamn meal they've ever had. That's the cockiness I was talking about. It's not cocky if it's true. My father sighs. That particular sound that means he's shifting from chef mode to dad mode. I brace myself. Take the night off. No. Jace. I said no. I start breaking down the station, cleaning as I go. We've got a full house tonight and I need to walk the line. Marco can handle it. Marco is a great sous, but this is my kitchen. Which is exactly why you can afford to take a night off. You've trained your team well. Let them prove it. I stop, turning to face him fully. Is this about the reviewer? You think I need to rest up or some stuff? I think you've been here every night for the last 3 months. I think you're running on fumes and too stubborn to admit it. This is what it takes. I know what it takes. I built this place, remember? And now I'm running it. My way. The words hang between us, sharper than I intended. My father's expression shifts, something flickering across his face that I can't quite read. Pride, maybe, or concern. Your way, he repeats slowly. And what way is that, burning yourself out before you're 30? I'm not burning out. I'm committed. There's a difference between commitment and obsession, says the man who missed every school play, every baseball game, every birthday because he was too busy building his empire. Low blow. I know it as soon as the words leave my mouth, but I don't take them back. My father's jaw tightens. I made sacrifices. So did you. So did your mother. And yes, I have regrets, which is why I'm telling you to take the goddamn night off. This is my life. This is what I want. Is it? Or is it what you think you're supposed to want? The question pisses me off more than it should. I grab a clean towel, drying my hands with more force than necessary. I'm not having this conversation. We're having it whether you like it or not. I'm 27 years old. I don't need a lecture about work-life balance from someone who never had any. Exactly. I'm 50 and I'm telling you the things I wish someone had told me. I lean against the counter, crossing my arms. What do you want me to say? That I'll go home, pour a glass of wine, watch some TV like a normal person? That's not me. This... I gesture around the kitchen. This is me. This is where I'm supposed to be. Every single night? If that's what it takes to reach greatness, then yes, every single night. My father studies me for a long moment, and I can see him calculating, trying to figure out which angle to take. He's strategic, always has been. It's what made him a great chef and a formidable businessman. You're better than I was at your age, he finally says. Technically, creatively, all of it. You've got instincts I had to spend years developing. But talent isn't enough. You need perspective, balance, a life outside these walls. I have a life. Do you? When's the last time you went on a date? Saw a movie? Had a conversation that wasn't about food? Last week. It's a lie and we both know it. Jace, I'm fine. Better than fine. I'm exactly where I want to be, doing exactly what I meant to do. I push off the counter, grabbing my chef's coat from the hook. Now if you're done with the fatherly concern routine, I've got prep to finish before service. He doesn't move, just watches me with those sharp blue eyes that see too much. The reviewer is coming at 7 on Friday. Make sure the kitchen is ready. It's always ready. And make sure you are too. I shrug into my coat, checking that my knives are properly stored. I was born ready for this. That's what worries me. I don't respond, just head back to my station. There's work to do. Always work to do. The duck needs another test run. The wine pairing for the third course isn't quite right. The dessert amuse-bouche needs something. Maybe a touch of cardamom to brighten the chocolate. My father lingers for another minute, then heads toward his office. I hear his footsteps fade, the door close, and then it's just me in the kitchen again. Exactly how I like it. I pull out my prep list, scanning the items I need to accomplish before tonight's service. The kitchen hums around me, the walk-in's compressor, the dishwasher's rhythmic spray, the ventilation system's steady drone. These are the sounds that calm me, that center me. This is my life, my choice, my kingdom. And Friday? Friday, I'll show that reviewer exactly what I'm capable of. They'll taste every hour I've poured into these dishes, every sacrifice, every obsessive detail. They'll taste perfection, and they'll know exactly who created it.
Chapter 3. Sasha. Friday arrives with snow. Not the romantic kind you see in movies, with fat, lazy flakes drifting down like confetti. This is the New York special. Sharp, icy crystals that sting your face and turn sidewalks into skating rinks. I step carefully across Lexington, pulling my coat tighter as wind whips between buildings. The Redford kitchen sign glows warm gold against the winter evening. Through the huge front windows, I can see the dining room in full swing. White tablecloths, low lighting, beautiful people eating beautiful food. I push through the door at exactly 7. The hostess greets me with a practiced smile. Good evening. Do you have a reservation? Brian, 7 o'clock. She checks her tablet, then her smile brightens into something more genuine. Of course. We have your table ready, right this way. I follow her through the dining room, taking mental notes. The space is intimate without feeling cramped. Dark wood accents, exposed brick on one wall, soft jazz playing just loud enough to create atmosphere without drowning conversation. Tables are spaced well, close enough to feel communal, far enough for privacy, smart design. Emmett's influence probably. The man knows how to create an experience. My table is positioned with a partial view into the kitchen through a large window. I can see the line cooks moving in choreographed chaos, flames leaping from pans, steam rising from pots. And there, in the center of it all, is Jace. Even from this distance, I recognize him. The way he moves, that focused intensity like the rest of the world doesn't exist when he's cooking. He's plating something, his hands swift and precise. Your server will be right with you. The hostess places a menu in front of me, along with a smaller card listing tonight's tasting menu. I force my attention to the paper instead of the window. Focus. This is work. The waitress appears moments later. Mid-30s, warm smile, professional without being stiff. Good evening. Can I start you with some water? Still or sparkling? Still is fine. Wonderful. Have you dined with us before? First time. Excellent. Well, we're honored to have you. I see you're interested in the tasting menu. I am. She launches into the description with genuine enthusiasm. 7 courses, seasonal ingredients, wine pairings available, chef's selection of preparations showcasing technique and creativity. I order the full experience, wine pairings included, go big or go home. The first course arrives 15 minutes later. Oysters with a champagne mignonette and a delicate fennel foam. The presentation is stunning, minimalist but striking. I take a photo from multiple angles before tasting. The oyster is perfect, briny, fresh, the mignonette adding just enough acid without overwhelming the natural flavor. The foam is unnecessary but not offensive. A statement dish. Look what we can do. I'm making notes on my phone when a crash echoes from the kitchen. Damn, Jace's voice cuts through the dining room ambiance. How many times do I have to tell you to check the goddamn temp before you plate? The jazz can't quite cover it. A few diners glance toward the kitchen window, then back to their meals. The waitress appears at my elbow, her smile slightly strained. My apologies for the noise. Chef is very passionate about quality. I can tell. She clears the oyster shells and disappears. I watch the kitchen window. Jace is gesturing sharply at another chef, his face intense. The other chef nods, grabs the offending plate, and starts over. Same old Jace. Perfectionist to the point of tyranny. The second course arrives. Seared scallops with cauliflower puree and crispy prosciutto. Again, the plating is meticulous. The scallop has a perfect crust, the interior barely translucent. The cauliflower is silky smooth, rich with butter and cream. It's damn good. Better than good. It's the kind of dish that makes you close your eyes and just experience it. I'm about to take another bite when another outburst erupts from the kitchen. Are you kidding me right now? That's not medium rare, that's medium well. Jesus Christ! What part of watch the temps is unclear? This time, several diners definitely notice. The couple at the table next to mine exchanges looks. The waitress appears again, her professional mask firmly in place. Chef Redford is preparing for a very important service tonight, she explains quietly. He has exceptionally high standards. Clearly, I'm trying not to smile. This is so quintessentially Jace, brilliant and explosive in equal measure. 4 years hasn't changed that. The courses continue. Duck breast with cherry gastrique, the highlight so far perfectly balanced. Clearly the dish he's been obsessing over. Short rib with parsnip puree and roasted root vegetables. A cheese course with honeycomb and candied walnuts. Each dish is technically flawless. Each one shows creativity without being weird for the sake of weird. This is refined cooking, the kind that respects ingredients and technique in equal measure. But between courses 3 and 4, Jace's voice rings out again. No, no, no! The garnish goes on the left side, not the center. We've been over this. Presentation matters. I catch a glimpse of him through the window, running his hands through his hair in frustration. He's wearing chef's whites that somehow still look crisp despite the obvious intensity of service. His face is flushed, jaw tight. He hasn't noticed me. Why would he? I'm just another diner in a full dining room, one face among many. The dessert arrives. a deconstructed chocolate tart with cardamom ice cream and candied orange peel. It's stunning. Complex flavors that shouldn't work together but absolutely do. The cardamom is risky, but it pays off, brightening the chocolate instead of overwhelming it. I finished the last bite, making final notes. The food is exceptional, possibly the best I've had in months. Jace has grown as a chef, refined his voice, found that balance between classical technique and modern innovation. But there's something missing. Some element I can't quite name. A coldness, maybe. Like the dishes are technically perfect but emotionally distant. Or maybe I'm projecting. I signal the waitress. That was incredible. Would it be possible to meet the head chef? Her eyes widen slightly. Oh, yes, of course. Let me check if Chef Redford is available. She disappears toward the kitchen. I watch through the window as she approaches Jace, who's wiping down his station. He looks up, frowning. She gestures toward the dining room, toward me. He shakes his head. She says something else. He shakes his head again, more emphatically. Great. He's going to blow me off. But then another chef, older, distinguished, definitely Emmett, appears. He says something to Jace, claps him on the shoulder. Jace's jaw tightens, but he nods. Moments later, he pushes through the kitchen door. Look, I appreciate the compliment, but I'm in the middle of service and I don't have time for... He stops, just stops. His eyes lock on mine, and I watch the color drain from his face. The world narrows to just the two of us, the noise of the dining room fading into white noise. Sasha, my name comes out rough, like he's been punched in the stomach. Hi, Jace. Everything freezes. The jazz keeps playing. Diners keep eating. Servers keep moving through the space. But between us, time has stopped completely. He looks different. Older, sharper, like I thought from his website photo. There are faint lines around his eyes that weren't there before. His hair is shorter, more styled. His chef's coat is pristine white, his name embroidered over the breast pocket in dark blue thread. But his eyes, God, those blue eyes are exactly the same. Intense and piercing and seeing straight through every defense I've spent 4 years building. What are you... He trails off, glancing at the empty plates on my table, the wine glasses, the notepad beside my phone. Damn, you're the reviewer. Not a question, a realization, and from the look on his face, not a pleasant one. Surprise, I say, aiming for casual and probably missing by a mile. He doesn't move, doesn't speak, just stares at me like I'm a ghost he thought he'd successfully exorcised. In the kitchen window behind him, I see Emmett watching. Even from here, I can see the curiosity on his face. You look good, I offer, because apparently my brain has decided small talk is the appropriate response to this moment. You can't do this. Do what? Review my restaurant. It's a conflict of interest. We dated 4 years ago. Pretty sure the statute of limitations has passed on conflict of interest. Nonsense. You know it's nonsense. His voice drops lower, aware that we're in the middle of a dining room full of paying customers. This is my kitchen, Sasha. My food. My reputation. And this is my job. His hands flex at his sides. I recognize that gesture. He's trying not to clench them into fists. Did you know? He asks quietly. When you made the reservation, did you know it was my restaurant? I could lie. Should probably lie, but I've never been good at lying to him. I found out Tuesday. And you came anyway. I'm a professional. This is what I do. This is messed up. He runs a hand through his hair, that familiar gesture of frustration I remember too well. Of all the restaurants in New York, they send you here. The universe has a sense of humor. The universe can go screw itself. A couple at a nearby table glances over. Jace notices, straightens his shoulders, lowers his voice even more. I need you to leave. I'm not leaving. Sasha, I already ate the entire tasting menu, Jace. I'm writing this review whether you like it or not. His jaw works. I can practically see the wheels turning, trying to find an angle, a way to control this situation. Classic Jace. Always trying to control the uncontrollable. The food was exceptional, I say, my professional voice sliding into place like armor. Technically flawless. Creative without being pretentious. You've grown as a chef. Don't. Don't what? Don't do that. Don't talk to me like I'm just some chef you're reviewing. You are just some chef I'm reviewing. The lie sits heavy between us. We both know it's nonsense, but neither of us calls it out. How long are you in town? He asked finally. 6 months. Jesus Christ. Relax. New York's a big city. This doesn't have to be weird. He laughs, sharp and humorless. Doesn't have to be weird. Right. My ex-girlfriend just showed up to review my restaurant without warning. But sure, totally not weird. Would you have preferred a heads up? I would have preferred you sent someone else. Not how it works. Then how does it work, Sasha? Because from where I'm standing, this feels like some kind of cosmic joke. I stand, gathering my coat and bag. It works like this. I do my job, you do yours. The food speaks for itself. That's what you always said, right? The food speaks for itself. Throwing his own words back at him is petty. I know it even as I do it, but the look on his face makes it worth it. When does the review publish? His voice is carefully neutral now. Professional. 2 weeks. He nods once, sharp and controlled. Fine. Do what you need to do. I will. Great. Great. We stand there staring at each other, neither willing to be the first to break. Finally, he steps back. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for the meal. It really was exceptional. He turns without responding, pushing back through the kitchen door. I watch him disappear into the organized chaos, immediately barking orders at someone about plating temps. The waitress appears with my check. I hope everything was to your satisfaction. It was perfect. I pay, tip generously, and walk out into the snowy night. The cold air hits my face like a slap, sharp and clarifying. What the hell just happened? My phone buzzes. A text from Catherine. How was Redford? Dying to hear your thoughts. I stare at the message for a long moment before typing back. Exceptional food. Review coming soon. What I don't add? And I just came face to face with the man I spent 4 years trying to forget.
Chapter 4. Jace. The kitchen empties out around me. 11:30 and the last of the line cooks have finally clocked out. Marco gives me a wave on his way to the back door. Great service tonight, chef. Yeah, good work. The words come out automatically. I barely register him leaving. I stand at my station, hands braced against the stainless steel, staring at nothing. The kitchen is quiet now except for the hum of refrigeration units and the distant clatter of the night cleaning crew. Sasha. 4 years. I haven't seen her in 4 goddamn years, and she walks into my restaurant looking like... I slam my fist against the counter, the sound echoing through the empty space. She looks good. Better than good. That's the thing I can't stop thinking about. Can't push out of my head no matter how hard I try. She's always been beautiful, but there's something different now. Confidence, maybe. Like she's grown into herself in a way that has nothing to do with me. Her hair was longer. Those curls I used to wind around my fingers, now falling past her shoulders in dark waves. And she was wearing this deep green dress that made her skin practically glow under the dining room lights. Christ. I grab a towel, wiping down a station that's already clean. Need to keep my hands busy. Need to not think about how her eyes met mine. How that first moment of recognition hit me like a freight train. 4 years, and it still feels like yesterday. The kitchen door swings open. I don't need to look up to know it's my father. I can hear it in the measured footsteps, the deliberate pause before he speaks. Hell of a service. Yeah. The duck was perfect. That last table, the foretop by the window, I heard one of them say it was the best dish they'd had all year. Great. I tossed the towel aside, reaching for another one even though I don't need it. My father leans against the counter across from me, arms crossed. Watching. Always watching. You want to talk about it? Nothing to talk about. The woman at table 12, the reviewer. What about her? You know her. Not a question. Of course he figured it out. The man doesn't miss anything. I meet his eyes. Yeah, I know her. Sasha Bryan. Culinary Chronicles. He pauses and I can see the exact moment it clicks. Wait. That's Sasha. The girl from 4 years ago. Yeah, that's Sasha. He's quiet for a moment, processing. Then he lets out a low whistle. You didn't mention knowing the reviewer coming tonight. I didn't know it was her, did I? The words come out sharper than intended. I take a breath, forcing my shoulders to relax. You sent me the reservation confirmation. Just said Culinary Chronicles, 7 p.m. I didn't put it together. I couldn't have. There was no way. And if you had, I would have told you to cancel it. The hell you would have. My father's voice is dry. You've never backed down from anything in your life. He's not wrong. But this isn't a challenge I wanted to face. I start breaking down my station properly, cleaning with the kind of methodical precision that usually centers me. Except tonight it's not working. My mind keeps circling back to the look on her face when I walked into that dining room. She wasn't surprised. She knew. She knew it was my restaurant, I say, more to myself than to him. Found out Tuesday and came anyway. Professional of her. Professional. I laugh, bitter. Sure. Let's call it that. What would you call it? I don't know. Revenge? Payback? A chance to mess with my head? You give yourself too much credit. My father moves to the coffee station, pouring himself a cup from the pot that's been sitting there since service ended. It's going to taste like trash, but he drinks it anyway. Maybe she's just doing her job. By reviewing her ex-boyfriend's restaurant? Come on. It's been 4 years, Jace. People move on. Maybe she has. The words sting more than they should. I focus on scrubbing an already clean surface, channeling the frustration into the motion. You broke that girl's heart. His voice is quiet now, reflective. I remember. You were a mess for months after. I wasn't. You were. Working 20-hour days, snapping at everyone, drinking too much when you weren't here. Don't pretend I didn't notice. I don't respond. What's the point? He's right, and we both know it. The food tonight was flawless, he continues. Every dish perfectly executed. You should be proud. But your attitude was appalling. I look up sharply. What? You heard me. You were yelling at Marco for temp issues that weren't even his fault. Threw a dish in the trash because the garnish was a 1/4 inch off center. Made that new guard manger kid look like he was about to cry. We have standards. Standards, yes. Perfection. Absolutely. But you were taking your trash out on the staff, and that's not acceptable. He sets down his coffee cup with deliberate care. You knew she was out there, and instead of staying professional, you let it get in your head. Heat crawls up my neck. The kitchen was fine. The kitchen was tense as hell. I could feel it from the pass. Everyone walking on eggshells, afraid to breathe wrong because Chef might lose his mind. That's not. It is. And you know it. I slam the cleaning spray down on the counter. What do you want me to say? That I freaked out? That seeing her sitting in my dining room, taking notes on my food, made me feel like I was being dissected? Fine. You're right. I wasn't at my best. That's putting it mildly. She shouldn't have come here. She's a food critic. You're a chef. This is literally her job. It's a conflict of interest. Is it? My father tilts his head, studying me. Or are you just pissed that she moved on with her life while you stayed stuck in the same place? The accusation hits like a punch to the gut. I'm not stuck. I'm building something, taking this restaurant to the next level. By working yourself into the ground and pushing away anyone who might distract you from your precious career? That's rich, coming from you, which is exactly why I'm saying it. He moves closer, his expression serious. I did the same thing. Sacrificed relationships, missed moments I can't get back. And for what? A Michelin star? Recognition? It cost me my marriage, Jace. Nearly cost me my relationship with you. I look away. This conversation is veering into territory I don't want to explore. The review, I say, changing the subject. She's going to write whatever she wants. The food was perfect, but she'll find something to criticize. That's what critics do. Maybe, or maybe she'll be fair. Fair. The word tastes bitter. She's my ex-girlfriend. There's no way this ends well. Then you should have been on your best behavior tonight. Shown her you've grown, matured, learned to control that temper of yours. I controlled it fine. You threw a pan across the kitchen. The scallops were overcooked. They were fine. You were looking for an excuse to vent. I grabbed my chef's coat off the hook, suddenly desperate to be anywhere but here. I'm going home. Jace. What? My father regards me with that expression I can't quite read. Part disappointment, part concern, part something else I don't want to name. She looked good, he says quietly. Confident, happy. I know. Does that bother you? No. The lie comes quick. Too quick. You sure about that? I meet his eyes. What do you want me to say? That I've been thinking about her for 4 years? That seeing her tonight brought back every conversation, every fight, every moment I chose this kitchen over her? You want me to admit that maybe I messed up? I want you to be honest with yourself. I am honest. I chose my career. She chose hers. We wanted different things. End of story. Is it? Has to be. I shrug into my coat, checking my pockets for keys. She's going to write her review. It'll be fair or it won't. Either way, the food speaks for itself. That's what matters. The food matters, but it's not all that matters. I don't respond. Just head for the back door, my father's words following me into the cold night. The walk to my apartment is short, 3 blocks through streets that are finally quiet, the snow still falling in lazy patterns. I should be exhausted, should fall into bed and pass out. Instead, I pour myself a scotch and stand at my window, looking out at the city. Sasha's out there somewhere, in an apartment maybe, or a hotel, writing notes about my food, forming opinions that will determine how the culinary world sees me. I down the scotch, pour another. She looked good. That's the thought I can't shake. 4 years and she looked better than ever. Like leaving me was the best decision she ever made. Maybe it was. My phone buzzes, a text from Marco. Great service tonight, chef. See you tomorrow. I don't respond. Just set the phone down and finish my drink. Tomorrow I'll be back in that kitchen. Back to the only thing that makes sense. The only constant in my life. But tonight I let myself remember what I gave up. And wonder if Sasha's doing the same.
Chapter 5. Sasha. The Culinary Chronicle's office sits on the 14th floor of a building in Midtown. All glass windows and open floor plans that are supposed to encourage collaboration, but mostly just mean everyone can see when you're scrolling Instagram instead of working. I settle into my cubicle Monday morning, coffee in hand, laptop already open. The weekend gave me distance, perspective, time to sort through my notes and separate the professional from the personal. Mostly. Morning. Rachel pops her head over the divider between our desks. She's one of the staff writers, covers restaurant openings and chef profiles. How was Redford Kitchen? Good. Really good, actually. I'm so jealous. I've been trying to get a reservation there for weeks. She leans further over, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Is the head chef as hot as his Instagram makes him look? I keep my eyes on my screen. Didn't notice. Liar. Every straight woman in the food world has noticed Jace Redford. I was focused on the food. Boring, she grins. Well, can't wait to read what you thought. Catherine's been hyping this review all week. Great, no pressure. Rachel disappears back to her desk, and I pull up my notes from Friday night. Pages of them. Observations about plating, flavor profiles, wine pairings, ambiance. Professional, detailed, thorough. And buried underneath all that, the memory of Jace's face when he realized who I was. I pushed the thought away. Focus. The food was exceptional. That's the truth. No matter how complicated the rest of it feels, every dish showed technical mastery and creative vision. The duck was the standout, perfectly balanced, the kind of dish that makes you understand why people become obsessed with food. I start typing. Redford Kitchen's winter tasting menu is a study in restraint and precision. Head chef Jace Redford has crafted a 7-course experience that honors seasonal ingredients while showcasing classical technique refined through a contemporary lens. My fingers fly across the keyboard. This part comes easy. Describing the oysters, the way the champagne mignonette cut through the brine without overwhelming it, the scallops with their golden crust and tender interior, the duck that sang on the palate. But then I pause, because there's more to a dining experience than just the food. There's atmosphere, service, the intangible elements that transform a meal into a memory. And Redford Kitchen's atmosphere was tense. I chew my lip, considering how to phrase it. Professional criticism, not personal vendetta. Except maybe it is a little bit personal. Maybe watching Jace yell at his staff, throw dishes, create an environment of barely controlled chaos in that kitchen pissed me off more than it should have. Maybe I'm still angry that he chose this. This obsessive perfectionism, this tyrannical control over everything else. Over me. I keep typing. However, the kitchen's pursuit of perfection occasionally bleeds into the dining room in less than ideal ways. Chef Redford's exacting standards, while admirable in execution, manifest as tension that permeates the space. Multiple instances of raised voices from the kitchen disrupted what should have been an intimate, refined experience. There, professional, honest, fair, mostly fair. I continue through the courses, noting the technical achievements while also pointing out the small flaws I noticed. The fennel foam on the oysters that added visual interest but little flavor complexity. The cauliflower puree that, while silky smooth, could have used more depth. Maybe brown butter or roasted garlic to elevate it beyond simple technique. The cheese course that felt like an afterthought. A standard selection that didn't match the innovation of the preceding dishes. I'm being nitpicky. I know I am. These are minor quibbles in an otherwise outstanding meal. But something in me needs to find the cracks. Prove that Jace Redford isn't infallible. Prove that leaving him wasn't a mistake. How's it coming? Catherine appears at my cubicle, reading glasses perched on her head. She's in her 50s, sharp as hell, with gray hair she refuses to dye, and an opinion about everything. Good. Almost done with the first draft. Can I peek? I angle the laptop toward her. She leans in, scanning what I've written, her expression unreadable. Strong opening, she says finally. Good detail on the technical execution, but it feels a little cold, like you're holding back. My stomach tightens. I'm being objective. You're being distant. There's a difference. She taps the screen where I've described the duck. This dish clearly moved you. I can see it in the notes you took, but the writing doesn't capture that emotional response. It reads like a textbook instead of an experience. I thought that's what we wanted. Professional analysis. We want both. The technical breakdown and the visceral reaction. That's what makes your work special, Sasha. You don't just describe food. You make people feel it. She's right. I know she's right. But something about this review has me locked up tight, afraid to let any real emotion bleed through. I'll revise it, I say. Good. And loosen up a bit on the criticism. I'm all for honest reviews, but some of these notes feel petty. The foam was unnecessary. Come on. Half of fine dining is unnecessary. That's part of the fun. Heat crawls up my neck. I'll take another look. Do that. And Sasha? She meets my eyes, her expression knowing. Whatever baggage you walked in there with, leave it out of the review. The food deserves better than that. She walks away before I can respond. Damn. I stare at my screen, reading through what I've written with fresh eyes. She's right. It's cold, nitpicky, missing the passion that usually drives my work, because I'm scared. Scared that if I let myself really feel the meal, really acknowledge how damn good it was, I'll have to admit other things too. Like maybe Jace was right to choose this. Maybe his obsessive dedication has paid off in ways mine hasn't. Maybe he's achieved something I'm still chasing. I delete the paragraph about the fennel foam, rewrite the section on the cauliflower to focus more on the technique and less on imagined shortcomings. But I leave in the part about the kitchen tension. That's fair criticism. That's real. And maybe, just maybe, it'll bother him as much as seeing him bothered me. 2 hours later, I've got a revised draft that Catherine approves. It's honest without being cruel, critical without being petty. It acknowledges Jace's talent while also pointing out areas where the experience fell short. It's professional. I save the document, then pull up Instagram on my phone. Time to tease the review. Build some anticipation. I post a photo I took of the duck. Gorgeous plating. The cherry gastrique catching the light. The caption reads, "Just wrapped up a review that has me thinking a lot about the intersection of talent and temperament in the kitchen. Sometimes technical perfection isn't enough." Coming soon to at Culinary Chronicles. I hit post before I can second-guess myself. The likes and comments start rolling in immediately. My followers know I don't pull punches, and they're hungry for whatever drama might be brewing. "Ooh, cryptic," Rachel says, clearly stalking my Instagram from her desk. "Someone's about to get roasted." Just being honest. Honest is your brand. I love it. I refresh the post. Already at 847 likes, comments pouring in asking which restaurant, begging for hints, speculating wildly. Someone tagged Redford Kitchen, then someone else. Within minutes, the restaurant's account is flooded with people asking if they're the subject of my upcoming review. My phone buzzes with a DM. I don't recognize the handle, but the message makes my stomach drop. "You've always been good at sabotaging the things you can't have." No name, no profile picture. But the words hit like a slap. I stare at the message, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Could be anyone. Probably some troll who thinks they know me based on my Instagram persona. But the phrasing feels personal, targeted. I delete the message without responding. Another notification pops up. This time, it's a reply to my post from a food blogger I know casually. Let me guess. Redford Kitchen, heard the head chef is brilliant, but an absolute terror to work with. I don't respond, but I don't need to. The speculation has taken on a life of its own. Sasha Bryan, professional crap stirrer. Rachel calls over. You know how to make an entrance. Just doing my job. Your job is writing reviews. The Instagram stuff is pure chaos, and I'm here for it. I should probably delete the post, or at least edit the caption to be less provocative, but something stubborn in me refuses. Jace wanted the spotlight, wanted to prove himself. Well, here it is. Let's see how he handles the scrutiny. My phone buzzes again. Another DM, this time from a verified account I definitely recognize. Classy, Sasha. Real classy. No question who this is. I stare at Jace's message, my heart doing something complicated in my chest. He's pissed. Good. He should be. Except now I feel like trash. I close Instagram without responding, focusing back on my laptop. The review publishes in 2 weeks. Until then, I've got other assignments to tackle, other restaurants to visit, other chefs to critique. Jace Redford is just one story, one meal, one complicated piece of my past that doesn't get to define my present. But as I try to focus on the article about Brooklyn's new ramen scene, my mind keeps drifting back to Friday night. The way Jace looked at me, the way his food tasted, the way everything about that meal felt like unfinished business. My phone sits silent on my desk, Jace's message still unanswered. I leave it that way.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 6. Jace. Snow falls harder now, the kind that actually sticks. Central Park transforms around me, branches heavy with white, the pathways empty except for a few die-hard joggers who apparently think hypothermia builds character. I shove my hands deeper into my coat pockets, my breath visible in the frigid air. Sasha, that Instagram post. Talent and temperament. Like she's being so goddamn clever, so subtle. Everyone already figured out it's about Redford Kitchen. The comments section is a dumpster fire of speculation, food bloggers circling like vultures waiting for the kill. My phone keeps buzzing, Marco asking if I've seen it. My father texting to tell me not to engage. A few friends from culinary school sending me the screenshot with question marks. I want to throw the damn thing into the lake. Yo! I turn. Ignacio's jogging toward me through the snow, his breath coming in clouds. He's wearing a ridiculous beanie with a pom-pom on top that his girlfriend probably bought him. We worked together at Le Bernardin years ago, back when we were both trying to prove ourselves. Now he's Sue at Daniel, one of the few people in this industry I actually trust. Thanks for meeting me, I say. Course. Though next time, can we do this somewhere with heat? He stamps his feet, blowing on his hands. What's going on? Your text sounded urgent. I need to vent. About? My ex-girlfriend is about to destroy my restaurant in print, and there's nothing I can do about it. His eyebrows shoot up. Okay, That's not what I expected. We start walking, following the path deeper into the park. I fill him in on the whole mess. Sasha showing up Friday, the review coming in 2 weeks, that Instagram post designed to generate maximum buzz and drama. She's setting me up, I finish, priming her audience to expect a takedown. Technical perfection isn't enough. What the hell does that even mean? Maybe that you're technically skilled but emotionally constipated? I shoot him a look. Whose side are you on? Yours, obviously, but come on, man. You're not exactly known for being warm and fuzzy in the kitchen. I run a tight ship, there's a difference. Word on the street is that you threw a sauté pan at Marco last week because the risotto was 30 seconds late. It was getting cold. It was fine. You were having a bad day and took it out on your staff. Ignacio stops walking, turning to face me. Look, I love you, but your temper's been getting worse. Everyone in the industry knows it. Maybe this review is karma catching up. Karma? I busted my butt on that tasting menu. Every dish was flawless. Except for the part where you screamed at your cooks loud enough for the dining room to hear. I look away, jaw tight. She shouldn't have been there. But she was. And instead of keeping yourself together, you let her presence mess with your head. He starts walking again, slower now. What happened between you two anyway? You never really talk about it. There's nothing to talk about. Nonsense. You don't get this worked up over nothing. The snow crunches under our feet. A dog barks somewhere in the distance, the sound muffled by the falling white. We wanted different things, I say finally. She wanted me to choose her over the kitchen. I couldn't do that. Wouldn't. Same thing. Not even close. Ignacio stops at a bench, brushing off the snow before sitting. Couldn't means impossible. Wouldn't means you made a choice. I sit beside him, staring out at the frozen lake. This was my shot. My father's restaurant. My chance to prove I could do more than just follow in his footsteps. She knew how important it was. And she wanted to matter more than a Michelin star. It's not just about the star. Yeah, it is. Come on, Jace. You're chasing recognition, validation, whatever you want to call it. That's fine. Most of us are. But you can't pretend relationships don't require sacrifice, too. I sacrificed plenty. I just chose my career. And she chose hers. Now she's back. Successful. About to write a review that could make or break your reputation. Karma always comes hard. I drop my head back against the bench. I can't let this review stand. Not like this. Not when she's clearly got an agenda. What are you gonna do? You can't stop her from publishing. No, but maybe I can change what she writes. Ignacio looks at me sideways. What do you mean? I pause, the idea forming even as I speak it. What if I got close to her again? Made her see me differently. Made her remember the good parts instead of just the ending. You want to seduce your ex into writing a better review? Not seduce. Just reconnect. Remind her that I'm not some jerk chef who only cares about plating temps. There's more to me than that. Is there? Screw you. He grins. Right. So your plan is to suddenly become a well-rounded human being, charm your ex-girlfriend and convince her to either pull the review or rewrite it? Why not? Because it's manipulative as hell? So is writing a biased review based on a 4-year-old breakup. Ignacio considers this, tilting his head. Fair point. But how are you going to get close to her? She's not going to just fall back into your arms because you smile pretty. I don't know yet, but she's in the city for 6 months. There's time. Time to what? Fake a relationship? Pretend you've changed? Maybe I have changed. Have you? I don't answer. The snow keeps falling, blanketing everything in white silence. Look, Ignacio says, his voice gentler now. I get it. This review matters. Your reputation matters. But using Sasha like that? Man, that's cold. Even for you. She's using me for clicks and career advancement. How is this different? Because she's doing her job. You'd be lying. I'd be protecting what I've built. By manipulating someone you used to love. The words hit harder than they should. I stand, pacing away from the bench, my boots leaving tracks in the fresh snow. This isn't about love, I say. This is about survival. If she publishes that review the way she's planning, all snark and subtext, it could damage everything. My father's legacy, the restaurant's reputation, my career. She gets to walk away clean while I deal with the fallout. So fight back, publicly. Defend yourself. How? Call her out on Instagram? That just makes me look defensive and gives her more ammunition. Then ignore it. Let the food speak for itself. The food spoke for itself Friday night. She still plans to trash me. Ignacio joins me, hands shoved in his pockets. You don't know that. Maybe the review will be fair. Did you see that Instagram post? She's already decided I'm some temperamental jerk who doesn't deserve success. Maybe you are. I whip around. What? Come on, Jace. You work 90-hour weeks. You scream at your staff. You haven't had a relationship in 4 years. Maybe she's got a point about the temperament thing. So I should just take it? Let her destroy what I've built? I'm saying maybe there's some truth in what she's writing, and maybe instead of trying to manipulate her into changing it, you should actually change. I don't need to change. I need to control the narrative. By lying to her. By showing her there's more to me than what she saw Friday night. Ignacio studies me, his dark eyes shrewd. You really think you can pull this off? I don't know, but I have to try. And what happens when she finds out? Because she will find out, Jace. Women like Sasha, they're not stupid. She'll see right through you. Not if I do it right. Jesus. He runs a hand over his face. This is a terrible idea. You got a better one? He's quiet for a long moment, thinking. Then he sighs. Fine. You want my advice? Here it is. Don't go in planning to manipulate her. Actually try to reconnect. Be honest about what happened, why you made the choices you did. Show her you've grown. I have grown. Have you? Because from where I'm standing, you're still the same guy who chose work over everything else. The accusation stings. This is different. How? Because now I'm fighting for something I built, not just chasing someone else's dream. Your father's restaurant is his dream, not yours. It's mine now. Is it? Or are you still trying to prove something to him? I don't answer. Can't answer. Because maybe he's right. Maybe I'm still that kid desperate for Emmett Redford's approval, still working myself to the bone to hear him say I'm good enough. Look, Ignacio says, if you're gonna do this, at least be smart about it. Don't just show up at her place or bombard her with messages. That's stalker crap. Be subtle. Create opportunities to run into her. Casual, natural. Let her come to you. How do I do that? Find out where she hangs out. Coffee shops, restaurants, whatever. Put yourself in her orbit without being obvious about it. That's still manipulative. It's strategic. There's a difference. I'm not sure there is, but I don't argue. And then what? Then you talk to her like a human being. No agenda, no plan. Just be real with her. Apologize for how things ended. Ask about her life. Show genuine interest. What if she tells me to get off? Then you respect that and walk away. But my guess? She's just as messed up about seeing you as you are about seeing her. People don't get that angry unless they still care. I consider this. The way Sasha looked at me Friday night wasn't indifference. It was fire, barely contained. You think this could actually work? I ask. I think you're playing with fire, but yeah, maybe. If you're honest with her, really honest, there's a chance. And if I'm not, then you're just proving her right about everything she already thinks of you. We start walking back toward the park entrance, the snow still falling steady and soft. My phone buzzes again. Another notification. Another person commenting on Sasha's post, speculating about which restaurant she's about to eviscerate. 2 weeks, I say. I've got 2 weeks before that review publishes. 2 weeks to win her over or accept you're messed up. Exactly. Ignacio stops at the park gate, clapping me on the shoulder. Good luck, man. You're gonna need it. Thanks for the vote of confidence. What are friends for? He grins, then sobers. Seriously, though, be careful. Sasha's not some conquest you can charm and discard. She meant something to you once. Remember that. I remember. I watch him jog off toward the subway, disappearing into the snowy evening. Then I pull out my phone, staring at that Instagram post one more time. Technical perfection isn't enough. Fine. She wants to see more than technique. I'll show her more than technique. I'll show her exactly what she walked away from.
Chapter 7. Sasha. The coffee shop Rachel dragged me to is one of those trendy Brooklyn spots with exposed brick, mismatched furniture, and a chalkboard menu that changes daily. It smells like fresh ground beans and cinnamon, warm and inviting, despite the gray sleet coating the windows outside. So Spill, Rachel settles into the worn leather couch across from me, cradling her latte. What's really going on with this Redford kitchen review? Nothing's going on. I ate there. I'm writing about it. Nonsense. You've been weird all week. I take a sip of my cappuccino, buying time. Rachel's one of those people who can smell evasion from a mile away. Comes with the journalist territory. The food was exceptional, I say carefully. Really exceptional, but the kitchen atmosphere was tense. I'm trying to figure out how to balance those elements. Tense how? The head chef was intense, yelling at his staff, throwing things. It bled into the dining room experience. Rachel leans back, studying me. And this bothers you more than usual because it doesn't. I'm just being thorough. Sasha. What? You're deflecting, which means there's something you're not telling me. Damn it. This is why I don't have drinks with coworkers who are also friends. The lines get blurry. My phone buzzes on the table between us. An email notification lights up the screen from Dreadford@redfordkitchen.com. Subject: professional courtesy. My stomach drops. Who's that? Rachel cranes her neck, trying to see. I flip the phone over. Spam? Since when do you get spam on your work email? Since always. I need to update my filters. But Rachel's already looking at me with that knowing expression. It's from him, isn't it? The chef. I don't. Sasha, your face just went through about 5 different emotions in 3 seconds. It's definitely from him. I flip the phone back over, unlocking it. The preview shows just the first line. I understand you have concerns about Friday's service. I'd like the opportunity to address them. Oh my God, Rachel's eyes widen. He's emailing you? That's either really professional or really sketchy. It's probably just damage control. So read it. I hesitate, finger hovering over the email app. Part of me wants to delete it without looking. The other part, the part that's been thinking about Jace way too much this week, needs to know what he wants. I open it. Miss Bryan, I understand you have concerns about Friday's service. I'd like the opportunity to address them in person, if you're willing. I'm proposing a private tasting at Redford Kitchen. Just you, me, and my best dishes, without the pressure of a full dining room. I know our history complicates things, but I'm asking you to set that aside and give me a chance to show you what this kitchen can really do when I'm not distracted by the past walking through my door. If you're interested, I'm available any evening this week. Name the time. Professionally, Jace Redford. I stare at the screen, reading it twice. Well, Rachel's practically vibrating with curiosity. What does it say? I hand her the phone wordlessly. She reads, her eyebrows climbing higher with each line. Damn. Yeah, Sasha, this is... She stops, rereads. Okay, either this is the most professional response to criticism I've ever seen, or he's trying to manipulate you. Probably the second one. But maybe the first. Rachel, I'm just saying. Look at this. He's being upfront about your history. He's acknowledging he was distracted. That's actually kind of mature. Or calculated. You're so cynical. I'm realistic. He wants to change my review. This is damage control dressed up as olive branch. Rachel hands back my phone, settling deeper into the couch. What are you gonna do? Ignore it. Are you, though? I lock the screen, setting the phone face down on the table. Yes, I'm going to ignore the transparent attempt at manipulation and write my review based on the meal I actually experienced. Which was? Technically flawless, emotionally cold, marred by a kitchen environment that felt hostile. And if he's offering to show you something different, then he should have shown me that Friday night when it mattered. Rachel tilts her head, considering. Counterpoint. Maybe he deserves a second chance. You did show up without warning to review his restaurant. That's gotta mess with someone's head. That's literally my job. I know. But put yourself in his shoes for a second. Someone from your past, someone you clearly have unresolved stuff with, shows up to judge your life's work. You might freak out a little too. I don't want to admit she has a point. Whose side are you on? Yours, always. But I'm also team good journalism, and good journalism means being fair. If he's offering additional information, shouldn't you at least consider it? It's a trap? Maybe. Or maybe it's a legitimate attempt to address your concerns. She pauses. Plus, he's hot. Rachel, what? I've seen his Instagram. Those cheekbones could cut glass. Stop. And those eyes, very intense, very... I'm leaving. No, you're not. She grabs my wrist, laughing. Okay, I'll be serious. I sink back into the couch, glaring at her. Look, she says, her tone shifting to something more genuine. I get that this is complicated. History, feelings, all that messy stuff. But here's the thing. You're a professional. He's a professional. Maybe he really does want a chance to show you what he's capable of without the chaos of Friday night. And maybe he wants to charm me into rewriting my review. So go in with your guard up. Take notes. Treat it like any other assignment. It's not any other assignment. No, but it could be good journalism. Rachel meets my eyes. And honestly, don't you want to know? Know what? If he's changed. If he's grown. If there's more to him than what you saw 4 years ago. The question sits heavy between us. Because yes, part of me wants to know. Wants to see if Jace Redford is still the obsessive, ambitious chef who chose his career over everything else, or if he's evolved into something more. And another part of me is terrified of the answer. Catherine would tell me to go, I say quietly. Catherine would tell you to get the full story, which means hearing him out. I pick up my phone again, rereading the email. Without the pressure of a full dining room. It's tempting. God, it's tempting. This is such a bad idea, I mutter. Probably, but when has that ever stopped you? I start typing before I can overthink it. Chef Redford, I appreciate the offer. Thursday evening works for me. 7 p.m. This is purely professional. I'm giving you an opportunity to address the concerns from Friday. Nothing more. Sasha Bryan. I hit send before I can delete it. Oh my God. Rachel claps her hands. You're doing it. Shut up. You're going on a date with your hot ex-boyfriend. It's not a date. It's a professional tasting. At his restaurant, alone, with candlelight and wine and... Rachel, I swear. My phone buzzes. His response comes through immediately. Thursday at 7. I'll make sure we're not disturbed. Thank you for the chance, Jay. The single initial feels intimate, familiar, like we're still those people who used to text each other constantly, who had our own shorthand and inside jokes. We're not those people anymore. What'd he say? Rachel leans over trying to peek. I show her. She grins. He signed it J. That's boyfriend energy. That's efficient typing. Keep telling yourself that. She finishes her latte, standing to grab her coat. But seriously, Sasha, be careful, okay? I know you think you've got this under control, but emotions are tricky, especially old ones. I'll be fine. Promise me you'll remember why you're really going. For the story, for the review. Not because you're curious about what might have been. I promise. But as we walk out into the sleet-soaked afternoon, I'm not sure I believe myself. My phone stays silent in my pocket as Rachel and I part ways at the subway. But I can feel its weight. Can feel that email burning through the screen. I'll make sure we're not disturbed. I pull my coat tighter against the wind and head underground, already wondering what the hell I just agreed to.
Chapter 8. Jace. Thursday arrives wrapped in fresh snow. I'm at the restaurant by noon, even though Sasha isn't due until 7. Can't help it. Need everything perfect. Need to prove that Friday's chaos wasn't the real me. Or at least not the only me. The kitchen gleams under the overhead lights, every surface scrubbed clean. I've sent the entire staff home for the night. Just me, my ingredients, and 7 hours to prepare the most important meal of my career. No pressure. I start with prep work, mise en place, everything in its place. The foundation of good cooking. Vegetables washed and cut with precision. Proteins portioned and brought to room temperature. Sauces prepped and waiting. My hands move through familiar motions, the rhythm centering me. This is what I know, what I'm good at. In the kitchen, I'm in control. Everywhere else? Not so much. My phone sits on the counter, face up. No messages from Sasha. Not that I expected any. She made it clear this is professional. Nothing more. Fine. Professional I can do. I pull out the duck breasts I've been dry aging for 3 days. They're perfect. The skin taut, the fat rendered just enough. I score them carefully, the knife moving in practice strokes. The door chimes. I look up, heart jumping. But it's just my father, shaking snow off his coat. Thought I'd find you here. He surveys the kitchen, taking in the prepared stations, the organized chaos. Big night. Yeah. You send everyone home? Wanted to cook for her myself. No distractions. He nods slowly, moving to the coffee station. That's either very smart or very stupid. Guess we'll find out. He pours himself a cup, leaning against the counter to watch me work. I hate when he does this. The silent observation, the weight of his judgment hanging in the air. You nervous? He asks finally. No. Liar. I set down the knife, meeting his eyes. What do you want me to say? That I'm terrified this whole thing blows up in my face? That one meal could determine whether my career survives or tanks? I want you to remember why you're doing this. I'm doing it because she's writing a review that could destroy us. Are you? Or are you doing it because you miss her? The question hits like a sucker punch. I grab the duck, arranging it on a plate I don't need yet. This is about the restaurant. If you say so. It is. Jace. His voice drops, serious now. I've watched you work yourself to the bone for 4 years. Watched you bury yourself in this kitchen because it's easier than dealing with what happened. But you can't fake your way through tonight. She'll see right through it. I'm not faking anything. I'm showing her what I'm capable of. And what are you capable of? Besides perfect duck breast and excellent knife skills? I don't answer. Can't answer. Because the truth is, I don't know. 4 years of 16-hour days of obsessing over temperatures and plating, of choosing work over everything else. What does that make me? A great chef, sure, but a good man? A person worth knowing outside these walls? Be honest with her, my father says quietly. About why you made the choices you did. About what you've learned since. That's the only way this works. And if honesty isn't enough, then at least you tried. He sets down his coffee cup, squeezes my shoulder once, and heads for the door. Good luck, son. Then I'm alone again. Just me in the snow falling outside the windows and the ticking clock counting down to 7. I work through the afternoon, perfecting each component. The cherry gas streak for the duck, reduced until it coats the back of a spoon. Fresh pasta dough, rolled thin and cut into perfect ribbons. A chocolate tart that needs 4 hours to set properly. By 6:30, everything's ready. The dining room is empty except for one table by the window, set with crisp white linens and a single votive candle. Simple, intimate, not trying too hard. I hope. I'm changing into a fresh chef's coat when the door chimes again. My heart slams against my ribs. She's early. I move to the front, pushing through the kitchen door. And there she is, standing in the entrance, shaking snow from her dark curls. Sasha looks tired. Beautiful, but tired. Her coat is damp from the walk, her cheeks touched with cold. She's wearing jeans and a simple sweater, not the dress from Friday. This is her off-duty look, the one I remember from lazy Sunday mornings. Hi. Her voice is careful, guarded. Hi. You're early. Subway was faster than expected. She glances around the empty dining room. You really did clear everyone out. Told you I would. So it's just us? Just us. Something flickers in her eyes. Anxiety, anticipation. I can't read her the way I used to. Can I get you something to drink? I ask. Water. Wine. Water would be great, actually. She unwinds her scarf, tucking it into her bag. I had some trouble on the subway. Train broke down between stations, made me realize I'm dehydrated. Coming right up. I head to the bar, filling a glass with filtered water and ice. When I return, she's settled at the table, her notebook already out. All business. Fine. We can start there. Here. I set the water in front of her. She drinks half the glass immediately, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. Thanks. I needed that. Long day? You could say that. She sets down the glass, meeting my eyes. So, how does this work? However you want it to. I've prepared 7 courses, same as the tasting menu, but refined. Better. Better than Friday? Yeah. Bold claim. Try the food, then tell me I'm wrong. The corner of her mouth twitches. Almost a smile. Okay, chef. Impress me. I head back to the kitchen, my pulse steadying now that we're in motion. This I know how to do. Feed people. Make them feel something through flavor and texture and presentation. The first course is simple. Oysters with champagne mignonette. But this time I've added a delicate cucumber granita that cuts through the brine. Clean. Refreshing. A palate cleanser and a statement all at once. I plate it carefully, arranging the oysters on a bed of crushed ice, the granita shimmering like tiny diamonds. When I bring it out, Sasha's making notes on her phone. She looks up, and I watch her expression shift as she takes in the presentation. Wow, just oysters. Not just anything. She reaches for her camera, snapping a few photos from different angles. Then she tries one, her eyes closing as she processes the flavors. I wait, watching, reading her face the way I used to. The cucumber, she says finally. That's new. She takes another oyster, considering. It works. The granita adds texture without competing with the oyster itself. That was the goal. She makes a note on her phone, and I retreat to the kitchen before I can see what she writes. The second course comes together quickly. Seared scallops with cauliflower puree and crispy pancetta. But this time I've added brown butter to the puree, roasted garlic for depth. When I bring it out, she's finishing her water. More? I gesture to the glass. Please. I refill it, then watch as she tries the scallop. Her face does that thing. The small pause, the slight widening of her eyes. She tastes it again, processing. You changed the puree. Yeah. How did you? She stops, shaking her head. Never mind, it's excellent. The brown butter brings out the natural sweetness of the cauliflower without overwhelming it. That's what I was going for. She sets down her fork, looking at me directly. Did you get advance notes on my review somehow? Because these adjustments are awfully specific. No, I just know you. Know how you think about food. The admission hangs between us. Too honest. Too revealing. But Sasha doesn't look away. That was 4 years ago, Jace. You don't know me anymore. Don't I? No, you don't. I should retreat. Should play it safe. Instead, I lean against the table edge, arms crossed. Then tell me, what don't I know? Everything. What I've been doing, where I've been, who I've become. So tell me now. This isn't a date. It's a professional tasting. Can it be both? No. Her voice is firm. Final. I came here to give you a fair shot at addressing my concerns about Friday's service. That's it. Fine. I straighten, professional mask sliding back into place. Then let me address them. You said the kitchen atmosphere was tense, that my perfectionism bled into the dining room. It did. You're right, I was off my game. Distracted. By what? By you. She blinks. Excuse me? You walked into my restaurant without warning. Someone I haven't seen in 4 years. Someone who... I stop, running a hand through my hair. I wasn't prepared. I should have been, but I wasn't. So you took it out on your staff? Yeah, I did. And that was wrong. The admission seems to surprise her. She sits back, studying me. Okay. That's surprisingly self-aware. Don't sound so shocked. 4 years ago, you would have defended yourself, insisted everything was fine. 4 years ago, I was an arrogant jerk who thought technical skill was enough. And now? Now I'm an arrogant jerk who's trying to be better. That almost smile again. At least you're honest about it. That's what you wanted, right? Honesty? Among other things. I retreat to the kitchen, heart pounding. That went... well, maybe. Hard to tell with Sasha. She's always been impossible to read when she's in work mode. The courses continue. Duck with cherry gastrique, my signature dish, the one I've perfected. Fresh pasta with wild mushrooms and truffle oil. Short rib that's been braising for 8 hours, falling apart at the touch of a fork. Between each course, Sasha asks questions. Not just about the food, but about my process, my philosophy, why I cook the way I do. What drives you? She asks over the pasta course, twirling ribbons around her fork. In the kitchen, I mean. What makes you push this hard? I consider the question. Could give her the easy answer. Passion for food, pursuit of excellence, all the crap chefs say in interviews. But she asked for honesty. Fear, I say finally. Her fork pauses halfway to her mouth. Fear of what? Of not being good enough. Of building something this beautiful and having it fall apart because I wasn't perfect enough to hold it together. That's a lot of pressure. Yeah. Do you put that pressure on yourself? Or does it come from somewhere else? I think of my father, his legacy, his expectations, the weight of the Redford name. Both, I admit. She nods slowly, making a note. And your staff? How does that pressure affect them? Honestly, probably not great. I demand a lot. Do you demand it, or do you expect them to read your mind? The question cuts deep. What do you mean? Friday night, you were yelling about temperatures, about plating, about things being off-center. But were you clear about your expectations beforehand? Or were you just reacting when things didn't match the picture in your head? I open my mouth. Close it. She's right. She's absolutely right, and it's infuriating. I expect them to know, I say finally. We've been over this stuff 1,000 times. So you don't communicate in the moment. You just explode when it's not right. I communicate just fine. Do you? Because from what I saw Friday, you communicate through anger and criticism. Not exactly inspiring leadership. It gets results. Does it? Or does it just create an environment where people are too scared to take risks? I stand, grabbing her empty plate more forcefully than necessary. Is this still about the food? Or are we talking about something else now? She meets my eyes, unflinching. We're talking about your craft, your approach, the philosophy that drives what you do. Isn't that what you wanted? A chance to explain yourself? Yeah, but I didn't expect the Spanish Inquisition. Then you don't know much about food journalism. Fair point. I head back to the kitchen, rattled. She's not letting me off easy. Every question peels back another layer, exposing things I'd rather keep hidden. But maybe that's the point. Maybe honesty means letting her see all of it. The insecurity, the fear, the relentless drive that pushes me to perfection and alienates everyone around me. The cheese course comes next. I've paired aged manchego with honeycomb and Marcona almonds, plus a fig jam I made this morning. Simple. Classic. Letting the ingredients speak. When I bring it out, Sasha's looking out the window at the falling snow. It's really coming down, she says. Yeah, might be hard to get home later. I'll manage. She tries the cheese, and I watch her face soften. This is perfect. The fig jam, is that homemade? Made it this morning. It's incredible. The sweetness balances the salt of the manchego without being cloying. That's what I was going for. She takes another bite, thoughtful. Can I ask you something? Sure. Why do you do this? Not the cooking, I know you love that. But this. She gestures around the empty restaurant. The pressure, the stress, the constant need to prove yourself. What's it all for? I sink into the chair across from her. The question deserves more than a standing answer. Because it's the only thing I'm good at, I say quietly. The only thing that makes sense. When I'm in that kitchen, when I'm creating something beautiful out of raw ingredients, I know exactly who I am, what I'm supposed to be doing. And outside the kitchen, I'm just lost. The admission surprises us both. Sasha sets down her fork, her dark eyes soft. That's sad, Jace. Maybe, but it's honest. Yeah, it is. We sit in silence for a moment, the snow falling outside, the candle flickering between us. One more course, I say finally. Dessert. Okay. I retrieve the chocolate tart from the kitchen, the one I've been perfecting all afternoon. Deconstructed, plated with cardamom ice cream and candied orange peel. Exactly like Friday, but better. Everything better. Sasha takes one bite and closes her eyes. Damn. Good? Really good. The cardamom, it shouldn't work, but it does. It makes the whole thing sing. I feel something loosen in my chest. Pride. Relief. Something close to hope. She finishes the dessert slowly, savoring each bite. When she's done, she sits back, meeting my eyes. Thank you, she says. For this. For being honest. Did it change anything? I don't know yet, but it helped me understand you better. Understand why you do what you do. Is that good or bad? It's complicated. Story of my life. She smiles then. A real smile, not the careful professional one. And for a moment, we're just Jace and Sasha again. Two people who used to know each other. Used to love each other. Until we didn't.
Chapter 9. Sasha. I set down my fork, the last bite of chocolate still melting on my tongue, rich and decadent. The sweetness lingers, but reality's creeping back in. I should get going. Jace glances toward the window, his expression shifting from relaxed to concerned. You're taking the subway? In this? I follow his gaze. The snow's coming down harder now. Thick flakes swirling past the glass in aggressive gusts. White blankets the street outside, muffling the usual city noise. I hadn't realized how late it got. How long we've been sitting here talking, eating, existing in this weird bubble where the past few years didn't happen. Of course. How else would I get home? He leans back in his chair, one eyebrow lifting in that infuriatingly attractive way he has. You're crazy. It's nearly midnight and there's a snowstorm out there. I've handled worse. I pull my phone from my bag, checking the time. Damn, it really is almost midnight. I'm driving you. The words land between us like a challenge. No, you're not. Sasha. His voice firms up, dropping lower. That commanding tone I remember too well. The one that used to make my knees weak. Still does, if I'm being honest with myself. I'm not letting you get on the subway at midnight in a blizzard. That's insane. I'm perfectly capable. I know you're capable. I'm still driving you. We stare at each other across the table, neither willing to back down. Classic us. Always pushing, always testing. Finally, I sigh. Fine, but I'm not giving you my address. How am I supposed to drive you home if I don't know where you live? Drop me at a corner. I'll walk the rest. In a snowstorm. Better than you knowing where I live. He runs a hand through his hair, frustration bleeding through his professional mask. Christ, you really think I'm that much of a creep? No, I think keeping boundaries is smart. Fine, whatever. Let me grab my coat. He disappears into the back while I gather my things, wrapping my scarf tight around my neck. Through the window, I can see the snow accumulating on parked cars, the sidewalks already buried under white. Maybe he has a point about the subway. Jace returns wearing a heavy black coat, keys jangling in his hand. Ready? Yeah. We step out into the cold, and I'm immediately hit by the wind. Snow stings my face, swirls into my eyes. Jace moves close, not touching, but near enough that I can feel his warmth cutting through the bitter air. Cars around the corner, he says, voice raised over the wind. We walk in silence, our footsteps muffled by fresh snow. The streets are eerily quiet, most people smart enough to stay inside. A plow rumbles past, orange lights flashing through the white haze. His car is a sleek black sedan, already covered in a thin layer of snow. He brushes off the windshield while I wait, shivering despite my coat. Get in, he says, unlocking the doors. The interior is warm, the leather seats heated. I sink into the passenger side, grateful for the escape from the wind. Jay slides behind the wheel, starting the engine. Heat blasts from the vents, and I hold my frozen hands in front of them. Where am I going? He asks. I hesitate, then, Upper West Side, near Columbia. He glances at me, surprise flickering across his face. You're living uptown? Temporarily. I'm subletting from a friend. Fancy? It's cheaper than you think. He pulls out into the empty street, windshield wipers working overtime against the falling snow. The car moves smoothly, headlights cutting through the storm. For a while, neither of us speaks. Just the sound of the wipers, the hum of the heater, the muffled quiet of snow-covered streets. Thank you, I say finally. For tonight. Add for the meal. You don't have to thank me. It's my job. Still, he keeps his eyes on the road, but I catch the slight tension in his jaw. Did it help with the review? I don't know yet. Honest answer, it's the only kind I have. We stop at a red light, the intersection completely deserted. Jace drums his fingers against the steering wheel, a nervous habit I remember. Can I ask you something? His voice is careful, measured. Depends on the question. Why'd you really come back to New York? 6 months is a long assignment. You could have said no. I watched the snow accumulate on the windshield between wiper passes. Maybe I wanted to prove I could. Prove what? That I'm not running anymore. That I can be in the same city as you without it mattering. Does it matter? The light turns green. He accelerates slowly, the car's tires gripping the slick pavement. I don't know, I admit. I thought I was over it, over you. But then I walked into your restaurant and I stop, shaking my head. Never mind. In what? Nothing. Forget it. Sasha. Just drive, Jace. He does, but the silence feels heavier now, loaded with all the things we're not saying. We turn onto Broadway. The street's slightly better plowed here. A few taxis crawl past, their passengers hunched against windows. The city feels surreal in the snow, softened and strange. I'm sorry, Jay says quietly. For how things ended, I should have said that years ago. My chest tightens. You're saying it now because of the review. I'm saying it because it's true, because I handled everything wrong and you deserve better. Yeah, I did. I know. We passed Lincoln Center, the fountain buried under snow. I used to meet him here sometimes, back when we were together, late nights after his shifts, stealing an hour before he had to be back in the kitchen. You've changed, I say. Tonight, the way you talked about the food, about yourself. That's not the Jace I remember. People grow up. Do they? Or do they just get better at hiding? He glances at me, something unreadable in his expression. What do you want me to say? That I'm still that obsessive jerk who chose work over everything? That I haven't learned anything? I want you to be honest. Are you really different? Or are you just performing for me? The question hangs between us. I don't know, he says finally. Maybe both. Maybe I'm trying to be different, and the only way I know how is to perform until it becomes real. The honesty surprises me. This version of Jace, the one who admits uncertainty, who doesn't have all the answers, is new, unfamiliar, dangerous. Turn left here, I say. He follows my directions through the residential streets, the brownstones elegant under their coating of white. We pull up in front of my building, a classic pre-war with a green awning. Jace puts the car in park but doesn't kill the engine. This is me, I say. Nice place. He leans back in his seat. Thought you didn't want me knowing where you lived. It's only temporary. Right, 6 months. I unbuckle my seatbelt, reaching for the door handle, but I don't pull it. Just sit there, the heat still blasting, the snow still falling outside. Can I ask you something now? I say. Fair's fair. Why'd you really want me to come tonight? Was it about the review or was it about us? He's quiet for a long moment. Then, maybe both. Maybe I wanted to prove I could cook for you without everything falling apart, that I'm more than the worst version of myself you remember. And did you prove it? I don't know. Did I? I meet his eyes. In the dim light from the dashboard, they're darker than usual, the blue almost navy. There's vulnerability there, carefully controlled but visible. The Jace I knew never showed vulnerability. The food was incredible, I say softly. Probably the best meal I've had all year. You should be proud. But I still don't know if it changes anything. He nods slowly. I understand. Do you? You're a professional. You're going to write what you think is fair, and I have to accept that. Yeah, you do. I open the door, cold air rushing in, But before I can step out, Jay speaks again. Sasha. I pause, half in, half out of the car. I meant what I said earlier about being lost outside the kitchen, but tonight, talking to you, cooking for you, I felt like maybe I could find my way. The words hit somewhere deep, somewhere I thought I'd locked up tight. Good night, Jace. Good night. I step into the snow, closing the door behind me. The car idles at the curb as I walk to my building, dig out my keys, push through the door. Only when I'm inside, shaking snow from my hair in the warm lobby, do I hear him drive away. I take the elevator up, unlock my apartment, drop my bag by the door. My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. Made sure you got in safe. Drive carefully tomorrow. Jay. I stare at the message, my finger hovering over the keyboard. Then I delete it without responding. Professional. This stays professional, even if part of me wishes it didn't have to.
Chapter 10. Jace. The knife slips. Not much. Just a millimeter off the perfect julienne I'm attempting. But in a kitchen that demands precision, where my father, Chef Emmett Redford, has drilled the importance of flawless technique into my skull since I was old enough to hold a blade, it might as well be a mile. Damn! I set down the knife with more force than necessary, the clatter against the stainless steel louder than I intended. I stare at the carrots scattered across my cutting board like orange confetti, evidence of my distraction. This is crap. I don't make mistakes like this. Not anymore. Not after years of me working hard to prove I deserve my place in this kitchen. Marco glances over from his station, eyebrow raised, concern flickering across his face. He's seen me work through hangovers, injuries, and the kind of exhaustion that makes your vision blur. This is different, and we both know it. You good, Chef? Fine. The word comes out clipped, sharper than he deserves. I'm not fine. Haven't been fine since I dropped Sasha off last night and watched her disappear into that brownstone, the door closing behind her like a final punctuation mark. She took something vital with her when she left, something I didn't even realize I still had to lose. The kitchen buzzes around me, a living, breathing entity. Lunch prep in full swing, the familiar rhythm of knives hitting boards and pans clanging and shouted orders bouncing off tile walls. Normally this centers me, grounds me. The chaos makes sense here, follows patterns I understand. Today it's just noise, an assault on senses already raw from lack of sleep and too much thinking. I grab another carrot, forcing myself to focus. Perfect cuts. Perfect technique. Let the work speak. Except the work isn't speaking. My hands move through familiar motions, but my brain's stuck replaying last night. The way she looked across that table, candlelight catching in her dark eyes. The soft catch in her voice when she said the food was incredible. The fact that she still hasn't responded to my last text. Chef? Marco's beside me now, concern creasing his face. You've been working on mirepoix for 20 minutes. We've got enough to last a week. I look down. He's right. Mountains of perfectly diced vegetables cover my station. Taking a break. I strip off my gloves, heading for the back door. The alley behind the restaurant reeks of garbage and grease, but the cold air slaps some sense into me. I lean against the brick wall, pulling out my phone. No messages from Sasha. Obviously. Why would there be? I scroll through Instagram instead. Her latest post is from this morning. A photo of coffee and a notepad, caption reading. When the story writes itself, but you're still searching for the right words. The comments are full of speculation. People asking if it's about Redford Kitchen, if the review's coming soon, what she really thought. She hasn't responded to any of them. I should put the phone away. Should get back to work, focus on tonight's service, stop obsessing over a woman who made it clear she's keeping this professional. Instead, I open my messages. Start typing. Hey, about last night. Delete. I know you want to keep this professional, but... Delete. Can we talk? Delete, delete, delete. What the hell am I doing? She's writing a review that could make or break my reputation, and I'm acting like some lovesick teenager trying to craft the perfect text. I shove the phone back in my pocket and return to the kitchen. The afternoon crawls by. Prep work, taste tests, adjusting seasonings on the evening's specials. My father stops by around 3, surveying the kitchen with his usual critical eye. "You're distracted," he says. Not a question. "I'm fine. How'd last night go?" "Good. Food was perfect." And nothing. She ate, she took notes, she left. He studies me, seeing too much. "You drove her home. How'd you?" "Ignacio texted me. Said you asked him about making grand gestures." He crosses his arms. "So, did it work?" "I don't know. Maybe. She said the food was incredible. But she still hasn't responded to my follow-up text, still keeping me at arm's length. Smart woman. Whose side are you on?" "Yours. Which is why I'm telling you that whatever you're planning, tread carefully. You can't manipulate someone into forgiving you." "I'm not trying to manipulate." "Aren't you? You cooked her a private meal, drove her home in a snowstorm, sent a text checking on her safety. Those are boyfriend moves, Jace, not professional courtesy." I swallow thickly. "I was being nice. You were being strategic, and she knows it." He moves closer, voice dropping. "If you want her forgiveness, earn it honestly. Don't play games." "I'm not." "Yes, you are, and it's going to blow up in your face." He claps my shoulder once, firm. "Think about what you really want here. The good review, or the girl?" He leaves before I can answer. The question haunts me through dinner service. What do I want? Both. I want both, damn it. The recognition, the success, the proof that I've built something worth protecting. And Sasha. I want Sasha back in my life in whatever form she'll allow. Greedy. I'm being greedy. But when have I ever been anything else? Service ends around 11. The kitchen empties out, staff heading home to their lives, their families, their normal Friday night plans. I stay behind, wiping down stations that are already clean. My phone buzzes. Finally, a message from... Nope. Just Marco confirming tomorrow's delivery schedule. I'm pathetic. I'm about to call it a night when my phone buzzes again. This time it's actually her. "Are you free Sunday afternoon?" My heart slams against my ribs. I force myself to wait 30 seconds before responding. Don't want to seem desperate. "Yeah. What's up?" 3 dots appear. Disappear. Appear again. "I'm reviewing a new Italian place in the West Village. Thought you might want to come along. Professional development. Observe how a critic works, that kind of thing." I read it twice, searching for subtext. "You're inviting me to watch you review a restaurant. Is that weird?" "It's probably weird. Never mind." "No, I'm in. What time?" 2 o'clock. I'll text you the address." Sounds good. 3 dots again. Then, "This is just work, Jace. Don't read into it." "Wouldn't dream of it." Liar. I'm already reading into it, analyzing every word choice, every implication. She wants me there. Invited me herself. That has to mean something. Or maybe she's just being professional, giving me insight into her process, helping me understand the other side of the culinary world. Or maybe... Stop. I say it out loud to the empty kitchen. Just stop. I grab my coat and head out into the cold night, snow crunching under my boots. The streets are quieter now, post-storm calm settling over the city. My apartment is dark and silent when I arrive. I pour myself a scotch, standing at the window overlooking the street. Sunday, 2 days away. 2 days to not screw this up. I pull out my phone one more time, typing quickly before I can second-guess myself. Looking forward to it. Thanks for the invite. Send. Her response comes almost immediately. Don't make me regret it. I smile despite myself. No promises. The 3 dots appear, then disappear. No response, but I'll take it. It's more than I had this morning. I finish my scotch and head to bed, already planning what I'll wear, what I'll say, how I'll prove to Sasha Bryan that giving me a second chance, professionally or otherwise, won't be a mistake. Even if I'm not entirely sure that's true.
Chapter 11. Sasha. Sunday arrives cold and bright, the kind of winter afternoon where the sun bounces off snow-covered streets and makes everything look cleaner than it is. I spot Jace outside the restaurant before he sees me. He's leaning against a lamppost, hands shoved in his coat pockets, breath visible in the frigid air. Jeans, dark sweater, that same black coat from Thursday night. Casual, guarded. He straightens when he notices me approaching. Hey. Hey. I stop a few feet away, maintaining distance. Ready? As I'll ever be. We push through the door into warmth and the smell of garlic and fresh bread. The place is small, maybe 20 tables, exposed brick walls covered with family photos and vintage Italian posters. Homey, the exact opposite of Redford Kitchen's sleek sophistication. The hostess greets us with a genuine smile. Buongiorno. 2? Reservation for Brian. Of course. Right this way. She leads us to a corner table, natural light streaming through the window. I settle into my seat, pulling out my notebook and phone. Jace takes the chair across from me, his eyes already scanning the room. So, he says, unbuttoning his coat. How does this work? I observe everything: ambiance, service, food quality, value, take notes, photos, then I write what I experienced. That's it? That's it. Our server appears, mid-20s, warm energy, probably an actor waiting for his big break. Welcome to Nona's. Can I start you with some water? Still or sparkling? Still is fine for me, I say. Same. He disappears. Jace leans back, one arm draped over the empty chair beside him. Relaxed. Too relaxed. You're different today, I observe. Different how? Less intense, not coiled tight like you're about to explode. I'm not in my kitchen. Don't have to control everything. Must be nice. His mouth quirks. You have no idea. The server returns with water and bread, along with a simple basket with olive oil for dipping. I make notes on my phone while Jace watches, curiosity flickering across his face. What are you writing? That the bread's still warm. Good sign. He reaches for a piece, tearing it in half. Steam rises from the soft interior. He dips it in the oil, chews thoughtfully. House-made, he says. Probably baked this morning. Good crust-to-crumb ratio. Look at you being all technical. Can't turn it off? I know the feeling. The server returns. Have we had a chance to look at the menu? I haven't even opened mine. Give us a few minutes. Take your time. Once he's gone, I flip through the menu. Classic Italian-American fare. Nothing revolutionary, but the descriptions are straightforward and honest. No foam, no deconstruction, no molecular gastronomy. What looks good to you? Jace asks. I usually order a variety, get a sense of their range. Smart. It's my job. Right. Professional development. He grins, and something in my chest tightens. That smile used to undo me completely. Still does, apparently. When the server comes back, I order the meatballs, carbonara, and eggplant parmigiana. Jace adds the braciole without looking at the menu. You know this place? I ask once we're alone again. Heard about it. Chef's name is Antonio Costa. Came up through the old-school Italian kitchens in the Bronx. No formal training, just learned from his grandmother. And that bothers you? What? No, why would it? Because you're all about technique and precision. Self-taught chefs don't exactly fit that mold. He breaks off another piece of bread, considering. Formal training matters, but passion matters more. You can teach someone to brunoise vegetables perfectly. Can't teach them to give a damn about whether people enjoy eating their food. That's surprisingly humble. Don't sound so shocked. 4 years ago, you would have said formal training is everything. 4 years ago, I was an idiot. The admission hangs between us. I take a sip of water, buying time. So why am I really here? He asks. I told you, professional development. Nonsense. You could have written about this place without dragging me along. Maybe I thought you needed to see how other chefs operate. Other chefs who don't yell at their staff? Direct hit. His jaw tightens, but he doesn't look away. Yeah, I say. Exactly that. The meatballs arrive first. 3 of them, enormous, swimming in marinara, topped with fresh basil and shaved parmesan. Simple, beautiful. I take a photo from multiple angles, then cut into one. The interior is impossibly tender, steam rising. I try a bite. Oh my God. Good? Really good. The meat's perfectly seasoned and the sauce. I take another bite. It's bright. Fresh tomatoes not canned. Probably San Marzano. Jace tries one, his expression shifting as he processes the flavors. Damn, that's legit. Right? We eat in comfortable silence for a moment. Then the carbonara arrives, followed by the eggplant parmigiana and his braciole. The carbonara is creamy perfection. The pasta cooked exactly al dente. The eggplant is crispy outside, tender inside. The cheese melted and golden. His braciole looks incredible. Thin sliced beef rolled around breadcrumbs and cheese, braised until it's falling apart. Jace pauses, searching for words. This is what food should be. What do you mean? Honest? No pretense. Just good ingredients cooked well. With love. I make notes, capturing his reaction along with my own observations. Your review of my place? He says quietly. You think I'm missing this? The honesty? I think you're so focused on perfection that you forget why people come to restaurants in the first place. Which is? To feel something, to connect, to experience joy. I set down my fork. Your food is technically flawless, but it's cold, Jace. Distant. Like you're showing off instead of sharing. He flinches. That's harsh. It's true. So what am I supposed to do? Dumb down my technique? Serve spaghetti and meatballs? No. But maybe stop treating every plate like it's a test you have to ace. The server appears, checking on us. How is everything? Perfect, I say, meaning it. Wonderful. Chef will be happy to hear that. Once he's gone, Jace leans forward. Can I meet him? The chef? Why? Because I want to understand how he does it, how he makes food this good, without the formal training, without the pressure I put on myself. You really want to know? Yeah, I do. I signal the server. Is Chef Costa available? We'd love to say hello. Let me check. Moments later, a man in his 60s emerges from the kitchen, wiping his hands on his apron. He's stocky, gray-haired, with kind eyes and flour dusting his forearms. You wanted to see me. His accent is thick, musical. I stand, extending my hand. Sasha Bryan, Culinary Chronicles. This meal was incredible. Ah, the food critic. His face lights up. My server told me you were here. I'm honored. This is Jace Redford. He's the head chef at Redford Kitchen. Of course I know. Your duck is famous. He shakes Jace's hand enthusiastically. What brings you to my humble restaurant? Jay stands, something shifting in his posture, softer, more open. I wanted to meet the man behind this food. It's exceptional. You're too kind. Please, sit. Antonio pulls up a chair, settling in like we're old friends. You like the meatballs? They're perfect, I say. What's your secret? No secret. Just my Nona's recipe. She made them every Sunday when I was a boy. His eyes get distant, warm with memory. She'd say, Antonio, cooking is love. You make people happy. You feed their soul, not just their stomach. Jace leans forward, elbows on the table. How do you maintain consistency without formal training? Antonio laughs, rich and genuine. Formal training? What is that? Someone teach you to taste? To feel when the sauce is ready? No. You learn by doing, by caring, by paying attention. He taps his chest. The best recipes are here, in your heart, not in a book. But technique? Technique is important, yes, but technique without passion, that's just mechanics. He looks between us. You both understand food. I can tell. You know the difference between eating to survive and eating to live. I glance at Jace. His face has softened, the usual tension absent. He's listening, really listening. Thank you, Jace says quietly, for the reminder. Reminder of what? Why I started cooking in the first place. Antonio claps him on the shoulder. Good. Now you remember you cook better. Make people happy, not just impressed. He stands, smiling. Dessert is on the house. Try the tiramisu. My daughter made it this morning. He disappears back into the kitchen, leaving us in charged silence. Well, I say finally, that was enlightening. Yeah, it was. Jace meets my eyes. Thank you for bringing me here. You needed to see it. I know. He breaks off another piece of bread, though the basket's nearly empty. Can I ask you something? Depends. Why food criticism? What made you choose this? I consider the question. Could give him the easy answer about loving food and writing, but he's been honest with me. I should return the favor. Because I want it to matter, I say. To have a voice that people listen to, respected. Growing up, I was invisible. Good student, quiet kid, didn't make waves. Food was the first thing I felt passionate about, the first thing where I had opinions worth sharing. You were never invisible to me. The words land soft, sincere, dangerous. I was invisible when you were in the kitchen. He doesn't argue. Can't argue. We both know it's true. The tiramisu arrives. 2 portions, perfectly composed. I take a bite. It's heavenly. The coffee soaked through layers of mascarpone and ladyfingers, cocoa dusted on top. This is what I mean, I say. This feeling right here. The joy of something simple and perfect. That's what your food is missing. And you think I can learn it? I think you already know it. You just forgot. We finish dessert in silence. When the check comes, Jace grabs it before I can. My treat. This is a working lunch. I don't care. Let me. I let him. Outside, the afternoon sun slants low, casting long shadows across the snow. We stand on the sidewalk, neither quite ready to leave. So, Jace says. Did I pass? Pass what? Whatever test this was. I smile despite myself. It wasn't a test, it was an education. For me or for you. Maybe both. His phone buzzes. He checks it, frowning. I need to get back. Prep for tonight's service. Of course. But Sasha? He meets my eyes, something vulnerable in his expression. Thank you. Really. This meant a lot. You're welcome. We stand there, breath visible in the cold, the moment stretching. Then he leans in, just slightly. Not enough to invade my space, but enough that I feel the shift. I'm going to do better, he says quietly. With the kitchen, with my staff, with everything. I hope you do. He nods once, then walks away, disappearing into the subway. I stand on that sidewalk longer than I should, watching the space where he was. My phone buzzes. A text from Catherine. How's the Italian place? I type back quickly. Incredible. Review coming tomorrow. What I don't add? And I might have just complicated everything with Jace Redford all over again, because that's exactly what I did, and I'm not sure I regret it. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Jace. The kitchen feels different tonight. Same stainless steel, same heat, same ingredients waiting to transform into something worth eating. But I'm moving through it like water instead of forcing my way through concrete. Behind! I call, pivoting past Marco with a pan of seared halibut. He glances up, surprise flickering across his face. I never announce myself. Never have to. People just get out of my way. The fish hits the plate with precision, but not the obsessive kind. I'm focused, but not strangled by it. The garnish goes on. Microgreens, a drizzle of Beurre Blanc, a sprinkle of sea salt, and it looks good. Better than good. It looks like someone who gives a damn made it. Service! I slide the plate across the pass. My father appears beside me, arms crossed, watching the dining room through the window. Sunday dinner service is always busy, but tonight feels smooth. No shouting, no tension crackling through the air like static. You're different tonight, he observes. I shrug, reaching for the next order ticket. Am I? Lighter, like you're actually enjoying yourself. Maybe I am. He's quiet for a moment, studying me the way he does when he's trying to figure out if I'm full of trash. Where'd you go this afternoon? West Village. Little Italian place called Nonna's. With? Sasha. His eyebrows climb. She took you to review a restaurant? Said it was professional development. I start plating the next dish. Duck breast, my signature. But tonight it feels less like proving something and more like sharing it. I needed to see it, I think. See what? That cooking doesn't have to be warfare. I adjust the cherry gas streak, tasting it before the final drizzle. Met the chef. Guy named Antonio Costa. No formal training, just learned from his grandmother. Makes the best meatballs I've ever had. And that bothered you? No, that's what surprised me. The plate comes together perfectly, but I'm not white-knuckling it. He cooks with love, not technique, not ambition, just love. And people can taste the difference. My father's expression shifts. Something I can't quite read. Pride, maybe. Or relief. That what Sasha's been trying to tell you? Among other things. She's smart. Yeah, she is. I send the duck through, already moving to the next order. The rhythm finds me instead of me chasing it. My hands know what to do without my brain micromanaging every movement. Marco bumps my shoulder as he passes. Whatever happened this afternoon, keep doing it. You're actually tolerable right now. Get off. See? Tolerable. Service flows. Orders come in. Dishes go out. The usual pressure's still there. We're a high-end restaurant. People expect excellence. But it doesn't feel like drowning anymore. Around 9, during a brief lull, I pull out my phone. No messages from Sasha. I start typing before I can stop myself. Hey, thanks again for today. Send. 3 dots appear immediately. My heart kicks. You're welcome. Did it help? More than you know. Antonio's philosophy, cooking with heart instead of ego. That hit different. Good. That was the point. I hesitate, then type. Can I see you again? The dots appear, disappear, appear again. For what? Fair question. I could say another restaurant, another lesson, keep it professional. But Antonio's words keep echoing. Make people happy, not just impressed. Dinner, no work obligations, just us. The dots disappear. 30 seconds pass. A minute. My stomach drops. Too far. I push too far. Then her response comes through. Seriously? Yeah, seriously. More dots. This isn't about the review. No, this is about wanting to spend time with someone who reminds me why I fell in love with food in the first place. I hold my breath, watching the screen. Sure. That's it. Just sure. But it's enough. Friday night? I know a place. Not fancy, just good food. Friday works. Text me the address. Will do. I pocket the phone, adrenaline singing through my veins. She said yes. She actually said yes. You're grinning like an idiot. My father's voice cuts through my thoughts. Am I? Yes. And it's unsettling. But he's smiling too. She said yes? To dinner. Friday. Not a working dinner? Nope. Just dinner. He claps my shoulder, firm and warm. Don't screw it up. Planning not to. Good. Because that girl's good for you. Always has been. The rest of service passes in a blur. I'm present, focused, but something shifted. The obsessive need to control every detail has loosened its grip. I'm cooking because I love it, not because I'm trying to prove something. Turns out Antonio was right. That makes all the difference. By 11, the kitchen's clean and the staff's heading out. Marco lingers by the back door, pulling on his coat. Whatever you're doing, he says, keep it up. Best service we've had in months. Yeah? Yeah, you weren't a complete jerk, that's progress. I flip him off. He grins and disappears into the night. Alone in the kitchen, I pour myself a glass of wine and sink onto a stool. My phone buzzes. Another text from Sasha. Just so we're clear, this is casual, right? No expectations? I stare at the message, weighing my response. I could lie. Could say, yeah, totally casual, no pressure. Keep her comfortable, keep her close. But Antonio's voice won't shut up. Cooking is love. You make people happy, not just impressed. Honesty, that's what she deserves. I'd be lying if I said I didn't have expectations. But I'm willing to start wherever you're comfortable. Send before I can delete it. The dots appear. My pulse pounds. Fair enough. See you Friday. I lean back, exhaling hard. Friday. 4 days away. 4 days to not screw this up. My father pokes his head into the kitchen. You heading out? In a minute. He studies me, that assessing look I've known my whole life. You really care about her? Yeah, I do. Then show her. Not with perfect plates or grand gestures. Just show up. Be honest. Be present. That simple? That hard? He moves toward the door, pausing. But you can do hard things, Jace. You've been doing them your whole life. He leaves. The kitchen settles into silence. I finish my wine, rinse the glass, grab my coat. Outside, snow's falling again, soft and quiet. Friday feels both impossibly far and terrifyingly close. But for the first time in 4 years, I'm not afraid of what comes next.
Chapter 13. Sasha. Snow crunches beneath my boots as I walk from the subway, each step deliberate, measured. The air bites at my exposed skin, sharp and clean, but I don't rush. No reason to. Tonight, I'm just Sasha, not a critic, not someone with a deadline looming, not someone who needs to analyze every bite and document every impression. Just me. The lightness feels foreign, strange, like I've been carrying a weight for so long, I forgot what my shoulders felt like without it. I spot the restaurant ahead, small storefront, warm light spilling onto the snowy sidewalk. Nothing pretentious. Jace texted me the address this morning with a simple, "Looking forward to tonight." No pressure, no agenda. Except there's always an agenda with us, isn't there? I push through the door, warmth enveloping me immediately. The space is cozy, maybe 15 tables, exposed brick, vintage jazz playing low. And there's Jace, already seated at a corner table, standing when he sees me. He's wearing dark jeans and a charcoal sweater that fits him too well. No chef's coat tonight. Just a man waiting for, what? A date? A professional colleague? An ex-girlfriend he's trying to win over? Hey! His smile reaches his eyes, genuine and a little nervous. Hey yourself. I unwrap my scarf, shrugging out of my coat. This place is cute, right? Found it a few months ago. Best ramen outside of Tokyo, according to the chef. He helps me with my coat, hanging it on the hook beside the table. The gesture is so automatic, so familiar it makes my chest tight. We settle into our seats. No notebook tonight, no camera, just my phone, face down on the table. You're not taking notes? He nods toward my phone. Not tonight. Why not? Because tonight isn't about work. I meet his eyes. That's what you wanted, right? Just dinner? Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. The server appears, a young woman with bright energy. Welcome to Yuki. Can I start you with something to drink? I order sake. Jace gets the same. When she disappears, silence settles between us. Not uncomfortable exactly, just charged. So, I start. So? He echoes. We both laugh, the tension breaking slightly. This is weird, I admit. Very weird. He leans back, one arm draped over the empty chair beside him. That relaxed posture from Sunday, still present. When's the last time we had dinner? Just the two of us? No work involved? I count backward. 4 years, 2 months. That Thai place in Brooklyn. His eyebrows lift. You remember the exact timeline? I remember a lot of things. Good things? Some. I pause as the server returns with our sake. I take a sip, the warmth spreading through my chest. Mostly good, actually, until it wasn't. He winces. Fair. I'm not trying to be harsh. No, you're being honest. That's what we agreed to, right? He pours himself more sake. I've been thinking about that night. The Thai place, we fought. We always fought toward the end, because I was never there. Not really. Even when I was physically present, my head was in the kitchen. I don't disagree. Can't disagree. You were building something, I say carefully. I understood that. Did you? Because I'm not sure I would have understood if the roles were reversed. He rotates his cup between his hands. You wanted me to choose you, and I chose the kitchen every single time. Yeah, you did. The admission sits heavy between us, but it's not angry anymore. Just true. I'm sorry, he says quietly. I should have said that 4 years ago. Should have fought for us instead of just letting you walk away. Would fighting have changed anything? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe we would have found a way to make it work. Or maybe we would have dragged it out longer and hurt each other worse. He meets my eyes. You think leaving was the right choice? I consider the question, really consider it. I think it was the only choice I could live with. Staying would have meant accepting that I'd always come second, and I'm not built for that. No, you're not. Something flickers in his expression. Admiration, maybe. Or regret. You've done well. Culinary Chronicles. Your Instagram following. All of it. You built something too. Without sacrificing everything else. Is that a dig? It's an observation. He grins despite himself. There's the Sasha I remember, never pulling punches. Would you want me to? God, no. That's what I always loved about you. You never let me get away with nonsense. The word, loved, hangs in the air between us. Past tense, but still loaded. The server returns, saving us both. Have you had a chance to look at the menu? We order quickly. Tonkotsu ramen for me, spicy miso for him, gyoza to share. When she leaves, Jace leans forward, elbows on the table. Can we talk about Sunday? What about it? Antonio, that whole experience. It shifted something for me. I noticed. You did? Your texts have been different, less guarded, more... I search for the word. Present. He smiles, genuine and warm. That's what my father said, that I seem lighter. Are you? Yeah, I think I am. He pauses, choosing his words. I've spent 4 years trying to prove I'm good enough. Good enough chef, good enough son, good enough to deserve the Redford name. And somewhere in all that proving, I forgot why I started cooking in the first place. Which was? Because it made me happy. Because creating something beautiful out of raw ingredients felt like magic. Because watching someone take that first bite and light up, that was the whole point. I feel something shift in my chest. This Jace is different from the man I left behind. Antonio reminded you of that. He did, and so did you. I didn't do anything. You took me there, showed me what I was missing. That's not nothing, Sasha. Our gyoza arrives, perfectly golden and crispy. We each take one, the comfortable silence returning. But it's different now. Warmer. I'm scared, I admit suddenly. He looks up, surprise crossing his face. Of what? Of this. Us, whatever this is. I set down my chopsticks. Because I know how this story goes. We have a nice dinner, some good conversation, maybe things get romantic. And then you get busy, and I get busy, and suddenly we're right back where we started. That's not... It is, Jace. It's exactly what would happen. Because you're still running that kitchen, still chasing perfection. And I'm still building my career. Still trying to make my voice matter. Nothing's actually changed, except we're both older, and maybe slightly less stupid. He's quiet for a long moment, processing. Then, you're right. I blink. I am? Yeah, nothing's changed structurally. I'm still head chef at Redford Kitchen. You're still a food critic. Those things aren't going away. He meets my eyes. But I've changed. How I approach the work. How I treat people. That's different. Is it? Or have you just had a few good days? The question lands hard. I see it in the way his jaw tightens, the way his fingers still against the table. I don't know, he says finally. Maybe you're right. Maybe this is just a momentary shift, and in a week I'll be back to screaming at Marco for undercooked scallops. Exactly. But what if it's not? What if Sunday wasn't just a wake-up call, but an actual change? Don't I deserve the chance to prove that? Prove it to who? Me? Your staff? Yourself? All of it. Our ramen arrives. Enormous bowls of steaming broth and noodles. We eat in silence for a while, the food grounding us both. The ramen is exceptional. Rich broth, perfectly cooked noodles, the pork melting on my tongue. I close my eyes, just experiencing it. Good? Jace asks. Really good. See, sometimes the simple things are the best. I smile despite myself. When did you become so philosophical? When I started listening instead of just talking. We fall into easier conversation then. He tells me about changes he's making at the restaurant. Longer breaks for staff, clearer communication, actually saying thank you instead of just expecting excellence. I tell him about upcoming reviews, places I'm excited to try. It feels normal, easy, like we're two people who genuinely enjoy each other's company, which makes it more dangerous. Can I ask you something? I say as we're finishing our ramen. Sure. What do you want from tonight? From me? Be honest. He sets down his spoon, wiping his mouth with his napkin, takes a breath. I want a second chance, not just professionally, but personally. I want to prove I'm not the same guy who chose work over everything, that I've learned, grown, become someone worth your time. And if I say no, then I accept it. No manipulation, no games. Just respect your decision and move on. You really mean that? Yeah, I do. He pauses, but I'm hoping you don't say no. The vulnerability in his voice does something to me. Cracks the armor I've spent 4 years building. I don't know what to say, Jace. Part of me wants to believe you've changed. That this version of you, the one who listens to Antonio and takes staff breaks and actually enjoys cooking, is real and lasting. And the other part? The other part remembers how much it hurt when you couldn't make time for me. When I was always the thing you'd get to later, after service, after prep, after whatever crisis was happening in the kitchen. I know, and I can't promise I'll never prioritize work. This is who I am, what I do, but I can promise to try, to make you a priority, not an afterthought. That's a big promise. I know. We sit with that, the weight of it settling between us. I'm not saying yes, I say finally, but I'm not saying no either. What are you saying? That we can keep doing this. Dinner, conversation, seeing where it goes. But slowly, no rushing, no pressure. Just being. A smile spreads across his face, genuine and relieved. I can do slow. Can you? Because historically you're terrible at slow. Then I'll learn. The server appears with the check. Jace grabs it again before I can protest. My treat, he says firmly. This is becoming a pattern. Good, let it. Outside, the snow stopped, leaving everything crystalline and quiet. We stand on the sidewalk, breath visible in the cold air. Can I walk you to the subway? He asks. Sure. We walk side by side, close but not touching. The silence comfortable now, familiar in a way that makes my chest ache. At the subway entrance, we stop. He turns to face me, hands in his pockets. Thank you, he says, for giving me this chance. Don't screw it up. Planning not to. He leans in just slightly, testing. I don't pull away. His lips brush my cheek, warm and brief, then he steps back, smiling. Good night, Sasha. Good night, Jace. I descend into the subway, warmth spreading through my chest despite the cold. My phone buzzes as the train pulls in. A text from him. Made it home safe? I smile, typing back. Not home yet, but I will. Text me when you do? Maybe. I'll take maybe. I pocket my phone, settling into my seat as the train lurches forward. This is dangerous. Letting him back in, even cautiously. But maybe dangerous isn't always bad. Maybe sometimes it's exactly what you need.
Chapter 14. Jace. The apartment smells like butter and vanilla when I finally step back from the counter, surveying my work. Chocolate soufflés, individually portioned in ramekins, ready for the oven. The batter's perfect, light, airy, the kind of texture that only comes from properly whipped egg whites and genuine give-a-damn. I check my phone. 7:30. Sasha's probably home by now, curled up on her couch with a glass of wine, reviewing notes for her next assignment. Or thinking about me. Wishful thinking, probably. But a guy can hope. The soufflés need to rest before baking, so I move to the wine rack mounted above my fridge. My collection's modest but carefully curated. Bottles I've picked up from restaurant suppliers, small vineyards I've visited, gifts from my father's industry connections. I pull a 2015 Chateauneuf du Pape, checking the label. It's one of my best. Rich, complex, the kind of wine that deserves good company and conversation. Perfect for showing up unannounced at an ex-girlfriend's apartment with dessert. Christ, when did I become this guy? My phone buzzes. I grab it, hoping for Sasha's name. Ignacio's instead. Damn. I let it ring twice more before answering. Hey. Don't hey me like we're cool. His voice crackles with irritation. Where the hell have you been? Busy. Why? Busy doing what? Because last I checked, you were supposed to be working on getting that review amended or pulled entirely. I lean against the counter, pinching the bridge of my nose. I've been handling it. Handling it how? Because from where I'm standing, you've gone radio silent, and her review publishes soon. I'm aware of the timeline. Are you? Because you don't seem particularly concerned about your reputation taking a massive hit. The soufflés sit on the counter, waiting. The wine bottle sweats slightly from the temperature change. Everything ready for a gesture that has nothing to do with damage control and everything to do with... What? Showing Sasha I care? Proving I'm capable of romance? Look, I say, keeping my voice level. I'm working on it. Trust me. Working on it how? By showing her I've changed, that I'm not the jerk she remembers. Silence. Then, Jace, tell me you're not trying to seduce your way out of a bad review. I'm not. It's not like that. Then what is it like? I grab the wine bottle, tucking it under my arm while I check the soufflés one more time. It's complicated. Complicated meaning you're catching feelings again. I never stopped having feelings. Oh, for Christ's sake! He exhales hard, frustration bleeding through the phone. You're really gonna let your reputation tank because you're too busy mooning over a girl who dumped you 4 years ago? The words sting more than they should. She had good reasons for dumping me. Maybe, but that doesn't change the fact that she's about to publish a review that could seriously damage your career. You know that, right? One bad review from Culinary Chronicles can tank reservations for months. I know. Do you? Because you're acting like none of this matters. I set the wine down harder than necessary. It matters. Of course it matters. But so does being honest with her. So does actually trying to be better instead of just manipulating her into writing what I want. Since when do you care about being better? You've spent your entire career being ruthless. Yeah. And where did that get me? A Michelin star and an empty apartment. Another pause. When Ignacio speaks again, his voice is softer. You really care about her? Yeah, I do. More than the restaurant? The question stops me cold. More than the restaurant? More than the thing I've poured my entire adult life into building? I don't know, I admit. But I know I can't keep choosing the kitchen over everything else. That path leads nowhere good. So what's the plan? Romance her, hope she falls for you again, and pray that translates into a better review? The plan is to show up. Be honest. Let the chips fall where they may. That's not a plan. That's surrender. Maybe surrender's what I need. He's quiet for a long moment. Then, you're seriously gonna try to woo her? Yeah. And if she tells you to get off, then I'll get off. What about the review? What about it? She's going to write what she thinks is fair. I can't control that. You could if you actually tried. I'm done trying to control things I can't control. It's exhausting. Another sigh, this one resigned. Fine, do your thing. But don't come crying to me when your reservations tank and your father's pissed. Noted. And Jace. Yeah? Don't screw this up. If you're really doing this for the right reasons, don't half-ass it. I won't. He hangs up. I stare at the phone for a moment, Ignacio's words echoing. You're really gonna let your reputation tank? Maybe. Probably. But maybe some things matter more than reputation. I grab my coat, carefully packing the soufflés into an insulated carrier I usually use for catering jobs. The wine goes into a separate bag, wrapped in a kitchen towel to prevent breaking. Outside, snow's falling again. Light, delicate flakes that dust my shoulders as I hail a cab. The ride to Sasha's place takes 20 minutes through slush-covered streets. I watch the city slide past the window, second-guessing myself with every block. This is insane. Showing up unannounced with dessert? What am I, a teenager trying to win back his prom date? But Antonio's words keep circling back. Cooking is love. Make people happy, not just impressed. I'm not trying to impress Sasha. Not anymore. I just want to make her happy. The cab pulls up outside her brownstone. I pay the driver, grab my bags, and stand on the snowy sidewalk staring up at the lit windows. She's home. Second floor, lights on. I could still turn around. Could text first, give her warning. Let her say no before I embarrass myself. Instead, I walk up the steps and press her buzzer. Static crackles through the intercom. Then her voice cautious. Hello? It's me. I brought dessert. Silence. Long enough that I think she's going to tell me to leave. Then the door buzzes open. I climb the stairs to her floor, heart pounding harder than it has any right to. This is just dessert. Just a gesture. Nothing worth getting worked up over. Except it's everything. Her door opens before I can knock. She's wearing leggings and an oversized sweater, her curly hair pulled back in a messy bun. No makeup. Just Sasha. Beautiful. Hi, I manage. You brought dessert. She eyes the carrier in my hands. Chocolate soufflés. They need to bake, but I figured we could... I stop, suddenly feeling ridiculous. I should have texted first. Yeah, you should have. But she steps back, opening the door wider. Come in before you freeze. I step into warmth and the smell of whatever candle she's burning. Something vanilla and woodsy. Her apartment is smaller than I expected, but cozy. Books everywhere, plants on the windowsills, a worn leather couch that's seen better days. Nice place, I say. It's temporary. She closes the door, crossing her arms. So, soufflés? I set the carrier on her small kitchen counter, pulling out the ramekins. They're good. Promise. Just need about 15 minutes in the oven. And the wine? Chateauneuf du Pape. Pairs perfectly with chocolate. She leans against the counter, watching me with an expression I can't quite read. You know you didn't have to do this, right? I know. Then why? I meet her eyes. Because I wanted to. Because I spent the afternoon baking and thought about how much you used to love chocolate. Because showing up matters more than playing it safe. Her expression softens slightly. You remembered I love chocolate. I remember a lot of things. She doesn't respond. Just moves to preheat her oven, the small kitchen filling with the hum of heating elements. How hot? She asks. 375. We work in comfortable silence, me arranging the soufflés on a baking sheet, her pulling down wine glasses and opening the bottle with practiced ease. When the oven's ready, I slide the desserts inside, setting a timer on my phone. 15 minutes, I say. Okay. She pours wine into both glasses, handing me one. So, are we going to talk about what you're really doing here? What do you mean? Jace. She sips her wine, eyeing me over the rim. You show up unannounced with homemade dessert and expensive wine. That's not casual. Never said it was. Then what is it? I take a breath. Honesty. That's what we agreed to. It's me trying to show you I'm serious about this, about us. That I'm not just saying the right things, I'm doing them too. By baking, by showing up, by making an effort, by remembering that relationships require more than good intentions. She's quiet, processing. Then, the review publishes in a few days. I know. And you're here anyway. Yeah, I am. Why? Because whatever you write, it'll be fair. And because I'd rather spend tonight with you than worry about something I can't control. She sets down her glass, moving closer. You've really changed. Trying to. No, you have. She reaches up, touching my face briefly before pulling back. The old Jace would have been strategizing, manipulating, doing everything possible to control the outcome. And the new Jace? Standing in my kitchen baking soufflés because he wants to, not because he's playing an angle. Is that a good thing? Yeah. She smiles, soft and genuine. It is. The timer goes off. I pull the soufflés from the oven, perfectly risen, golden brown, the center still molten. Grab spoons, I say. We settle on her couch, sharing the dessert straight from the ramekins. The soufflé is perfect, if I do say so myself, rich and decadent, the chocolate melting on the tongue. Sasha closes her eyes, savoring it. Damn! Good? Really good. She takes another bite. You should put this on your menu. Maybe I will. We eat in comfortable silence, the wine warming us from the inside. Outside, snow continues falling, blanketing the city in white. Thank you, she says finally. For this. For showing up. Thank you for letting me in. She leans against me just slightly. I don't move, afraid to break whatever moment this is. I'm still scared, she admits quietly. Me too. But maybe that's okay. Yeah, maybe it is. We finish the soufflés, finish the wine, and for the first time in 4 years, I'm exactly where I want to be.
Chapter 15. Sasha. I can't stop smiling like an idiot as I reach for the Scrabble box wedged between cookbooks on my shelf. Are you seriously suggesting board games? Jace's voice carries amusement, but something softer too, like he's pleased. What's wrong with board games? I pull the box down, blowing dust off the top. We used to do this all the time. Yeah, 4 years ago. So, I drop onto the floor beside my coffee table, patting the space next to me. Scared I'll beat you? His eyebrows lift. At Scrabble, please, I'm a chef. Words are my thing. Words are your thing? You spend 12 hours a day yelling behind and fire. That's not vocabulary, and it doesn't mean you have a PhD in English. He settles beside me on the floor, close enough that our knees almost touch. Big talk from someone who writes elevated and nuanced in every review. Those are good words. They're lazy words. I shove his shoulder, laughing despite myself. The wines loosen something in both of us, soften the edges we've been carefully maintaining all night. He opens the box, tiles clattering as he dumps them face down on the table. His hands move with the same precision he uses in the kitchen. Efficient, controlled, but there's ease in it now. No tension. 7 tiles each, I say, already reaching for mine. I know how Scrabble works. Just making sure you remember. It's been 4 years. And whose fault is that? The question lands without accusation, just observation. I meet his eyes. Both of ours. Yeah. He arranges his tiles on his rack. Both of ours. We play in comfortable silence for a while. The only sounds the soft clink of tiles and the hum of heat through the radiator. Snow falls steadily outside my window, coating the city in white. I spell out bread on my first turn. 16 points. Jace adds an S to make breads and builds off it with knife. 22. Show off. You started with bread. That's the most basic word a food critic could possibly use. It's strategic, vowel management. Sure it is. I study my tiles, plotting revenge. Crisp, building off his E. 20 points. Not bad. He's already calculating his next move, that familiar furrow appearing between his brows, the one that shows up when he's concentrating. God, I've missed that face. The thought startles me, but it's true. I've missed this. The easy back and forth, the competition that's playful instead of cutting. The way we used to exist together without everything being weighted with expectation. Your turn, he says, pulling me from my thoughts. I'm thinking. You're stalling. I'm strategizing. I play tender, connecting to his D18 points. Respectable. Jace grins. And I know I'm in trouble. He lays down sauté, using the E-tile with obvious satisfaction. 31 points. Are you kidding me right now? What? It's a perfectly legitimate word. You're using chef vocabulary. That's cheating. How is that cheating? It's literally in the dictionary. It's unfair advantage. He laughs, the sound rich and genuine. You're just mad because you didn't think of it first. I absolutely am. But I'm grinning too, the ridiculousness of the argument making everything lighter. We keep playing, the score climbing, the competitiveness ramping up. I'm behind by 30 points and getting desperate. Jace plays whisk, another cooking term, another 20 points. Oh, come on. Don't hate the player. I absolutely hate the player right now. He's laughing again, and the sound does something to my chest. Makes it feel too full, too tight. I need to catch up. My tiles stare back at me. Z, Q, X, U, O, E, N. A disaster of high point consonants with nothing to build. Unless I glance at the board. There's a spot where I could play zone, connecting to one of his words. Decent points. But there's a better play if I'm willing to be slightly unethical about it. Jace gets up to refill our wine glasses, his back turned. I look at the tile bag, then at my terrible rack, then back at the bag. Just one swap, one letter to make this easier. My hand reaches for the bag. What are you doing? I freeze, spin around to find Jace watching me from the kitchen, wine bottle in hand, expression caught between disbelief and amusement. Nothing. You're cheating. I am not. Sasha, your hand is literally in the tile bag. I was just checking if there were more tiles. By feeling around blindly. Yes, that's exactly what I was doing. He sets down the wine bottle, moving back to the floor with deliberate slowness. You're such a bad liar. I'm not lying. I was checking. You were swapping tiles. Don't even try to deny it. Heat floods my body, but I can't stop the giggles rising in my throat. Okay, fine. Maybe I was considering a small adjustment to my rack. A small adjustment? I have a Q, Z, and X. What am I supposed to do with that? Play strategically instead of cheating? That's rich coming from someone using every cooking term in existence. Those are legitimate plays. So is tile management. Tile management is not code for cheating. We're both laughing now. the absurdity of the argument making everything ridiculous. I tried to defend myself, words tumbling out between giggles, but Jace just shakes his head. I can't believe you tried to cheat at Scrabble. I wasn't cheating. But I can't even finish the sentence. I'm laughing too hard, doubling over until I fall sideways onto the rug. Jace looms over me, bracing one hand on the floor beside my shoulder, his face split with a grin. Admit it. Never. Admit you were cheating. I was strategically optimizing my tile situation. That's the worst euphemism I've ever heard. I'm still giggling, breathless with it. The wine and the warmth and his proximity making everything feel slightly unreal. His face is close enough that I can see the flecks of darker blue in his eyes, the slight stubble along his jaw. You're ridiculous, he says, but his voice has dropped lower, softer. You love it. The words slip out before I can stop them. Present tense, not past. His smile shifts into something different, something that makes my stomach flip. Yeah, he says quietly. I do. The air between us changes, charges, and then I'm reaching up, fingers curling into the front of his sweater, pulling him down. He meets me halfway. His lips are warm, tasting like wine and chocolate and 4 years of wanting. The kiss starts gentle, tentative, testing, but that lasts about 2 seconds before heat floods through me and I'm pulling him closer, deeper. Jace makes a sound low in his throat, his weight settling over me as one hand slides into my hair. The tiles scatter across the floor. The game forgotten. Everything else falling away except this. Except him. His mouth moves against mine with the same precision he brings to everything. But there's nothing controlled about it. It's hungry, desperate, like he's been starving for this and can finally let himself have it. I arch up into him, my hands finding skin beneath his sweater, the hard muscle of his back. He groans at the contact, the sound vibrating through both of us. Sasha, my name comes out ragged, barely a whisper against my mouth. Don't stop. Wasn't planning to. He kisses me again, deeper this time, and I'm drowning in it. In him. In the way his hands map familiar territory, like he never forgot. Like his body remembers exactly how mine responds. We've done this before, 100 times, 1,000. But this feels different. New. Like we're not who we used to be, and maybe that's okay. Maybe we're better. His mouth trails down my jaw to my neck, teeth grazing sensitive skin. I gasp, fingers tightening in his hair. God, I've missed you, he breathes against my throat. Show me. He does.
Chapter 16. Jace. Her hands are everywhere, tugging at my sweater, sliding underneath fabric to find bare skin, nails dragging across my back in a way that makes my brain short-circuit. I help her, breaking the kiss just long enough to yank the damn thing over my head and toss it somewhere behind me. Don't care where it lands. Sasha's eyes darken as she takes me in, fingers tracing the lines of muscle I've earned from years of physical labor in hot kitchens. Her touch burns everywhere it lands. Your turn, I manage, voice rough. She sits up enough for me to grab the hem of her sweater, pulling it off in one smooth motion. Black bra underneath, lace against dark skin. And damn, I've definitely missed this. Missed her. I lean down, pressing kisses along her collarbone, down to the swell of her breasts. She arches into me, fingers threading through my hair. Jace. Yeah? Bedroom. Now. Good idea. Great idea. The floor's not where I want to do this. I pull back, standing and offering my hand. She takes it, letting me haul her to her feet. Her leggings come off next, my jeans following, our clothes creating a trail across her apartment to the bedroom. The room's small, dominated by a queen bed covered in soft pillows and a thick comforter. Warm, inviting, very Sasha. I pick her up. She's lighter than I remember, or maybe I'm just stronger, and she wraps her legs around my waist automatically. Muscle memory. Her mouth finds mine again as I carry her the few steps to the bed, laying her down carefully. She bounces slightly, grinning up at me. Show off. Just getting started.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I stay there for a long moment, both of us trying to catch our breath, sweat cooling on our skin in the aftermath. Then I carefully lower her legs from my shoulders, pull out slowly. She whimpers at the loss, and collapse onto the bed beside her. She immediately curls into my side without hesitation, her head finding its familiar place on my chest, one leg thrown possessively over mine. Content. That's the word. For the first time in 4 years, I'm completely, utterly content. That was... She starts. Yeah, we should have done that hours ago. I laugh, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. We had soufflés to eat first. True. Priorities. We lie there in comfortable silence, her fingers tracing lazy patterns on my chest. Outside, snow continues falling, the city muffled and quiet. Stay, she says softly. Wasn't planning on leaving. Good. I pull the comforter over us, wrapping her tighter against me. Tomorrow can worry about itself. Tonight, this is enough. More than enough. Everything.
Chapter 17. Sasha. Morning light filters through my curtains, pale winter sun, making everything soft and hazy. I blink awake slowly, disoriented for a moment before the weight of an arm draped across my waist registers. Jace. In my bed. Because we had sex last night. Damn. I twist my head carefully to look at him. He's still asleep, face relaxed in a way I've never seen when he's awake. No tension, no furrow between his brows, just peaceful. His dirty blonde hair is completely wrecked. My fault, definitely my fault. And there's the faintest shadow of stubble along his jaw. Beautiful. He's stupidly beautiful. And in my bed. Because we had sex. My brain keeps circling back to that fact like it can't quite process it. 1 minute we were playing Scrabble, the next I was cheating at Scrabble, and then somehow his mouth was on mine, and clothes were coming off and... Nope. Not going there. Not right now. I need coffee, and distance, and possibly a time machine. I slide out from under his arm as carefully as possible, holding my breath when he shifts slightly, but he just rolls onto his back, still deeply asleep, one arm flung above his head. The comforter's pooled around his hips, leaving his torso bare. I force myself to look away before I do something stupid like climb back into bed. I grab my robe from the back of the door, wrapping it tightly around myself as I tiptoe out of the bedroom. The apartment looks like a tornado hit it. Our clothes scattered everywhere. The Scrabble board abandoned on the floor, tiles spread across the rug in chaos. Evidence. I start picking up clothes, folding them automatically even though my hands are shaking slightly. His sweater, my leggings, his jeans. What the hell did I do? No, I know exactly what I did. The question is why, Because he showed up with soufflés and wine and that stupidly sincere smile. Because he remembered I loved chocolate. Because for a few hours, it felt like we were those people again. The ones who could spend an entire evening playing board games and laughing about nothing. Because I missed him. I pressed my palms against the cool countertop, breathing deeply. Get it together. Make coffee. Figure out what happens next. The coffee maker gurgles to life, the familiar sound grounding me slightly. While it brews, I survey my fridge with growing horror. Eggs, milk, some questionable vegetables, bread that might be expired. This is pathetic. I'm a food critic with the culinary skills of a college freshman. But Jace is here, and he's going to wake up eventually, and the least I can do is attempt breakfast. I pull out the eggs and bread, setting them on the counter with more confidence than I feel. How hard can scrambled eggs be? People make them every day. 10 minutes later, I'm staring at a pan of what can only be described as egg soup. Damn. I poke at the mess with my spatula, hoping it'll somehow transform into actual eggs. It doesn't. The heat's too high, or too low, or I added too much milk, or not enough, or having trouble. I spin around to find Jace leaning against the doorframe, wearing his jeans and nothing else. His hair is still sleep mussed, his eyes warm with amusement as he takes in my disaster of a breakfast attempt. I'm fine. Everything's fine. He crosses to the stove, peering into the pan. That's definitely eggs. Don't. I wasn't going to say anything. You were thinking it loudly. He grins, reaching around me to turn off the burner. His chest brushes my back, and suddenly I'm very aware of how close he is, how little I'm wearing under this robe. Here. He takes the spatula from my hand, our fingers brushing. Let me help. I don't need help. Sasha, you're a food critic who can't cook eggs. That's like being a race car driver who can't parallel park. That's not the same thing at all. It's exactly the same thing. He's already dumping the egg soup into the trash, rinsing the pan. Sit, watch, learn. I should argue. Should tell him I can handle my own breakfast, that I don't need rescuing. Instead, I perch on one of my kitchen stools, tucking my robe more securely around my legs. Fine, show off your superior egg skills. Not showing off, teaching. He cracks eggs into a bowl with one hand, the motion so effortless it's almost offensive. First mistake, you had the heat too high. How do you know? Because I can see the residue on your pan. Eggs need gentle heat, low and slow. That's what I did. Medium high is not low, babe. The endearment slips out so naturally, I'm not sure he even realizes he said it, but I hear it, and something in my chest tightens. He whisks the eggs with a fork, adding a splash of milk. Second mistake, you're probably stirring too much. Let them set slightly before you move them around. I didn't know eggs had so many rules. Everything has rules. You just have to learn them. He pours the mixture into the heated pan, which he sprayed with cooking spray I didn't even know I owned. See? Already better. I watch as he works, his movements efficient and confident. The eggs start to come together, fluffy and perfect instead of watery and sad. You make it look easy. It is easy. You're just overthinking it. Story of my life. He glances at me, something soft in his expression. Yeah, I know. The toast pops up, making me jump. Jace grabs it, buttering it while somehow also managing the eggs, multitasking like it's breathing. Plates? He asks. I point to the cabinet. He pulls down two, plating the eggs with the same care he'd use for a 5-star meal. The presentation is simple but beautiful. Eggs piled softly, toast cut diagonally, even a sprinkle of pepper on top. He slides a plate in front of me, settling onto the stool beside me with his own. There. Breakfast. I take a bite, The eggs are perfect. Fluffy, seasoned just right, not watery at all. Okay, these are really good. Told you. Still annoying that you're this good at everything. Not everything. You're better at words than I am. Words don't require perfect heat control. No, they just require knowing how to describe something so perfectly that people can taste it through a screen. That's harder. I glance at him, surprised. You think what I do is hard? I think what you do is incredible. You make people care about food in a way most chefs can't. He takes a bite of his eggs. That review you did last month on that pop-up in Brooklyn, I read it 3 times. The way you described the ramen, I could feel the steam, taste the broth. That's a gift. My throat tightens. You read my reviews? All of them. Will you be reading the one about the Redford kitchen? His jaw tightens slightly, but he doesn't look away. Especially that one. We eat in silence for a moment. The eggs taste like ash in my mouth now, guilt settling heavy in my stomach. Jace, don't. He sets down his fork. Don't apologize for doing your job. I could have been kinder. I didn't deserve kind. I deserved honest. He turns to face me fully. And you gave me that, even though it must have been hard, considering our history. It was the hardest review I've ever written. Because you still cared. Yeah, I did. Present tense slips out before I can stop it. His eyes search mine. Do you? Still care? My heart pounds. Would I have slept with you if I didn't? I don't know. Maybe. People do things for lots of reasons. Not me. I don't. I stop, choosing my words carefully. I don't do casual. Never have. I know. So last night wasn't casual. I know. He reaches over, tucking a curl behind my ear. For me either. The gesture is so gentle, so familiar it makes my chest ache. I'm still scared, I admit. Me too. But maybe we figure it out as we go? He offers a small smile. No pressure, no expectations. Just this? I look at him. This man who showed up with soufflés, who taught me how to cook eggs, who's been reading my reviews for months, even after I tore apart his restaurant. Just this. I agree. He kisses me soft and sweet, tasting like coffee and possibility. When we break apart, he glances at the clock on my stove. Damn, I need to be at the restaurant in 2 hours for prep. On a Sunday? Brunch service, it's our busiest day. Right, because he's still a chef. Still has responsibilities. Still has a life that exists outside this apartment. Reality crashing back in. You should go, I say, even though I don't want him to. I don't want to, but you have to. Yeah. He stands stretching. Come with me. I blink. What? To the restaurant. Watch a service. See what it's really like when we're slammed. You want me to watch you work? Yeah. I want you to see it. All of it. The chaos, the pressure, everything. He grabs his shirt from where I folded it on the counter. No more secrets. No more hiding who I am or what my life looks like. Jace. Unless you don't want to, then that's fine. But the offer stands. I should say no. Should maintain boundaries. Keep some distance while we figure out whatever this is. But Antonio's words echo in my head. Cooking is love. And maybe I need to see that. See him in his element, doing what he loves. Okay? His face lights up. Yeah, I'll come. Good. He pulls on his sweater, then crosses back to me, cupping my face and kissing me deeply. Thank you. For what? For giving me another chance. Don't screw it up. Planning not to. He heads toward the door and I follow, still in my robe, still processing everything that's happened in the last 12 hours. At the door, he pauses. Sasha? Yeah? See you in an hour? I'll be there. He leaves, and I lean against the closed door, exhaling hard. What the hell am I doing? But even as I ask the question, I know the answer. I'm giving us a chance.
Chapter 18. Jace. The kitchen thrums with Sunday brunch energy. Every burner fires at once, pans clanging, Marco calling out orders, the scent of bacon and butter and fresh pastries thick in the air. I'm in my element. Duck hash. Sear. Flip. Plate. Hollandaise. Whisk. Temp check. Drizzle. Everything flows. Muscle memory taking over while my brain operates on autopilot. Sasha's in the dining room. I catch glimpses of her through the pass, seated at a corner table with her notebook, coffee cup steaming, that focused expression she gets when she's observing. Not reviewing, just watching. Something warm settles in my chest every time I spot her. Behind! I pivot past one of the line cooks, sliding a finished plate across the pass. Eggs Benedict, table 6. The morning rushes by. Orders pile up, tickets printing in rapid succession. But there's no chaos, no shouting. I'm managing the flow instead of fighting it, keeping my voice level even when someone overcooks the bacon or underpours the batter. Chef, we're running low on chives, Marco says, appearing at my elbow. There's more in the walk-in. Grab them. On it. He disappears. I turn back to the grill, flipping hash browns with practiced precision. The rhythm finds me. Plate, garnish, wipe, send. Plate, garnish, wipe, send. Antonio's words keep echoing. Make people happy, not just impressed. I glance through the pass again. Sasha's writing something, her pen moving quickly across the page. My stomach tightens briefly before I force myself to focus. Whatever she's writing, I can't control it. All I can do is cook. The lunch rush hits around 11:30. Families, couples, tourists escaping the cold. The dining room fills completely, every table occupied, servers moving with choreographed efficiency. 3 French toast, 2 Benedicts, 1 hash, Marco calls out. Heard. I'm 3 orders deep when my father appears beside me, arms crossed, watching me work with that assessing expression he's perfected over 40 years in the business. You're different today, he observes quietly, voice pitched low enough that only I can hear over the kitchen noise. Am I? Calmer, focused but not strangled by it. I plate the French toast, powdered sugar, fresh berries, maple syrup in a small pitcher on the side. Maybe I'm just having a good day. Or maybe Sasha's influence is rubbing off. She's just watching service. And you're cooking like you actually enjoy it instead of treating it like warfare. He pauses. That's progress. I don't respond, sending the plates through and grabbing the next ticket. But something in his words settles warm in my chest. Service flows. Orders come and go. I'm wiping down my station during a brief lull when Ignacio appears in the kitchen doorway, his expression serious. My stomach drops. Ignacio never shows up unannounced, never interrupts service unless it's important. My father notices too, straightening. Ignacio, what brings you here? Hey, Chef Redford. Ignacio nods respectfully at my father before turning to me. Jace, got a minute? I'm in the middle of... It's important. The way he says it, tight, controlled, makes my pulse spike. I strip off my gloves, following him toward the back office while my father watches with narrowed eyes. Once we're away from the kitchen noise, I turn on him. What's going on? We need to talk about that partnership we discussed. Now? In the middle of Sunday brunch? Yeah. Now. He runs a hand through his hair, looking uncomfortable. Look, I've been thinking about combining our concepts. Redford Kitchen's elevated approach with Nachos street food vibe. Could be something really special. I blink. Okay, that's great, but couldn't this wait until... Except there's a problem. What problem? He glances toward the kitchen, then back to me. The Culinary Chronicles review, dude. The one I've been begging you to get taken down. Word's out that it's not good, Jace. Really not good. I've got investors asking questions, wanting to know if partnering with you right now is smart. How do you know what she's writing? I don't, not for sure. But the buzz is bad. People are speculating, and speculation affects business. So you're pulling out? Based on rumors? I'm hesitating. There's a difference. He leans against the wall, looking genuinely conflicted. I believe in what you're doing here. Your food's incredible. Your technique's flawless. But if that review tanks your reputation, partnering with you becomes risky. The words hit like physical blows. I force myself to breathe, to stay calm even though rage is building hot behind my sternum. The review hasn't even published yet, but it will. And you're making business decisions based on gossip? I'm making business decisions based on reality. A bad review from Culinary Chronicles could damage both our reputations if I decide to go ahead and work with you. My father appears in the doorway, his expression unreadable. Everything okay here? Fine, I say through clenched teeth. Ignacio was just leaving. Actually, Ignacio straightens, addressing my father directly. Chef Redford, I came to discuss a potential partnership, combining Nachos with the Redford Kitchen's brand, but I'm concerned about timing given the upcoming review situation. My father's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. What review situation? The one Sasha Bryan's writing, for Culinary Chronicles. Understanding flashes across my father's face, followed by something that looks like disappointment. He turns to me. Is this true? This speculation is crap! The words explode out of me, louder than intended. Several staff members glance our way before quickly looking away. I lower my voice, forcing control. She hasn't published anything. Whatever people think they know is just gossip. My father studies me with that penetrating gaze that's always made me feel like a kid caught lying. Where is she now? In the dining room, watching service. After writing what's rumored to be a damaging review. We're not... I stop, realizing how this looks. My ex-girlfriend here watching me work after writing a potentially career-ending review. It's complicated. I'll bet it is. My father turns to Ignacio. Give us a moment. Ignacio nods, retreating quickly. Smart man. Once we're alone, my father crosses his arms. What's going on, Jace? Nothing. I'm just trying to run a service. Don't try me. You've got your ex-girlfriend in the dining room, rumors of a bad review circulating, and potential business partners getting cold feet. That's not nothing. I lean against the desk, exhaustion suddenly crashing over me. I'm handling it. Are you? Because from where I'm standing, this looks like a mess. She came to watch service. I invited her. That's all. Why would you invite a critic to watch service before her review publishes? Because I want her to see more than she saw Friday night, to understand what we do here beyond one rush tasting. Or you're trying to manipulate the outcome. The accusation stings because part of me knows it's true, or was true. Before last night, before this morning, before everything shifted. I'm not manipulating her. Then what are you doing? Trying to be better, trying to show her I've changed. Have you? The same question Ignacio asked, the same question I keep asking myself. I'm trying. My father's expression softens slightly. Trying isn't the same as doing. I know that. Do you? Because you're still in here, still working yourself to the bone, still choosing the kitchen over everything else. This is my job. It's my restaurant, my legacy, not yours. He moves closer, voice dropping. You've spent 4 years trying to prove you're good enough. To me, to yourself, to everyone watching. Maybe it's time to ask what you're really chasing. I'm not chasing anything. I'm building something. On whose terms? The question hangs between us. Before I can answer, Marco appears in the doorway. Chef, we need you. Table 8's sending back the eggs. I push off the desk, grateful for the interruption. Coming. My father catches my arm as I pass. Whatever you're doing with Sasha, be honest with her. And yourself. Nothing good comes from lies. I know. Do you? I don't answer. Just head back to the kitchen, the familiar chaos swallowing me whole. But the mood's shattered. Ignacio's words echo through every order, every plate. The review's bad. Really bad. I catch another glimpse of Sasha through the pass. She's still writing, completely absorbed. Writing what? Praise? Criticism? My hands move automatically. Crack eggs, whisk, pour, flip. But the ease from earlier is gone, replaced by tension coiling tight in my shoulders. Chef? Marco's voice cuts through. You good? Fine. You sure? Because you're white-knuckling that spatula. I force myself to relax my grip. I said I'm fine. He doesn't look convinced, but he backs off. The rest of service blurs together. Orders, plates, tickets, mechanical precision without the joy from earlier. By 2 o'clock, the rush finally slows. I strip off my apron, washing my hands in the deep sink while Marco handles cleanup. Through the pass, I see Sasha gathering her things. She's getting ready to leave. Before I can think better of it, I'm striding through the kitchen doors into the dining room. She looks up as I approach, smiling. Hey, that was amazing to watch. Thanks for coming. Thanks for inviting me. She tucks her notebook into her bag. You run a really tight ship. Everyone seems happy, focused. It's impressive. Even after that one bad night, her smile falters slightly. Especially so. This was different. Better. The words should feel like victory. Instead, they just make my stomach churn with guilt. Sasha. I should go. Let you finish up. Wait. I catch her hand before she can leave. Can we talk? Later? After I'm done here? She searches my face, something uncertain flickering in her expression. About what? About us. About the review. About everything. Jace, please. She hesitates, then nods. Okay. Text me when you're free. She leaves, and I'm left standing in the dining room, my father's words echoing. Be honest with her. Nothing good comes from lies. But how can I be honest when I don't even know what the truth is anymore?
Chapter 19. Sasha. The elevator doors slide open with a soft chime, depositing me into the Culinary Chronicle's offices Monday morning. I'm running on 3 hours of sleep and 2 cups of coffee that haven't even begun to touch the exhaustion settling deep in my bones. Worth it, though. I drop my bag at my desk, power up my laptop, and try not to grin like an idiot at the memory of Jace's hands on my... Someone had a good weekend. Rachel appears over the cubicle divider, eyebrows raised knowingly. You're practically glowing. Am not? R2. What happened? Did you finally meet someone who isn't intimidated by your job? If only she knew. Just caught up on sleep. The lie tastes metallic on my tongue, but I can't exactly tell her I spent the weekend having mind-blowing sex with the subject of my upcoming review. Professional boundaries. I still have some. Rachel studies me skeptically before shrugging. Well, whatever you did, keep doing it. You look happy. She disappears back to her desk. I pull up my email, scanning through the usual Monday morning chaos. Pitches from PR firms, follow-up questions from editors, notifications about upcoming assignments. And there, buried in the middle, is the one that makes my stomach drop. From Catherine.Morris@culinarychronicles.com. Subject: Redford Kitchen Review. Final edits before print. Sasha, the Redford Kitchen piece goes to print Wednesday. Need your final sign-off by EOD tomorrow. Any last-minute changes? Wednesday, 2 days. I click open the document, scanning the words I wrote what feels like a lifetime ago. The critique of the kitchen tension. The observations about Jace's controlling nature. The suggestion that technical perfection can't compensate for lack of warmth. Everything I wrote was true. But yesterday, watching him work brunch service, calm, focused, actually smiling at his staff, that was true too. I read through the review again, slower this time. The words feel sharp now, pointed in a way that makes my chest tight. Chef Redford's exacting standards, while admirable in execution, manifest as tension that permeates the space. Except yesterday, there was no tension, just competence and quiet pride, and a man who's clearly worked so hard to change. Multiple instances of raised voices from the kitchen disrupted what should have been an intimate, refined experience. That happened. Once. On a night when he was already stressed, when seeing me threw him completely off balance. Is that fair? To judge his entire operation on one service? I closed the document, rubbing my temples. The review publishes in 2 days. It's already been through editing, fact-checking, Catherine's final approval. Making changes now would be hard for everyone involved. But it would also be honest. I grabbed my phone, pulling up the photos I took during yesterday's service. Jace plating eggs. Benedict with the same care he'd give a Michelin-starred dish. Marco laughing at something while prepping stations. The entire kitchen moving like a well-oiled machine instead of a pressure cooker about to explode. This is who he is now, or at least, who he's trying to be. The review I wrote doesn't reflect that. I take a breath, then stand. Catherine's office sits in the corner, glass walls giving her a view of the entire floor. She's on the phone when I approach, but waves me in. Yes, I'll have my assistant send over the media kit. Perfect. Thanks, David. She hangs up, turning her full attention to me. Sasha, what's up? I need to make changes to the Redford kitchen review. Her eyebrows climb. Changes? The piece is literally going to print in 2 days. What kind of changes? Significant ones. She leans back in her chair, studying me with that sharp gaze that misses nothing. Why? Because I went back, watched a Sunday brunch service, and what I saw was completely different from what I wrote about. Different how? Calmer, more controlled. He's clearly made improvements since I was there Friday night. Catherine drums her fingers on her desk. You understand what you're asking. We'd have to pull the piece back from layout, reassign the designer, push other content to make room. It's a logistical nightmare. I know. And you're sure this is about journalistic integrity and not about whatever's happening between you two personally? Heat floods my face. How did you... Please? You think I don't do my research? Jace Redford was your boyfriend 4 years ago. You broke up, you left the city, he took over his father's kitchen. Now you're back, writing a review of his restaurant, and suddenly you're making last-minute changes after spending more time with him. She pauses. I'm not judging. I'm just making sure you understand the implications. The implications of what? Being fair? The implications of letting your personal feelings influence your professional judgment. I meet her eyes. What I wrote was influenced by personal feelings too, just different ones. Anger, resentment, old hurt. If anything, going back and seeing him work with fresh eyes gives me better perspective. She's quiet for a long moment, considering. Then, what specifically do you want to change? The section about kitchen tension. It needs updating. And I want to add context about his growth, his evolution as a head chef. That's not a small revision. I know, but it's the right one. Catherine studies me, and I can practically see her weighing options: the logistical headache versus journalistic accuracy, the risk of looking inconsistent versus the value of updated information. Finally, she sighs. Fine, but it needs to be flawless. No half-assed rewrites, no wishy-washy equivocating. You give me sharp, honest analysis that reflects both experiences. Can you do that? Relief floods through me. Yes, absolutely. You have until 5 p.m. tomorrow. Miss that deadline, and we go with what we've got. I won't miss it. Good. Now get out of here and start writing. I practically run back to my desk, pulling up the document with renewed energy. Rachel glances over, curious, but I'm already deep in revision mode. Delete the paragraph about raised voices. Replace it with observations from yesterday, the calm efficiency, the way Jace managed his team without tyranny. Add a new section acknowledging growth. What's most impressive about Chef Redford's approach, his clear commitment to evolution. A return visit revealed marked improvements in kitchen management and staff morale, suggesting a chef who's learning to balance his exacting standards with sustainable leadership. I keep the technical praise. That hasn't changed. The food is still exceptional. But I soften the edges, add nuance, acknowledge complexity. The duck description stays. That dish deserves every word of praise I gave it. But I add a final paragraph. Redford Kitchen represents a chef in transition, moving from pure technical mastery towards something more holistic. If Chef Redford continues on this trajectory, prioritizing both excellence and humanity, his restaurant won't just be a destination for food enthusiasts. It'll be a model for how fine dining can evolve. I read it through twice, then 3 times. It's fair, honest, reflects both the flaws I witnessed and the growth I've seen. It's the truth. My phone buzzes, a text from Jace. Free tonight? Want to talk? I stare at the message, guilt and anticipation warring in my chest. I should tell him about the review changes, about how I've been revising based on yesterday. But something holds me back. Maybe the fear that he'll think I'm doing this because of what happened between us, not because it's the right thing to do. I type back. Yeah, your place or mine. Yours. I'll bring dinner. You don't have to cook. I want to. I smile despite myself. Okay, 7? Perfect. I set the phone down and return to the review, polishing phrases, tightening language, making sure every word earns its place. By the time I save the final version at 4:30 p.m. Tuesday, I'm confident this is the piece it should have been from the start. Not vindictive, not overly generous, just honest. I hit send on the email to Catherine, then lean back in my chair, exhaling hard. Done? Rachel asks. Done. How's it feel? I consider the question. How does it feel to have rewritten a review of my ex-boyfriend's restaurant, knowing it could impact his career? Knowing our personal relationship is complicated as hell. Terrifying, I admit. But right. That's the sweet spot. She grins. Now go home and get some rest. You look like you need it. I grab my coat and bag, heading for the elevator. The winter sun is already setting, painting the city in shades of gold and shadow. My phone buzzes again. Another text from Jace. Can't wait to see you. Neither can I realize. Even knowing the review publishes soon. Even knowing he might hate what I wrote. Even knowing we're walking a tightrope between professional and personal that could snap at any moment. I want to see him, and that terrifies me almost as much as hitting send on that revised review. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand.
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla, this story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 20. Jace. The cold bites at my fingers as I balance the insulated carrier and whine against my hip, pressing Sasha's buzzer with my free hand. Snow started falling again, light flakes that catch in my hair and melt against my neck. "Come on up." Her voice crackles through the intercom and the door buzzes open. I take the stairs 2 at a time, adrenaline and anticipation making my heart race. This is different from showing up unannounced with soufflés. She invited me, asked me to come over. That has to mean something. Her door swings open before I can knock. She's wearing dark jeans and a soft cream sweater that makes her skin look luminous, her curls loose around her shoulders. Beautiful. "Hey." She steps back, letting me in. "Something smells amazing." "Braised short ribs. Your favorite." The words slip out before I can think better of them, and I watch her expression shift. Surprise, then something tender that makes my chest tight. "You remembered." "I remember everything." I set the carrier on her kitchen counter, unpacking containers. Ribs, roasted root vegetables, and fresh bread from that bakery you love in the village. She moves closer, peering into the containers. "Jace, this is... You didn't have to go to all this trouble." "Wasn't trouble. Wanted to. But still..." Her voice catches slightly, and when I look up, her eyes are bright. Not quite tears, but close. This is really thoughtful. I cross to her, unable to stop myself from reaching up to cup her face. You okay? Yeah, She laughs, the sound watery. I never thought we'd get to this point again. You and me having dinner like normal people. After everything. The vulnerability in her voice does something to me. Cracks open something I've been keeping locked down. I lean in, capturing her mouth in a kiss that starts gentle but quickly deepens. She melts against me, hands sliding up my chest to curl around my neck. I want this, I murmur against her lips. With you. Genuinely. Just this? Dinner? Everything. Whatever you'll give me. She pulls back enough to search my eyes, her breathing unsteady. You mean that? Yeah, I do. Even knowing my review publishes in 2 days? The reminder sends ice through my veins, but I force myself to stay calm. Even knowing that. You're not scared? Terrified, but not enough to walk away from this. Something in her expression shifts. Relief, maybe. Or hope. She kisses me again, softer this time, before stepping back and gesturing to the table. Come on, let's eat before it gets cold. Her dining room's small, but she's set it up nicely. Candles on the table, real napkins instead of paper towels, wine glasses waiting to be filled. Effort. I plate the food while she opens the wine, a Bordeaux I grabbed from my personal collection. The ribs look perfect, the meat falling off the bone, the vegetables roasted to caramelized perfection. This is incredible, she says, cutting into the meat. How long did you braise these? 4 hours, low and slow. She takes a bite, closing her eyes as she chews. Oh my God. Good? Really good. The meat's so tender and the sauce... Another bite. Is this red wine reduction? With beef stock, thyme, and a touch of balsamic. Nothing fancy. It's perfect. She meets my eyes. Thank you for all of this. We eat in comfortable silence for a while, the food grounding us both. Outside, snow continues falling, blanketing the city in quiet white. Can I ask you something? She says, setting down her fork. Sure. What made you decide to do this? Show up with dinner, cook for me, all of it? I consider the question, choosing my words carefully. Because I wanted to show you I'm serious, that I'm not just saying the right things, I'm doing them too. Even though my review could tank your reputation? Even though... I take a sip of wine. Whatever you write, it'll be fair. I trust that. Her expression flickers with something I can't quite read. What if it's not what you want to hear? Then I'll deal with it. But I'd rather have your honesty than your pity. I would never pity you. Good. Because I don't want that from you. Never did. She's quiet for a moment, studying me. You've really changed. Trying to. No, you have. She reaches across the table, fingers brushing mine. The old Jace would have been strategizing, manipulating, doing everything possible to control the outcome. And the new Jace is sitting here having dinner because he wants to, not because he's playing an angle. The words hit deeper than they should. She sees me, really sees me. Not the chef, not the reputation, not the legacy I'm trying to build. Just me. I'm glad you invited me, I say quietly. Me too. We finish dinner, the conversation flowing easily between bites. She tells me about her day at the office, the assignments she's juggling, the upcoming features Catherine's planning. I tell her about the restaurant, about my father's latest suggestions for the menu, about Marco's terrible jokes that somehow still make everyone laugh. Normal. This is what normal feels like. When the plates are empty, I stand to clear them. She tries to help, but I wave her off. You cooked, I clean. That's the deal. We never had that deal. We do now. I wash dishes while she dries, our hips bumping in the small kitchen. The domesticity of it makes my chest ache. This is what I missed. Not just the sex or the passion, but this. The quiet moments, The easy partnership. Wine? She asks, refilling both our glasses without waiting for an answer. We settle on her couch, close but not touching. The candles still burn on the table, casting soft shadows across the room. I'm nervous, she admits suddenly. About what? The review. Your reaction when it publishes. Don't be. Whatever you wrote, it's the truth. I can handle the truth. Can you? I meet her eyes. I've spent 4 years hiding from it. Time to face it head on. She's quiet, swirling wine in her glass. Then, I made changes. My heart stutters. Changes? After watching you work yesterday, the piece I originally wrote didn't reflect what I saw, so I revised it. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. Because it's my job to be accurate, not vindictive. She takes a breath. The original review was harsh. Probably harsher than it needed to be. I was angry. At you. At the situation. At having to go back to a place that holds so many memories. And now? Now I see more complexity. Growth. A chef who's learning to balance excellence with humanity. The words settle warm in my chest. Thank you. Don't thank me, I'm just doing my job. Still, it means something that you went back. That you gave me another chance. She sets down her wine glass, turning to face me fully. I want this to work, Jace, but I'm scared. Me too. What if we fall back into old patterns? What if you get busy and I get busy and suddenly we're right back where we started? I reach for her hand, lacing our fingers together. Then we'll figure it out. Together. No more choosing work over everything else. No more putting you second. You can't promise that. I can try. And I will. She studies our joined hands, her thumb tracing patterns against my palm. Okay. Let's try. Slowly, no rushing, no pressure. Relief floods through me. I pull her closer, tucking her against my side. She fits perfectly, her head finding that familiar spot on my shoulder. Thank you, I murmur into her hair, for giving me this chance. Don't screw it up. I won't. We sit like that for a long time, the wine warming us from the inside, the snow falling steadily outside. Her breathing evens out, her body relaxing completely against mine. This is what I've been missing. Not just the passion or the chemistry, but the peace, the quiet certainty that comes from being exactly where you're supposed to be. Jace, her voice is soft, drowsy. Yeah? Stay. Wasn't planning on leaving. She tilts her head back, kissing me slow and sweet. When we break apart, she stands, holding out her hand. Come on. I let her lead me to the bedroom, following her into warmth and darkness and possibility. Tomorrow can worry about itself. Tonight, this is enough.
Chapter 21. Sasha. I closed the bedroom door behind us, nerves and anticipation tangling in my stomach. The room's dim, just the streetlight filtering through the curtains, casting everything in soft gray. Jay stands near the bed, watching me with an intensity that makes my skin prickle with awareness. Come here, I say, surprised by how steady my voice sounds. He crosses to me in 2 strides, and I reach for the hem of his shirt, pulling it up and over his head. The fabric catches briefly on his shoulders before I toss it aside. My hands find the planes of his chest, tracing the definition earned from years of physical work. He's warmer than I remember, or maybe I'm just hyper-aware of every point of contact. I kiss his collarbone, his neck, working my way up to his jaw while my fingers find his belt buckle. Sasha, his voice is rough, strained. Let me. I push his hands away gently when he tries to help, wanting to do this myself. The belt slides free, and I pop the button on his jeans, lowering the zipper slowly. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. That was... I start. Yeah. We lie there in the dark, heartbeats gradually slowing. Breathing evening out, his fingers trace lazy patterns on my shoulder. Stay? I ask, even though I know the answer. Of course I will. I smile against his skin, exhaustion pulling at me. Tomorrow we'll deal with reality, the impending review, the implications, everything waiting outside this room. But tonight, wrapped in his arms, I let myself just be happy, just be his, and hope like hell it's enough.
Chapter 22. Jace. Early morning light creeps through Sasha's curtains, gray and cold. I blink awake slowly, disoriented until her warm weight against my side registers. She's still asleep, one leg thrown over mine, her breathing deep and even. Perfect. I should stay. Should pull her closer, drift back to sleep, wake up properly when she does. Instead, my phone vibrates on the nightstand. Once, twice, 3 times in rapid succession. Damn. I ease out from under her carefully, holding my breath when she shifts. But she just rolls onto her stomach, still deeply asleep, and I grab my phone, slipping into the bathroom. 7 missed calls from Ignacio, 4 texts. Pick up your phone. We need to talk now. I'm serious, Jace. Call me back or I'm coming to your apartment. My stomach drops. I dial his number, keeping my voice low. He answers on the first ring. About damn time. It's 6 in the morning. What the hell? Where are you? None of your business. What's going on? What's going on? His voice climbs, sharp with anger. What's going on is that review drops tomorrow, and you haven't done anything to make Sasha take it down. Ice floods my veins. I told you I'm handling it. Handling it how? By screwing her? The words hit like a physical blow. Watch your mouth. Don't tell me to watch my mouth when you're throwing away your entire career because you can't keep your stick in your pants. This has nothing to do with... It has everything to do with it. You were supposed to convince her to pull the review, not take her to bed. My jaw clenches so hard it hurts. The review is coming whether I want it to or not. There's nothing we can do. Yes, there is something we could have done, but you're too much of a coward to do it. What's that supposed to mean? It means you could have actually tried. Could have pulled out all the stops, made her see reason, done whatever it took to protect your reputation. Instead, you're playing house with your ex-girlfriend and hoping for the best. Rage builds hot behind my sternum. You want me to manipulate her? Lie to her? Use her feelings against her? I want you to protect your business. Not like that. Never like that. He's quiet for a beat. When he speaks again, his voice drips with contempt. Then you're an idiot. That review tanks tomorrow and your reputation goes with it. Hope she's worth it. She is. Jesus Christ. He laughs, bitter and sharp. You're really doing this, choosing her over everything you've built. I'm choosing honesty over manipulation. There's a difference. Not from where I'm standing. I lean against the sink, exhaustion washing over me. Then maybe you're standing in the wrong place. Silence stretches between us, heavy with everything unsaid. I'm out, he says finally. The partnership, the collaboration, all of it. I can't attach my name to someone about to get destroyed by a bad review. The words should hurt. Maybe they do. somewhere beneath the anger and frustration. But mostly I just feel tired. That's your call. Yeah, it is. He pauses. Good luck tomorrow, Jace. You're gonna need it. He hangs up. I stare at my phone, Ignacio's name still glowing on the screen. The partnership's gone. The collaboration we'd been planning for months, the concept we'd workshopped together, the potential investors he'd brought to the table, all of it, evaporating because I won't play his game. Worth it. The thought comes immediately, visceral and certain. Whatever happens with the review, whatever damage it does to my reputation, it's worth it. Because I'm not that person anymore. The one who'd sacrifice anything and anyone for success. I've been that person. It led nowhere good. My phone buzzes again. Ignacio calling back. Probably to yell more. To try one last time to convince me I'm making a mistake. I decline the call. Then another. And another. He starts texting instead, messages flooding in one after another. You're making the biggest mistake of your life. That review will destroy you. I'm trying to help and you're throwing it away. Fine, screw it. Your funeral. I silence my phone. I can't even stand to see his messages, so I head back into the bedroom and set it face down on the nightstand. Then, I go back into the bathroom. In the mirror, I look haggard. Dark circles under my eyes, stubble shadowing my jaw, hair standing in every direction. But my shoulders feel lighter somehow, like I've been carrying weight I didn't realize was there until I set it down. I should go back to bed, should curl around Sasha and forget about Ignacio's warnings, forget about the review dropping tomorrow, forget about everything except the warmth of her body against mine. Instead, I turn on the shower. The water's scalding, steam filling the small bathroom, but I don't adjust the temperature. Just stand under the spray, letting it pound against my shoulders. Tomorrow. The review publishes tomorrow. Sasha revised it. She told me that last night. Made changes after watching Sunday's service, tried to reflect growth and complexity instead of just criticism. But what if it's still bad? What if her revisions weren't enough? What if Ignacio's right, and this destroys everything I've spent 4 years building? The thought makes my stomach churn, anxiety spiking sharp and sudden. I force myself to breathe. In through my nose, out through my mouth. Steady, controlled. Whatever happens, I can handle it. I've handled worse. And I won't manipulate Sasha to change the outcome. Won't play games, won't use her feelings against her. Won't become the person I used to be. Even if it costs me everything.
Chapter 23. Sasha. The buzzing wakes me. Not my alarm. Something else. Persistent, annoying, pulling me from sleep that feels too good to leave. I crack one eye open. Jace's side of the bed is empty, the sheets still warm where he was. The bathroom door is closed, shower running. His phone lights up on the nightstand, again and again. I roll over, burying my face in the pillow. None of my business. His phone, his messages, his life. Except it keeps buzzing and buzzing. And I'm awake now, irritation prickling under my skin because whoever's calling clearly won't give up. The buzzing stops. Starts again immediately. Christ, I mutter sitting up. The shower's still going. Jace probably can't even hear his phone over the water. I should leave it, should roll back over, pull the covers up, wait for him to finish. But curiosity wins. I reach for the phone, planning to just silence it. Not even look. Just make the noise stop so I can go back to sleep. Except the screen lights up as I pick it up, and I see the name. Ignacio. 7 missed calls, multiple texts, the preview showing on the lock screen. You're making the biggest mistake of your life. That review will destroy you. My stomach drops. I shouldn't look. This is private, none of my concern. A massive invasion of... Another text comes through. I'm trying to help and you're throwing it away. Help with what? My thumb hovers over the screen. Don't do it. Put the phone down. But something cold settles in my chest. Something that feels like dread. I swipe up. The phone unlocks. No passcode, because apparently Jace still hasn't learned about security. The messages fill the screen, and I start scrolling, my heart pounding harder with each line. What's going on is that review drops tomorrow and you haven't done anything to make Sasha take it down. Take it down? You were supposed to convince her to pull the review, not take her to bed. The words blur. I blink, read them again. They don't change. Supposed to convince her, not take her to bed. My hands shake as I keep scrolling, going back further. Days, weeks, there. A conversation from almost 2 weeks ago, right after Jace found out I was writing the review. Jace. I need advice. Sasha's doing my review and it's going to be bad. Ignacio. So change her mind. Jace. How? Ignacio. Get close to her again. Make her remember why she fell for you. Women are emotional about this. Use it. Jace. That feels manipulative. Ignacio. It's strategic. Big difference. Jace. What if she sees through it? Ignacio. She won't. Just be charming. Cook for her. Remind her what she's missing. By the time the review drops, she'll be too conflicted to trash you. The phone slips from my fingers, clattering onto the nightstand. No, this can't be real. But it is. The evidence is right there. Black text on white screen. Undeniable. He planned this. The soufflés, the dinner, the pop-up event, Sunday brunch, all of it. Every single moment I thought was genuine. Every time he looked at me like I mattered. Every word about wanting a second chance. All strategy. All manipulation. I'm going to be sick. The bathroom door opens. Jay steps out, towel wrapped around his hips, hair dripping, that easy smile on his face that makes my heart hurt even now. Hey, you're awake. He moves toward the bed. I was trying to be quiet. Get out. The smile falters. What? I grab his phone, throwing it at him. He catches it reflexively, confusion crossing his face. Sasha, what? Get out. My voice shakes, but I force the words through clenched teeth. Right now, get your stuff and leave. I don't understand. You planned this. I'm standing now, yanking the sheet around myself because I will not have this conversation naked. The whole thing, getting close to me, cooking for me, sleeping with me. It was all to manipulate me into changing the review. His face goes white. Sasha, don't. I hold up a hand, fury building so hot I can barely see straight. Don't you dare lie to me. I read the messages, all of them. You and Ignacio plotting how to get close to me, how to make me too conflicted to write honestly. That was before what? Before you actually had to follow through? Before you realized I'd actually sleep with you again? My laugh comes out bitter, broken. God, I'm so stupid. I actually believed you changed. That you meant it when you said you wanted a second chance. I did mean it. You meant you wanted to protect your reputation. The words explode out of me, louder than intended. You didn't give a damn about me or us or any of it. You just needed to control the narrative, and I was stupid enough to let you. That's not true. He steps closer, hands raised like he's approaching a wounded animal. Yes, that's how it started. But things changed, Sasha. What happened between us was real. Real? I'm shaking now, the sheet clutched tight against my chest. Which part was real, Jace? The soufflés you brought to manipulate me? The dinner where you pretended to care about my life? Or maybe it was the sex. Was that real? Or was that just part of the plan too? All of it was real. I swear to God. You swear to God. My voice breaks. You plan to seduce me into changing my review, and you want me to believe anything you say? I know how it looks. It looks like you're exactly who I thought you were 4 years ago. Someone who'll sacrifice anything and anyone to get what he wants. Someone who puts his career above basic human decency. That's not fair. Fair? The word comes out as a shriek. You want to talk about fair? You used me. You lied to me. You made me think. I stop, pressing my hands to my face because I will not cry, will not give him that satisfaction. Sasha, please, just listen. No, I drop my hands, meeting his eyes. You listen. That review publishes tomorrow exactly as I revised it. Every word about your growth, your improvement, your potential. And you know what? You don't deserve any of it. Because you haven't changed at all. You're still the same manipulative jerk who chose ambition over everything else. I don't. He runs a hand through his wet hair, desperation written across his face. I care about you. More than the review. More than the restaurant. I swear that's true. When? I demand. When did you start caring? After the first time we slept together? After the second? Or maybe it was this morning, when Ignacio's texts reminded you what you were really doing here? He flinches. It wasn't like that. Then what was it like? Enlighten me. Tell me exactly when your master plan to manipulate me turned into genuine feelings. He's quiet, jaw working, and that silence tells me everything I need to know. Get out, I say again, quieter this time, deadly calm. Get your clothes, get out of my apartment, and don't ever contact me again. Sasha, I mean it, Jace. We're done. Not just romantically. I don't want to see you, hear from you, or think about you ever again. You don't mean that. I mean every word. I walk to the bedroom door, yanking it open. Leave, now. Or I call the police and have you removed. He stands there for a long moment. Water dripping from his hair onto my floor, his face a mask of devastation I don't trust for a second. Then he moves, grabbing his clothes from where they're scattered across the apartment. Jeans, sweater, socks. He dresses quickly, mechanically, not looking at me. At the door, he pauses. For what it's worth? It's not worth anything. I cross my arms, refusing to meet his eyes. Go. I'm sorry. The words hang in the air. I don't respond, don't move, just stand there until I hear his footsteps on the stairs, the building door closing behind him. Then I slam my door so hard the frame rattles. The apartment's too quiet now, too empty. Evidence of last night everywhere. Wine glasses still on the counter, his scent on my sheets, the memory of his hands on my skin. All lies, all manipulation, all part of his plan to control me. I sink onto the couch, the sheets still wrapped around me, and finally let the tears come. Not because I'm heartbroken, not because I love him, but because I trusted him, believed him. Let myself hope that maybe, just maybe, we could have something real. And he destroyed that. Calculated, deliberately destroyed it for a restaurant review. My phone buzzes. I grab it, hoping irrationally that it's not him, that he's not stupid enough to try texting. It's Catherine. Reviews locked for tomorrow's publication. Great work on the revisions. This is exactly what we needed. I stare at the message, something cold and hard settling in my chest. The review, the one I revised to be fair, to acknowledge his growth, to give him credit for trying to be better. He doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve any of it. I pull up the document, scrolling through the words I wrote yesterday. Words about evolution and potential, and a chef learning to balance excellence with humanity. all based on lies, all written by someone who thought she was seeing genuine change instead of calculated manipulation. I should change it. Should rewrite the whole thing, go back to the harsh original, maybe make it even worse. He deserves that. Deserves to have his reputation destroyed the way he tried to destroy my ability to trust anyone. My fingers hover over the keyboard, but I don't type. Because as much as I want to hurt him the way he hurt me, as much as I want to burn his career to the ground, that's not who I am. I'm a critic. My job is to be fair, to write the truth regardless of personal feelings. And the truth is that I did see growth on Sunday. I did see a better version of Jace, even if it was all performance. The food was still excellent. The kitchen was still well run. That hasn't changed just because he's a lying piece of trash. So the review stands, not because he deserves it, but because I do. I close the laptop, pulling my knees to my chest. Tomorrow the review publishes. Jace gets his fair assessment. His reputation stays intact, and I get to walk away knowing I didn't compromise my integrity, even when he destroyed everything else. Small comfort, but it's all I have.
Chapter 24. Jace. The door slams behind me, the sound echoing through the stairwell like a gunshot. I stand on the landing, clothes thrown on haphazardly, my hair still dripping wet, and I can't move. Can't breathe. Can't process what just happened. She knows. Christ, she knows everything. The phone in my pocket feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds. All those messages with Ignacio, the planning, the strategy sessions, everything laid bare for her to see. My feet finally move, carrying me down the stairs on autopilot. Outside, snow falls in fat, wet flakes that immediately soak through my sweater. I forgot my coat. Left it somewhere in her apartment. Don't care. Can't go back. The subway ride to my place passes in a blur. People stare at me, soaking wet, no coat, looking like I've been hit by a truck. But I don't acknowledge them. All I can see is her face. The devastation. The fury. The betrayal. You used me. She's right. God help me, she's right. I shove through the door of my apartment building, take the elevator up, jam my key in the lock with shaking hands. The apartment's exactly as I left it yesterday. Clean, organized, empty. I make it 3 steps inside before the rage hits. The coffee table goes first. I flip it, sending the carefully arranged books and magazines scattering across the floor. Not enough. Not nearly enough to touch the fury burning through my veins. A lamp next. It shatters against the wall, glass exploding in a satisfying spray. The chair by the window. I grab it, hurl it across the room. It crashes into the bookshelf, sending more destruction raining down. Damn! The word rips out of me, raw and broken. I grab another chair. Smash it into the kitchen counter. Wood splinters, cracks, gives way beneath the force of my anger. All Ignacio's fault. All his goddamn fault for planting the idea, for pushing me, for making me think manipulation was the same as strategy. But even as I think it, I know it's crap. Ignacio didn't force me to do anything. He suggested. I executed. I chose this. I chose to lie to her, to use her feelings against her, to make her believe I'd changed when really I was just playing a part. The plate in my hand, one from the set my father gave me when I took over the restaurant, sails across the room, shattering against the far wall. Damn! Each word punctuates another item destroyed, another piece of furniture upended, another reminder of my pristine, controlled life torn apart. Just like I tore apart any chance with Sasha. I'm breathing hard now, surrounded by wreckage, my knuckles bleeding from where I punched the wall without thinking. Worth it. This was supposed to be worth it. I sink onto the floor amidst the destruction, pressing the heels of my hands against my eyes. I love her. The realization hits with brutal clarity. Somewhere between the soufflés and the sex, between the Scrabble game and Sunday brunch, I fell in love with her again. Maybe I never stopped, and I destroyed it. Destroyed us. Destroyed any chance we had because I couldn't let go of control. Couldn't trust that honesty might work better than manipulation. A knock at the door makes me lift my head. "Jace?" My father's voice sharp with concern. "Open up." I don't move. "Jace, I heard crashing. Open the damn door before I use my key." Right. He still has a key. Emergency purposes. I drag myself to my feet, glass crunching under my shoes, and unlock the door. My father takes one look at me, bleeding knuckles, wet hair, wild eyes, and pushes inside. He stops short at the wreckage of my living room. What the hell happened? Nothing. This doesn't look like nothing. He moves through the destruction, assessing the damage with the same clinical eye he uses in the kitchen. Did someone break in? Just me, breaking everything. He turns, studying my face. Whatever he sees there makes his expression soften. Sit down before you fall down. I'm fine. You're bleeding and soaking wet in a destroyed apartment. You're not fine. He grabs my arm, steering me toward the one chair still standing. Sit. I collapse into it, suddenly exhausted. All the adrenaline draining out, leaving nothing but hollow ache. My father disappears into the bathroom, returning with the first aid kit. He grabs my hand, examining the knuckles with practiced efficiency. This is going to sting. The antiseptic burns, but I barely feel it. Everything's numb now. He works in silence, cleaning and bandaging with the same care he'd use plating a dish. When he's done, he sets the kit aside and crosses his arms. Want to tell me what happened? No. Too bad. Talk. I lean back, closing my eyes. I messed up. Monumentally. Irreversibly messed up. With Sasha? How did you... I'm not blind. You've been different since she came back. Lighter, happier. He pauses. And now you're destroying furniture. Doesn't take a genius. The words spill out before I can stop them. Everything. The plan with Ignacio. The manipulation. The way it shifted into something real. The messages Sasha found. Her face when she kicked me out. My father listens without interrupting, his expression unreadable. When I finish, silence fills the apartment. Heavy. Damning. You're an idiot, he says finally. I know. Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, you just threw away the best thing that ever happened to you for a restaurant review. It wasn't about the review. It started that way. That's all that matters. He moves to the window, looking out at the falling snow. I raised you better than this. The disappointment in his voice cuts deeper than any anger could. I know. Then why? Because I was scared. The admission bursts out, raw and honest. Scared the review would tank everything I've built. Scared I'd lose your respect. Scared I wasn't good enough without controlling every variable. And now? Now I've lost her instead. And the review publishes tomorrow anyway, so I didn't even accomplish what I set out to do. My father turns from the window, his blue eyes, so like mine, sharp and assessing. What did you accomplish? Destroying the only relationship that's mattered in 4 years. No. He moves closer, voice firm. What else? I don't understand the question. You showed her you care, he continues. Maybe not in the way you intended. Maybe not honestly at first. But somewhere in that manipulation, you fell in love with her again. Didn't you? The truth sits heavy in my chest. Yeah, I did. Then you haven't lost her. She kicked me out. Told me never to contact her again. She's hurt. Angry. She has every right to be. He crouches in front of me, forcing me to meet his eyes. But I didn't raise my son to give up this easily. What am I supposed to do? She won't listen. Make her listen. Fight for her. Show her that what you feel is real, not just strategy. How? She'll never believe me now. Then prove it in a way she can't ignore. He stands, pulling me to my feet. You're a chef, Jace. We speak through our food, so cook for her. Not to manipulate, not to control. To show her your heart. She won't even let me near her. Find a way. His grip on my shoulder tightens. I've watched you chase perfection in the kitchen for 4 years. Watched you sacrifice sleep, relationships, your own happiness for the restaurant. And you know what? You achieved it. The food's flawless. The technique's impeccable. But you're miserable. The words hit like physical blows. That's not... It is. You've been going through the motions, convincing yourself that success equals happiness. But I see you with Sasha, and you're alive again. You laugh. You lighten up. You remember why you started cooking in the first place. He pauses. That's worth fighting for, even if it means stepping away from the restaurant for a while. I stare at him. You want me to step away? I want you to prioritize what matters. If that's Sasha, then yes. Step away. The kitchen will still be here when you get back. But the review... Screw the review. The curse sounds strange coming from my controlled, composed father. I've survived bad press before. So will you. But if you let Sasha walk away without fighting for her, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. What if I fight and she still says no? Then at least you'll know you tried, that you showed up, were honest, gave her everything you have. His hand moves to cup the back of my neck, the gesture achingly familiar from childhood. I didn't raise a quitter. Don't start now. Something in my chest loosens. Not hope exactly, but determination. What do I do? First, clean up this mess. He gestures at the destroyed apartment. Can't think straight in chaos. And then? Then you figure out how to show Sasha you love her. Really love her. Not because of a review, not because of strategy, just because she's worth it. She won't believe me. Then make her believe you. Use everything you've learned, every skill you have. Court her properly this time. No manipulation, no games, just honesty. That could take months. Then take months. The restaurant doesn't need you every second of every day. I managed for 40 years before you took over. I can manage a bit longer while you get your life together. The offer stuns me. My father offering to take back control so I can chase a woman who might never forgive me. You do that? For your happiness? In a heartbeat. He straightens, moving toward the door. Now clean up. Get some sleep. Tomorrow, after that review publishes, you start over. Fresh. Honest. No more games. He leaves, the door clicking softly behind him. I stand in the wreckage of my apartment, my father's words echoing. Fight for her. Show her your heart. Don't give up. The review publishes tomorrow. Sasha hates me. Ignacio's pulled out of the partnership. By all logical measures, I should be panicking. Instead, for the first time in weeks, I know exactly what I need to do. I need to win her back. Not with strategy, not with manipulation, with truth. I start picking up the broken furniture, each piece a reminder of how thoroughly I've wrecked everything. But wreckage can be cleared, damage can be repaired, and maybe, just maybe, hearts can be mended. If I'm willing to do the work, if I'm willing to be vulnerable, if I'm willing to risk everything for the only thing that's ever really mattered. For her.
Chapter 25. Sasha. Wednesday morning finds me perched on a frozen park bench, watching couples glide past hand in hand while snow falls soft and steady. My coffee's gone cold in my hands, but I don't move to replace it. Don't move at all, really. Except to swipe at the tears that keep leaking despite my best efforts. Pathetic. My phone won't stop buzzing. Notifications exploding one after another. The review live for exactly 43 minutes and already tearing through social media like wildfire. I don't look, can't look. What's the point? The words I wrote, fair, balanced, acknowledging both flaws and growth, don't matter anymore. Everything's tainted now. Poisoned by the knowledge that while I was carefully crafting honest analysis, Jace was carefully crafting a manipulation scheme. Another couple walks past, laughing about something, their breath visible in the cold air. She leans into him, and he wraps his arm around her shoulders automatically. Easy, natural, real. Unlike anything I had with Jace. Unlike anything I'll ever have with Jace, because whatever we had, whatever I thought we were building, was constructed entirely on lies. Fresh tears burn hot against my frozen cheeks. I wipe them away roughly, angry at myself for crying over someone who doesn't deserve a single goddamn tear. Angry that I'm sitting here freezing my butt off in a park, grieving something that was never real to begin with. My phone lights up again despite being buried in my pocket, the glow visible through the fabric. I pull it out reflexively, some masochistic part of me needing to see. Jace, calling. Again? I decline without hesitation, my thumb moving to his contact information. Block. The action should feel satisfying, but it just feels hollow. Empty. The screen clears for maybe 10 seconds before another call comes through. Different number this time. Still him, probably. Has to be. Using a burner phone or borrowing someone else's. Desperate to get through to me. Block, delete, repeat. The patterns become almost mechanical at this point. He's called 7 times in the past hour alone. Texted from 4 different numbers. Each message some variation of the same crap. Please let me explain. It's not what you think. I'm sorry. Just give me 5 minutes. As if 5 minutes could possibly undo what he's done. As if any explanation could justify using me like a stepping stone to professional success. Words. Just words. The same words he used to manipulate me in the first place. I silence my phone completely, shoving it deep in my coat pocket where I won't see it light up. The snow falls harder now, accumulating on the bench beside me, on my shoulders, on the coffee cup I'm still clutching, like it might provide some kind of anchor. Across the path, a man drops to one knee in front of his girlfriend. She covers her mouth, already crying, already nodding before he even opens the ring box. I look away. Happy couples everywhere, mocking me, reminding me that I thought I had this, thought I was falling for someone who actually cared, who actually changed, who actually wanted a second chance. Stupid. So incredibly stupid. I should have known better. Should have remembered that Jace Redford prioritizes ambition above everything else. Should have trusted my initial instincts instead of letting nostalgia and chemistry cloud my judgment. But I didn't. I let him in. Let him cook for me, charm me, sleep with me. Let myself believe the performance was real. God, I really was falling for him again. The realization makes my stomach turn, not past tense, present. Because despite everything, despite the manipulation and lies and calculated seduction, part of me still wants to believe it meant something, still wants to believe he cares. Which makes me the biggest fool in New York City. My phone buzzes again in my pocket. I don't check it, don't need to. I know it's him, desperately trying to reach me, to explain, to spin this into something other than what it was. A strategy, a plan, a means to an end. The review is live. His reputation intact, mission accomplished, except he lost me in the process. And apparently that matters now that it's too late, now that I've seen through the mask. More tears. I press the heel of my hand against my eyes, forcing them back. Stop crying over him. He doesn't deserve your tears. But they keep coming anyway, hot and relentless, carving frozen tracks down my face that the falling snow immediately obscures. Around me, the park continues its cheerful winter scene. Children building snowmen, dogs chasing snowballs, couples wrapped in each other's warmth, and me, alone on a bench, crying over a man who used me, over a review. I should go home, should get out of the cold, change into dry clothes, distract myself with work or friends or literally anything except sitting here drowning in self-pity. But I don't move. Can't move. Because moving means acknowledging this is real. That Jace really did this. That everything between us was calculated manipulation instead of genuine connection. And I'm not ready to accept that yet. Not ready to let go of the hope that maybe, somewhere beneath the lies, there was truth. That the way he looked at me Sunday morning meant something. That the tenderness in his voice when he said my name wasn't part of the performance. My phone buzzes one more time. This time I pull it out, ready to block whatever new number he's borrowed. But it's not Jace. It's Rachel from work. Damn, have you seen the comments on your review? People are losing it. This is going viral. I stare at the message. Something cold settling in my chest. Viral. Great. My carefully crafted piece about a complicated chef at a complicated restaurant, reduced to clicks and engagement metrics. I should care. Should be excited that my work is getting attention, that people are responding, that this could boost my career significantly. But all I feel is numb. The review doesn't matter. The response doesn't matter. None of it matters because it's all built on lies. I type back, not looking at comments, taking a personal day. Rachel responds immediately. Everything okay? No, but I will be. I hope. I shove the phone back in my pocket and force myself to stand. My legs protest, stiff from sitting in the cold too long. The coffee cup goes in the nearest trash can, the liquid inside frozen solid. Time to go home. Time to stop crying over someone who doesn't deserve it. Time to remember that I'm Sasha Bryan, successful food critic, independent woman who doesn't need validation from lying ex-boyfriends. Time to block Jace Redford from every possible method of contact and move on with my life. Even if moving on feels impossible right now. Even if part of me is still waiting for him to prove me wrong. Even if I'm heartbroken in a way that makes breathing hurt. I walk away from the park, from the happy couples, from the spot where I let myself break. My phone stays silent in my pocket. For now, that's enough.
Chapter 26. Jace. The snow stings my face as I stand on Sasha's stoop for the third hour, shifting my weight from foot to keep blood flowing. My fingers have gone numb despite the gloves. The winter roses I bought this morning droop slightly in their wrapping, petals dusting my coat with snow. Worth it. Every blocked call, every ignored text, every minute spent freezing my butt off on her doorstep. Worth it. I press her buzzer again. No answer. Same as the last 47 times. The brownstone's front door opens. An elderly woman emerges, eyeing me with suspicion as she navigates the icy steps. Can I help you? Her tone suggests she's seconds from calling the cops. Waiting for someone. You've been waiting for 3 hours. I've been watching from my window. Of course she has. I'll wait as long as it takes. She studies me. The roses, the expensive chocolates tucked under my arm, the determination written across my frozen features. Her expression softens slightly. She doesn't want to see you. I know. Then why are you still here? Because she's worth freezing to death for. The woman's lips twitch, threatening a smile that doesn't quite materialize. You're either very romantic or very stupid. Both, probably. The admission comes easier than it should. She descends another step, her knuckles white against the iron railing as she navigates the treacherous ice. What did you do? What? To make her this angry? She pauses on the middle step, fixing me with a look that reminds me uncomfortably of my grandmother. What did you do to that girl? The question lands heavy in the frozen air between us, hangs there like my breath, visible and unavoidable. I could lie, deflect, give some sanitized version that makes me look better. Say we had a fight, that it was complicated, that she misunderstood my intentions. But I'm done with lies, done with the crap that got me here in the first place. I manipulated her. The words taste bitter, but I forced them out anyway. Used her feelings against her. Made her think I'd changed, that I wanted something real with her, when really I was just protecting my reputation. I meet the woman's gaze, refusing to look away even though shame burns in my chest. She trusted me, and I destroyed that trust. Christ. The woman shakes her head. And you think flowers and chocolate will fix that? No, but showing up might. Showing up after she's made it clear she doesn't want to see you? That's not romantic, son. That's more like harassment. The word hits like a slap. Is that what I'm doing? Harassing her. Refusing to respect her very clear boundaries because I'm too selfish to accept that I destroyed this. My father's words echo, fight for her. But fighting for someone and refusing to hear them are different things. You're right. I step back from the door, the roses suddenly heavy in my hands. I should go. You should. She reaches the sidewalk, turning to face me fully. But not yet. I blink. What? Give her time. Real time. Not 3 hours on her doorstep, but days. Weeks, if necessary. Her gaze sharpens. If you really love her, you'll give her space to process what you did, to decide if she can forgive you. Pushing now just makes it worse. What if she never forgives me? Then you live with that. But at least you'll have given her the respect of letting her make that choice without pressure. The words settle cold and certain in my chest. She's right. Of course she's right. I've been so focused on fighting for Sasha that I haven't stopped to consider what she actually needs. And what she needs right now is space from me. Thank you. I mean it. The woman nods, continuing down the sidewalk. I watch her go, then look up at Sasha's dark windows. Time. I can give her that, even if it kills me. I set the roses and chocolates on her doorstep, arranging them carefully so they won't blow away. No note. She'll know who they're from. The cold bites harder as I walk away, but I don't hail a cab. Don't rush to warmth and comfort. I walk, block after block through falling snow, letting the cold seep into my bones. Punishment. Penance. Whatever you want to call it. My phone stays silent in my pocket. All those numbers I tried, all those desperate messages, all pointless. She doesn't want to hear from me, so I'll stop calling. I'll give her space. I'll wait. Even if waiting feels impossible. Even if every instinct screams to keep trying, keep pushing, keep fighting. Because the woman on her stoop was right. If I really love Sasha, and I do, God help me I do, then I need to respect what she's asking for. Distance. Silence. Time. The restaurant looms ahead, kitchen lights visible through the windows. Service starts in 3 hours. I should be prepping, checking stations, reviewing reservations. But all I can think about is her face when she found those messages. The devastation, the fury, the betrayal, my fault, all of it. I push through the back entrance, the kitchen's warmth hitting me like a wall. Marco looks up from his prep station, eyebrows climbing. Chef, you okay? You look like trash. Fine. You're soaking wet and your lips are blue. Said I'm fine. The words come out sharper than intended. He backs off, returning to his vegetables. Smart man. I strip off my wet coat, hanging it by the office. My fingers barely cooperate, numb and clumsy. The sous chef appears with a towel without being asked. Thanks. Want coffee? Yeah. He disappears. I sink into my office chair, dropping my head into my hands. 3 hours on her doorstep. 3 hours in the freezing cold, and for what? She never came home. Or if she did, she saw me and stayed away. Either way, the message is clear. My phone buzzes. I grab it reflexively, hope spiking. Not Sasha. Ignacio. Saw the review. Not as bad as I thought. Congrats on not getting destroyed. I delete the message without responding. The review. Right. The thing that started all this. I pull it up on my phone, scanning Sasha's words for the first time. Redford Kitchen represents a chef in transition, moving from pure technical mastery towards something more holistic. The food is exceptional, the technique flawless. But what's most impressive is Chef Redford's clear commitment to evolution. She was fair. Despite everything that happened between us, despite the way I messed it all up, despite the pain I know I caused her, she wrote a balanced, honest review that acknowledged both my strengths and my growth. She could have crucified me in print. She had every right to tear me apart, to expose every weakness, to use her platform to make me pay for what I did. But she didn't. I don't deserve it. Don't deserve her fairness, her professionalism, her unwavering commitment to her craft even when her heart must have been screaming at her to burn me to the ground. Don't deserve her refusal to let personal feelings corrupt her integrity, to let our messy history taint her work. Unlike me. I destroyed us for this review, threw away everything we had because I was too damn scared to stand up to my father, too obsessed with proving myself to see what really mattered. And she wrote it fairly anyway, gave me credit where it was due, pointed out areas for improvement without malice or spite. Because that's who she is. Honest, principled, committed to truth even when lies would feel so much sweeter, better than me in every conceivable way. My sous chef returns with coffee, steam rising from the ceramic mug. I wrap my hands around it, letting the heat seep slowly back into frozen fingers, watching as feeling gradually returns in painful prickles. "Chef?" Marco's voice cuts through from the doorway, hesitant but urgent. "We've got a problem with tonight's fish delivery. Work. I have work to do." I stand, forcing myself to focus. The kitchen needs me. Service needs me. Sasha doesn't. Not anymore. Maybe not ever again. But I can still give her what she needs. Space. Time. The absence of my desperate attempts to fix what I broke. Even if it means standing in the cold for hours, hoping she'll appear. Even if it means checking my phone compulsively, waiting for a message that will never come. Even if it means accepting that I destroyed the best thing in my life, and no amount of roses or chocolates or frozen vigils can undo the damage. I follow Marco into the kitchen, burying myself in prep work. But I don't stop hoping. Don't stop waiting. Don't stop believing that maybe someday she'll give me another chance. And if she does, I won't waste it.
Chapter 27. Sasha. The sun's dipping below the skyline when I finally drag myself off home. My legs are stiff, my coffee's frozen solid, and I'm pretty sure I've stopped feeling my toes. Don't care. The numbness feels appropriate. Physical manifestation of the emptiness hollowing out my chest. I walk without direction, letting my feet carry me through slush-covered streets while the city prepares for evening. Restaurants light up their windows. Shops close their doors. Life continues like my world hasn't just imploded. My phone died somewhere around hour 2 of sitting in the cold. Good. One less thing to worry about. Except now I'm wandering aimlessly with no way to call a cab, no GPS to tell me where I'm going, no distraction from the thoughts spiraling through my head. Jace planned everything. The realization keeps hitting fresh, each time feeling like the first. Every moment I thought was genuine. His smile when he brought soufflés. The way he looked at me across the Scrabble board. The tenderness in his touch Sunday morning. It was all calculated, all performance. How could I have been so stupid? I turn a corner, barely registering where I'm headed. The buildings blur together, brownstones bleeding into storefronts, street signs meaningless. My building materializes ahead. Must have been walking home on autopilot. The stoop's empty except for... I stop. Winter roses, still wrapped, petals dusted with fresh snow. And beside them, a box of chocolates from that place in the village, the expensive kind I mentioned loving exactly once, 4 years ago. He remembered. No, don't do that. Don't let nostalgia soften the edges of what he did. But my hands reach for the flowers anyway. Fingers brushing snow from the delicate petals. They're beautiful. deep red against white snow, wrapped in paper that's already soaked through from the cold. Those were left by a young man. I spin. The elderly woman from 2B stands on the sidewalk, grocery bags in hand, watching me with sharp eyes that miss nothing. Mrs. Chen, I force my voice steady. I didn't see you there. He was here for hours. She climbs the steps slowly, careful on the ice. 3 hours just standing there. Looked half frozen by the time I came out. My stomach drops. When? Left maybe 30 minutes ago, after I told him to give you space. 3 hours. Jay stood on my doorstep for 3 hours in the freezing cold, waiting for me to come home. While I was sobbing in Central Park, he was here. Freezing. Waiting. Can you describe him? The question escapes before I can stop it. Mrs. Chen sets down her bags, studying me. Tall, blonde hair, blue eyes. Good looking if you like the type. Expensive coat but no hat, no scarf. Carrying roses and chocolates like some kind of romantic movie. Jace. Of course it was Jace. He looked miserable. She continues, unlocking the main door. Genuinely miserable, not the kind of miserable you can fake. You'd be surprised what people can fake. Maybe. She picks up her bags again. But I've lived 73 years. I know the difference between performance and truth. That boy was telling the truth. The words settle uncomfortable in my chest. I don't want to hear this. Don't want to consider that maybe his pain is genuine, that maybe he regrets what he did. Because if his pain is genuine, then I have to reconsider everything, have to ask myself if I'm being fair, if I'm giving him a chance to explain, if walking away without listening makes me as bad as him. What did he say? I hear myself ask. Mrs. Chen pauses in the doorway. That he manipulated you, used your feelings against you, made you think he'd changed when really he was protecting his reputation. She meets my eyes. His words, not mine. My breath catches. He admitted it? To a stranger? He also said you were worth freezing to death for. Her expression softened slightly. For what it's worth, I told him to give you space, to let you decide if you can forgive him without pressure. And he listened. Left those, she gestures at the flowers and chocolates, and walked away. Walked away. After 3 hours in the cold, after I blocked every number he tried, after I made it crystal clear, I wanted nothing to do with him. He walked away, gave me what I asked for, space. Thank you, I manage. For telling me. She nods, disappearing into the building. I'm left alone on the stoop, roses in one hand, chocolates in the other, snow falling steadily around me. 3 hours. He stood here for 3 hours, freezing, hoping I'd appear. And when I didn't, when a stranger told him to back off, he listened. My hands shake as I gather the flowers and chocolates properly. They're soaked through, probably ruined, but I can't leave them here. Can't just abandon them like I abandoned any chance at hearing his side of the story. The thought hits hard. Unwelcome. Because I was justified in kicking him out, justified in blocking his calls, justified in refusing to listen to excuses and manipulation. Wasn't I? But Mrs. Chen's words echo. I know the difference between performance and truth. That boy was telling the truth. What if he was? What if somewhere between the lies and the manipulation, something shifted? What if the feelings became real, even if the beginning was fake? I unlock the building door, climbing stairs on autopilot while my brain spins. Inside my apartment, I set the flowers and chocolates on the counter. They look absurd against my sparse kitchen. Too romantic, too expensive, too much like hope when I'm drowning in anger. But he bought them anyway, stood in the cold anyway, admitted what he did anyway, to a stranger, without knowing if I'd ever find out. That matters, doesn't it? I pull out my phone charger, plugging in the dead battery. While it powers up, I strip off my wet clothes, changing into sweats and the oversized hoodie I stole from Jace 4 years ago and never returned. The fabric still smells faintly like his cologne, or maybe I'm imagining it. My phone buzzes to life, notification after notification flooding the screen. 7 missed calls from Jace, 4 different numbers. I recognize his cell, but the others must be borrowed phones. Desperate attempts to reach me, then nothing. The calls stop around 3 hours ago, right when Mrs. Chen would have told him to back off. He listened. Actually listened. I scroll through the text messages. Same pattern. Desperate pleas at first. Please let me explain. It's not what you think. I'm sorry. Then silence. Complete silence since Mrs. Chen intervened. My finger hovers over his contact. Still blocked. I could unblock him. Could call. Could at least hear what he has to say. But what if it's more lies? What if he's just regrouping, planning a new strategy, figuring out a better way to manipulate me? What if Mrs. Chen's wrong and he's still performing? I set the phone down, crossing to the window. The city glitters below, lights twinkling against fresh snow. Beautiful, peaceful. Nothing like the chaos in my head. I need to talk to someone. Need perspective that isn't tangled up in hurt and anger and confusion. My phone's in my hand before I consciously decide, scrolling to Rachel's number. She answers on the first ring. Oh, thank God. I've been worried sick. Are you okay? No. The honesty spills out. I'm really not. What happened? The review's doing amazing. Everyone's talking about it, but you've gone radio silent and... Jace happened. Silence. Then, carefully. Jace Redford? The same. What did he do? Everything pours out. The manipulation, the plan with Ignacio, the messages I found, how I kicked him out, blocked him, refused to listen, how he showed up anyway, stood on my doorstep for 3 hours, left roses and chocolates. How I don't know what to do. Rachel's quiet for a long moment after I finish. Then, do you want my honest opinion? Yes. You need to let him explain. What? No, he lied to me? He did, and that's terrible. But you also didn't give him a chance to explain why, or how, or if anything changed. She pauses. Look, I'm not saying forgive him. I'm not even saying give him another chance romantically. But you owe it to yourself, not him, yourself, to hear the whole story before you decide how to feel about it. What if hearing him makes it worse? Then at least you'll know. You'll have all the information instead of just assumptions based on text messages. Her voice gentles. And honestly, the fact that he stood in the cold for 3 hours and then actually listened when someone told him to back off, that doesn't sound like a manipulator to me. That sounds like someone who genuinely cares and is trying to respect your boundaries. The words hit too close to my own thoughts. I'm scared, I admit. Of what? That he'll talk me into forgiving him. That I'll be stupid again. That I'll fall for another performance? Then don't decide anything tonight. Just listen. Hear him out. Sleep on it. Make your decision with all the facts instead of half the story. It makes too much sense. I hate that it makes sense. When did you get so wise? Somewhere between my second and third disastrous relationship. She laughs, the sound warm through the phone. Seriously though, call him or don't. But stop torturing yourself with what ifs. Okay? Okay, you'll call him, or okay, you'll think about it. I don't know yet. Fair enough. Want me to come over? We could watch terrible movies and eat ice cream and pretend men don't exist. The offer's tempting, but I need to sit with this, process it without distraction. Rain check? Absolutely. Call me if you need me. Anytime. Thanks, Rach. That's what friends are for. I hang up, staring at my phone. Jace's contact info sits there, still blocked, still off limits. I could unblock him, could text, could at least acknowledge the flowers and chocolates sitting on my counter. My fingers move before my brain catches up, unblocking his number. Then I'm staring at a blank message screen, cursor blinking, no idea what to say. Thank you for the flowers. Why did you manipulate me? Can we talk? I type and delete a dozen messages before settling on the simplest version. Got the flowers. Thank you. Send before I can second guess. The message delivers. You read receipts show he's seen it almost immediately. 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. My heart pounds stupidly hard. Finally, a response. You're welcome. I'm sorry. For everything. Short. Simple. No excuses or explanations. I stare at the words, warmth blooming unexpectedly in my chest. Then I type, I need time. Take all the time you need. I'll be here. Don't wait for me. Too late, already waiting. Despite everything, despite the hurt and anger and confusion, my lips twitch toward a smile. Then I catch myself. Remember what he did. Remember the manipulation. But also remember 3 hours in the cold. Remember him walking away when asked. Remember Mrs. Chen's words. That boy was telling the truth. I set the phone down, crossing to the flowers. They're beautiful despite being half frozen. I arrange them in a vase, setting them on my kitchen table where morning light will hit them. The chocolates go in the fridge, evidence that he was here, that he tried, that maybe, possibly he actually cares. Tomorrow I'll decide what that means. Tonight I'll just let myself feel everything, the hurt, the hope, the terrifying possibility that maybe this isn't over. That maybe, just maybe, I want to hear what Jace has to say. Outside, snow continues falling, soft, steady, covering everything in white. Fresh start, if I'm brave enough to take it.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 28. Jace. 3 weeks, 21 days since Sasha found those messages. Since she kicked me out. Since my entire world imploded in her bedroom while I stood there dripping wet, watching everything I care about walk away. I haven't stopped working. Haven't stopped cooking. But the fire's gone. The obsessive need to prove myself, to chase perfection, to earn my father's approval. All of it feels hollow now. Empty. You're doing it again. My father's voice cuts through my thoughts. I look up from the station I've been staring at for God knows how long. Doing what? Going through the motions. Your hands are moving, but you're not here. He crosses his arms, leaning against the counter. Where's your head? Focused on service. Nonsense. Service doesn't start for 3 hours, and you've been standing there for 20 minutes without actually doing anything. I set down the knife I don't remember picking up. I'm fine. You're not. Haven't been since that girl. Don't. The word comes out sharper than intended. Just don't. He's quiet for a beat, studying me with that penetrating gaze that's always seen too much. You need to talk to her. She doesn't want to talk to me. Have you asked? I think about the single text exchange 3 weeks ago. Her tentative thank you, my careful apology, her request for time. The silence since. She asked for space. I'm giving it to her. For how long? As long as she needs. And if she never reaches out? The question lands like a punch. I've been avoiding thinking about that possibility, pushing it down every time it surfaces. But my father forces me to face it head on. Then I live with it. That's it? You just give up? I'm not giving up. I'm respecting what she asked for. He shakes his head. There's a difference between respect and cowardice. Anger flares hot. What is that supposed to mean? It means you're hiding in this kitchen instead of fighting for what you want. Same pattern, different excuse. She doesn't want me to fight for her. She wants space. She wanted space 3 weeks ago. People change, situations evolve. Have you even checked in? And say what? Hey, I know you hate me, but do you hate me less now? You could start with honesty. Tell her how you feel, what she means to you, that you're not waiting to manipulate her. You're waiting because you love her. The words hit different when he says them out loud. Love. Such a simple word for something that's been consuming me for weeks. What if she doesn't believe me? Then at least you tried. He moves closer, voice gentler. I've been watching you these past 3 weeks. You're here physically, but you're miserable. Not cooking because you love it. Cooking to avoid thinking about her. That's not... It is. And it's exactly what you did 4 years ago after she left. Buried yourself in work, convinced yourself success would fill the hole she left. He pauses. Did it work then? No, it didn't. I thought it had. Thought building the restaurant, earning recognition, proving myself to my father would be enough. But it wasn't. Isn't. Without her, it's just empty motion. I don't know what to do. The admission costs me, but my father just nods like he expected it. Yes, you do. You've always known. You're just too scared to do it. Scared of what? Failure. Rejection. Putting your heart out there and having her crush it. His hand lands on my shoulder, grip firm. But you're also scared of living the rest of your life wondering what if. And that fear should outweigh the others. He's right. Damn, he's right. I've been so focused on giving Sasha space that I haven't stopped to consider whether space is still what she needs. Whether maybe, just maybe, she's waiting for me to show up. Not manipulatively, not strategically, just honestly. What if I go to Europe? The words spill out before I've fully formed the thought. My father's eyebrows climb. Europe? Study other chefs, learn new techniques, just cook for the love of it instead of... I gesture vaguely at the restaurant. This? Running away? Finding myself. You can find yourself here. Can I? Because every time I plate a dish, I'm thinking about Sasha's review. Every service, I'm remembering Sunday brunch when she watched me work. This place is full of her. I meet his eyes. I need distance. Need to remember who I am when I'm not trying to live up to your legacy. The words should sting, but my father just looks thoughtful. How long? I don't know. Few months, however long it takes. And the restaurant. You managed for 40 years before I took over. You can manage a bit longer. I pause. Unless you don't want to, I'll do it. Gladly. He squeezes my shoulder. But you need to talk to Sasha first, before you leave. Don't run without giving her a chance to weigh in. She won't care. You don't know that, and you owe it to both of you to find out. The kitchen door swings open. Marco appears, clipboard in hand, then stops short at whatever he sees on my face. Bad time? No. I straighten, forcing focus. What do you need? Just confirming tonight's reservations. We're fully booked. Good. Let's make sure we're ready. He nods, disappearing back into the kitchen. My father watches me, waiting. I'll talk to her, I say finally. Before I leave, I'll tell her the truth. Good. When? Soon. Today. Today, Jace. Stop putting it off. His voice firms. You've given her 3 weeks. That's enough time to process. Now you need to show up and be honest about what you want. Fear spikes sharp in my chest. What if she doesn't want to see me? Then you'll know, but at least you won't spend the rest of your life wondering. The logic sound even if every instinct screams to hide in the kitchen, to keep waiting, to protect myself from potential rejection. But I'm done hiding, done waiting, done letting fear make my decisions. Okay, I strip off my apron. I'm going now. Now? Before I lose my nerve. My father's face breaks into the first genuine smile I've seen from him in weeks. That's my boy. Go get her. I'm halfway to the door when he calls out, Jace. I turn. Whatever happens, I'm proud of you. Not because of this restaurant or your skills. Because you're finally choosing what matters. The words lodge in my throat. I manage a nod before pushing through into the cold January air. The walk to Sasha's building passes in a blur. My heart pounds so hard I can feel it in my throat, adrenaline making my hands shake despite the cold. What am I going to say? How do I explain 3 weeks of silence followed by showing up unannounced? No plan, no strategy, just truth. That has to be enough. The brownstone appears ahead, familiar now. I've walked past it a dozen times in the last 3 weeks, always stopping myself from going up, from breaking the promise of space I made her. But today's different. Today I'm done waiting. I press the buzzer before I can second guess. No answer. I press again, holding longer this time. Still nothing. Damn, she's not home. Or she's ignoring me. The door opens. Not Sasha. An elderly woman I vaguely recognize from that day 3 weeks ago. You again. She eyes me critically. I told you to give her space. I did. 3 weeks worth. And now you're back. Now I'm back. I meet her gaze steadily. Is she home? Why should I tell you? Because I need to talk to her. Need to be honest about how I feel before I leave the country. Her eyes narrow. Leave the country? Going to Europe. To study, to learn, to figure out who I am when I'm not obsessed with proving myself. The words tumble out faster than I intend. But I can't leave without telling her the truth. That I love her, that I'm sorry, that I'll wait forever if that's what it takes. Mrs. Chen studies me for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, she steps aside. Go on. But if you hurt her again, I'll make sure you regret it. Understood. I take the stairs 2 at a time, my pulse thundering. Eventually, I reach her door, and I knock before I can lose my nerve. Footsteps inside. The sound of the lock turning. The door opens. Sasha. She's in sweats and an oversized hoodie. My hoodie, the one she stole years ago. Her curls piled messily on her head. No makeup. Eyes red-rimmed like she's been crying. Beautiful. Jace. My name comes out breathless. What are you doing here? I needed to see you. I asked for space. I know, I gave it to you. 3 weeks. But I can't leave without talking to you first. Leave? Her expression shifts. Leave where? Europe. I'm going to study other chefs, learn new techniques, remember why I fell in love with cooking in the first place. I pause. But before I go, I need to tell you the truth. She leans against the doorframe, arms crossed protectively. What truth? That I love you. That I've been in love with you since we were together 4 years ago, and I never stopped. That manipulating you was the worst mistake of my life, and I'd take it back if I could. The words pour out, unstoppable now. That every moment we spent together these past few weeks was real for me. The soufflés, the cooking, the sex, all of it. I wasn't performing. I was falling for you all over again. Her eyes shine with unshed tears. How am I supposed to believe that? You're not based on words. I step closer, close enough to see the freckles across her nose. But I'm asking you to anyway, to take a chance on me one more time, to let me prove that what I feel is real. And if I say no, then I go to Europe, spend months learning to be better, come back and try again. Keep trying until you believe me or until you tell me definitively to stop. That could take years. Then it takes years. I reach for her hand, relief flooding through me when she doesn't pull away. You're worth waiting for, Sasha. Worth fighting for. Worth everything. A tear escapes, tracking down her cheek. I don't know if I can trust you. I know. And I'll spend however long it takes earning that trust back. We stand there in her doorway, the silence stretching between us, heavy with everything unsaid, everything broken, everything that might still be possible. Then she steps back, pulling me inside. Come in. We need to talk. Hope surges so fierce it's almost painful. But I follow her in, closing the door behind us. She gestures to the couch. I sit, and she settles beside me, not touching, but close enough that I can feel her warmth. You're really going to Europe? Yeah. My father's taking over the restaurant while I'm gone. I need perspective. Need to remember why I started cooking instead of why I'm trying to prove myself. She nods slowly, processing. And you came here to tell me this? I came to tell you I love you. Europe's just context. Her breath catches. Jace, I know you don't believe me yet. I know I destroyed your trust. But I needed you to know before I left. I turn to face her fully. I'm not asking you to forgive me or take me back or even respond. I just needed to say it out loud. To be honest, for once in my life. You stood on my doorstep for 3 hours. The old woman told you? She did. Said you looked miserable. I was. Have been every day since you kicked me out. More tears. She swipes at them angrily. Stop saying things like that. Like what? The sentimental stuff. Her voice breaks. It makes it harder to hate you. Do you? Hate me? I want to. She looks at me, eyes swimming. I want to hate you so much. Want to believe you're just manipulating me again. That this is another strategy. But Mrs. Chen said you admitted everything. That you told a complete stranger what you did without knowing if I'd ever find out. That doesn't sound like manipulation. It's not. It's just truth. And the flowers, the chocolates, 3 hours in the freezing cold. Truth. All of it. I reach for her hand, heart pounding when she lets me take it. I love you, Sasha. Not because of the review, not because of strategy, just because you're you, and I can't imagine my life without you in it. She's crying openly now, and I want to pull her close, to comfort her. But I force myself to stay still, to let her process. I don't want you to leave, she whispers. The words hit like lightning. What? I don't want you to go to Europe. Don't want months of distance when we're finally being honest. Sasha, I'm still hurt, still scared, still not sure I can trust you. She meets my eyes, but I don't want you to leave. Hope blooms fierce and bright in my chest. What are you saying? I'm saying, stay. Stay and prove it to me. Show me that what you feel is real, that you've changed, that we can build something honest. She squeezes my hand. If you'll let me. The question hangs between us, fragile and precious. I pull her close, wrapping my arms around her as she buries her face against my chest. Her tears soak through my shirt, but I don't care. She doesn't want me to leave. She's giving me another chance. I want to be with you, I murmur into her hair. If you'll let me. If you're willing to try. She nods against my chest. Yes, I'm willing to try. I tilt her face up, searching her eyes for certainty, finding it mixed with fear and hope and everything in between. Then I kiss her. Soft at first. Tentative, like I'm afraid she'll disappear if I push too hard. But she kisses me back, her hands fisting in my shirt, pulling me closer. Real. This is real. Not strategy, not performance, just us.
Chapter 29. Sasha. The kiss ignites something desperate between us. His mouth moves against mine with an urgency that steals my breath. Hands sliding up to cup my face like I'm something precious he can't bear to lose again. I break away just long enough to straddle him, settling onto his lap, with my knees bracketing his hips. My fingers find his jaw, holding him steady as I kiss him again, pouring 3 weeks of confusion and hurt and stubborn hope into the contact. You're lucky, I whisper against his lips, the words barely more than a breath between us. I know. His voice is rough, almost reverent. No. I pull back far enough to force him to meet my eyes, needing him to see how serious I am about this. You're lucky you're getting a second chance at all. This is your only shot, Jace. I'm not doing this again. I'm not giving you another one. The weight of what I'm saying hangs between us, heavy and unshakable. His throat works as he swallows hard, and I watch the reality of my words sink in. The understanding that this is it. There won't be a third time. No more room for him to run when things get complicated. Then he nods. The movement's slow and deliberate, like he's making a promise with the simple gesture. I understand. Good. I let myself soften just a fraction, tracing my thumb along the curve of his bottom lip, feeling it tremble slightly beneath the touch. My heart clenches at the vulnerability in that tiny movement. Because I love you too. The admission costs me something to say out loud, makes me feel exposed in a way that terrifies and exhilarates me all at once. His eyes widen immediately, shock and relief, and something fiercer flooding his expression all at once. Sasha, I don't let him finish. I kiss him again before he can say whatever he was going to say, tasting the salt from tears I'm not entirely sure are his or mine, or some mixture of both. His hands slide down my back with renewed purpose, pulling me flush against him until there's no space left between our bodies, and I can feel him hardening beneath me already. The evidence of his desire pressing insistently against my core. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Thank you, I murmur, reaching up to brush damp hair from his forehead. For what? For coming here. For being honest. For not giving up on us. He kisses me softly, sweetly, completely different from the desperate passion moments ago. Thank you for giving me another chance. Don't waste it. I won't. His thumb traces my cheekbone. I promise. And watching his face, seeing the raw honesty in his eyes. I actually believe him. For the first time in 3 weeks, hope doesn't feel dangerous. It feels like possibility.
Chapter 30. Jace. I ease out of her carefully, both of us wincing at the loss of connection. She curls into my side immediately, her head finding that spot on my chest that fits like it was made for her. "Don't move," I tell her, pressing a kiss to her temple. "I'll be right back." The bathroom's exactly where I remember, and I clean up quickly before grabbing a warm washcloth for her. When I return, she's still sprawled on the couch, naked and beautifully wrecked, watching me with eyes that hold equal parts satisfaction and lingering wariness. I kneel beside the couch, gently cleaning between her thighs. She lets me, her fingers threading through my hair. "You don't have to. I want to." I toss the washcloth aside, settling back onto the couch and pulling her against me. "Let me take care of you." She relaxes into my embrace, and we lie there in comfortable silence for several minutes. The afternoon light filters through her windows, casting everything in soft gold. "I'm starving," she admits finally. I glance at the clock. Nearly 4. "When did you last eat?" "Breakfast. Maybe." She shrugs. "Been a weird day. Let me cook for you." She pulls back enough to meet my eyes. "You don't have to." "I want to. Plus, your kitchen's been calling to me since I walked in." A smile tugs at her lips. It's tiny. "It's perfect." She considers for a moment, then nods. "Okay, but nothing fancy. I want comfort food." "Deal." We dress, me in my rumpled clothes from earlier, her in fresh sweats and another oversized hoodie. In the kitchen, I survey her refrigerator and pantry with a practiced eye. "You actually have ingredients," I note, surprised. "Real ones. Hot chocolate, okay? French style? Is there any other kind?" She settles onto a bar stool, chin propped in her hands, watching me work. The domesticity of it hits different than it did before. No pressure, no performance, just cooking for someone I love. I heat the milk and cream slowly, the chocolate melting into dark, glossy perfection. The smell fills her small kitchen, rich and decadent. 2 cups, I announce, sliding one across to her. She wraps her hands around the mug, inhaling deeply. "This smells amazing. Tastes better." She sips, her eyes closing. "Oh my God. Good. Incredible." She takes another sip, slower this time, savoring. "You're dangerously talented. Only for you." We drink in comfortable silence, the hot chocolate warming us from the inside out. When she's halfway through her mug, she sets it down carefully. "Tell me about Europe." My chest tightens. "What about it? Your plan? Before you showed up here, what were you going to do?" "Study with chefs I admire. Learn techniques I've been too stubborn to try. Remember why I fell in love with cooking instead of..." I pause, the words catching. "Instead of what?" "Instead of using it to prove something. To my father. To myself." I meet her eyes. "To you." She's quiet for a beat. "When were you planning to leave?" "Next week. Already booked the flight." "And now?" "Now I stay, if that's what you want." She traces the rim of her mug, not looking at me. "What if I don't want you to stay?" The question lands like ice water. "Huh?" "What if..." She lifts her gaze, and I see conflict written across her features. "What if I think you should still go?" "Sasha, hear me out." She sets the mug aside, leaning forward. "You said you need perspective. Need to remember who you are when you're not trying to prove yourself. That's important, Jace. Maybe too important to postpone. Not more important than you. Maybe it should be." Her voice is gentle but firm. "You spent 4 years building that restaurant, 4 years chasing your father's approval, trying to live up to expectations. And now you're ready to step away, to find yourself. I don't want to be the reason you don't do that. You're not a reason. You're the reason. That's what I'm afraid of. She reaches across the counter, taking my hand. I don't want to be another thing you sacrifice for. Another person's approval you're chasing. The words hit harder than they should. That's not what this is. Isn't it? You were going to leave, to grow, to learn. And then I said I didn't want you to go, and immediately you're willing to cancel everything. She squeezes my fingers. I love you, but I need you to do this for yourself, not for me. What if... I swallow hard. What if I asked you to come with me? Her eyes widen. What? Come to Europe. With me. The idea takes shape as I speak, feeling more right with every word. You're a freelance critic. You can work from anywhere. Why not Paris, Lyon, Barcelona? Jace, I know it's crazy. I know we literally just reconciled 20 minutes ago, but... I move around the counter, standing in front of her. I don't want to choose between finding myself and being with you, so come with me. Let's do this together. She stares at me and I can see the wheels turning. The practical considerations, the logistics, the sheer audacity of what I'm suggesting. My apartment, sublet it. My job, freelance from Europe. Catherine would kill for content about Michelin-starred restaurants. What about my life here? Bring it with you or build a new one. With me. She's quiet for a long moment, her hand still in mine. When she speaks, her voice is barely above a whisper. You're serious? Completely. We'd be living together, in a foreign country, after being broken up for 3 weeks. Yes. That's insane. Probably. It could be a disaster. It could be amazing. She laughs, the sound breaking free like she can't help it. You're really asking me to run away to Europe with you? I'm asking you to come find ourselves together. There's a difference. Her smile softens, eyes shining. I need to make a call. To who? Catherine, my editor. She's already reaching for her phone. If I'm doing this, I need to make sure I can actually work remotely. Hope surges fierce in my chest. You're considering it. I'm insane, but yeah, I'm considering it. She pulls up Catherine's number, then pauses. What if she says no? Then we figure something else out. Together. She holds my gaze for a beat longer, then hits dial. She puts the call on speaker so I can hear every word. Catherine answers on the second ring, her voice crisp and professional even on a Saturday. Sasha, didn't expect to hear from you today. I have a weird question. I love weird questions. How would you feel about me working remotely for a few months? From Europe? Silence on the other end. Then, Europe? Yeah, She glances at me and I see the moment she decides to be honest. I have an opportunity to travel, study European culinary scenes, write about Michelin-starred restaurants, local food culture, the whole thing. With Jace Redford? Sasha's eyebrows climb. How did you... I'm not an idiot. You've been miserable for 3 weeks. The timing of this request is suspicious, and you're talking about European restaurants. Catherine's tone shifts, warming slightly. Is this what you want? I think so. Yeah. Then do it. Hell, I'll pay for half your expenses if you give me exclusive content. Seriously? Seriously. This could be incredible for the magazine. Young food critic, redemption arc with a Michelin-hopeful chef, exploring Europe's best kitchens. I can practically hear her grinning through the phone. When do you leave? Next week, maybe? Next week's fine. Get me a pitch by Monday. I'll handle the rest. They talk logistics for a few more minutes. Deadlines, topics, publication schedule. I watch Sasha's face transform, excitement replacing uncertainty as the reality takes shape. When she hangs up, she's beaming. She said yes. I heard. She's actually paying me to do this. Because you're brilliant. She launches herself at me and I catch her easily, spinning once before setting her back on her feet. We're going to Europe, she breathes. We're going to Europe. This is crazy. The best things usually are. She kisses me hard and joyful, and I kiss her back with everything I have. When we break apart, I cup her face in my hands. I love you. I love you too, she grins, even though you're making me pack up my entire life in a week. We'll figure it out. Together. Together, she echoes. Then her expression shifts, turning more serious. Jace? Yeah? Don't make me regret this. I won't. I press my forehead to hers, breathing her in. I swear to God, Sasha, I won't. Good. She pulls back, eyes shining. Because if you do, I'll write a review so scathing it'll end your career. I laugh, relief and joy and love flooding through me all at once. Deal. We stand there in her tiny kitchen, hot chocolate forgotten, planning a future that felt impossible 30 minutes ago. And for the first time in years, I'm not thinking about my father's approval or the restaurant's reputation or proving myself to anyone. I'm just thinking about her, about us, about building something real, together. You know what this means, she says eventually. What? You're going to have to actually marry me someday. Can't just drag me across the world and not put a ring on it. The words are teasing, but I see the vulnerability underneath. The hope. I pull her close, lips brushing her ear. You're the woman I want to marry, Sasha. The only woman. She pulls back, eyes wide. You mean that? Every word. I tuck a curl behind her ear. Maybe not tomorrow. Maybe not even this year. But someday, when we're ready, when we've built something unshakable together. Yeah. I'm going to marry you. A smile breaks across her face, radiant and sure. Nothing would make me happier. We kiss again, slower this time, savoring. And outside her window, snow begins to fall. Fresh start, new beginning, together, just like it should be.